if you can't think about it in your head, that's the reason why you don't understand that when you made your question about using a telescope, why can't flat earthers use a giant telescope? Then I'm giving you the way to think about it right now. I'm showing you, well, the earth is flat and you're using your big telescope. What do you think you'd be able to see? How far away?
Okay, then let's believe that the ocean have like the edge, you know. Let's believe that the Earth is flat. Then for a
Yeah.
second,
How far can your telescope see?
I guess to the edge of the globe and the edge of the Earth.
No.
Then where would I?
Oh, once again, the poor understanding you have for how vision works is getting in the way right now. It's funny that I'm using that.
Everything gets
Let me-
smaller, right? I know, bro.
No, that's just part of it. But the telescope, even though things get smaller, the telescope helps you zoom in on things that are in the distance. But what is the reason why when you use a telescope horizontally over a large, vast distance, that the optic of that telescope will not be useful?
Why is
You
that?
know?
Why is that the case? No.
Well, there's things that are going to get in the way. Number one, atmospheric distortion. There's going to
So
be a lot of
basically clouds.
well, you can say this, but there's other things, right?
Yeah,
There's
I told you that.
Yeah, but there's you can categorize it as mist, as dirt,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
fog, or any other kind of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
and there's different temperatures between where you're standing and how far you can see.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So you couldn't see forever with that telescope because the atmosphere is opaque over distance. A vast distance will have an opaqueness. It's like if you have one, like a window. You've seen glass, like a window. Imagine if you were to stack a lot of glass against each other. What happens?
I mean, I can see through all the glass.
No, you can't.
I can't. Oh, because there's going to be like mist trap between the glasses and
No,
shit.
no. The glass itself
Right.
compounds against each other, and it starts to make a very opaque, like viewing distance. So you can't see because the glass is like enough of glass. If you put another window against another window against another window against another window, you couldn't see past through all of them.
Why? What kind of glasses are we talking about?
So the like a window, like the regular windows that you have on your house. You look outside of a window, the glass, that kind.
Yeah.
If you stack a whole bunch of them and then you put them horizontally, you couldn't see through all of them. You couldn't see through all of them. The more glass you put, the more opaque it becomes, and then the viewing distance becomes really distorted. You can't see past all of those glass stacked up against each other.
But how can we implement that logic to the difference of temperature?
Right. So
atmosphere.
the air, yeah, the air itself is like that. The air compounds over distance. Yeah, it compounds. You can see through it. Like if you're in a fairly close range, you can see it pretty far away. But it starts to over distance, like a real far distance. It starts to compound. It will not. It would, like, even if you had the best telescope, you wouldn't be able to see farther past a certain optical limit. It's not possible.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of factors, not to mention, like I said, the atmospheric distortion that would happen. The air gets distorted over distance, and it just depends what time of day you're looking across horizontally, whether or not the temperature outside will change your viewing distance. This all has to deal with how optics work. It gets a lot more interesting when you start studying this topic, how optics work over distance. And You know, so you could see far away, but the atmospheric conditions will prevent you from, even if you had the best telescope, that you couldn't see to the other side. Not to mention
I guess it just comes down to a matter of perspective. I guess we are a very small.
Well, you're getting it. Yeah, you're getting it. So yeah. So even though you understand the Earth is flat, it's still, you still can't use the best telescope to see across the ocean to the other side. Not gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense?
Oh yeah. But Jason Affleter makes a pretty good logical thinking here. Like
Okay.
pilots fly around the globe,
No, they don't. They fly over a flat
you
Earth.
know.
No.
They teleport.
No, they. Okay, that's funny. No, they fly over a flat Earth.
Then how?
How? Well, the Earth is not
Yeah.
curving. Number one. Number two, they're trained on flying over a flat and stationary Earth. This is how they train them. Pilots are not trained on flying over a curved, moving Earth. They're not trained that way. Did you know this?
Okay. What?
That the pilot is not trained on a spinning globe. They're trained on a flat, non-moving Earth.
I mean, like, I didn't know that. I did not know that.
Okay. That's how
But
they're
I guess
trained.
it is part of their training. Then.
Yes. It's part of their training. You can look it up. I'm not making these things up. That's how they train them. Even though they think they are on a globe, they don't train them like they're on a curved surface, moving along the curved surface. They just think they're moving along the flat Earth.
But you cannot implement pilot training to something that is like basically what's true, because the Earth is not flat.
Yes, it is. It is. You just don't want it to
And
be.
what about
It is.
you know about war you know about World War II, right?
Yeah.
Where where do you think is the edge of the map then?
Nobody.
Where it is?
Listen. You've your
Nobody
whole
knows.
life. Yeah, your whole life you've been looking at things like maps, globes. So the idea of what the Earth is in your head only exists based on those things. You think that the
Okay.
Earth is like those things, but you have no idea of how you can make that like reality. So if I was to ask you, which map is the correct map? There are hundreds of maps right now. Just Bilby. Hundreds. Which one is the correct one?
The one that is internationally used.
So how do you, okay, which one's that? Which one's that?
Hold on, I don't know the name. But
I know, Bilby. You've never looked at this topic. You've never seen which map they use.
because I did not like it did not bother me,
I know. It's what they, okay, there's a saying. It's called ignorance is bliss. The less you know, the better. So long as you can have a belief, it's like they only give you enough to believe in. That's it. They don't give you enough to know. That's why a lot of people like you. They make fun of this. You think it's funny and it's, you don't take it serious.
Yeah.
But you right now, my friend, you don't know if it's true that the Earth is a globe. You want to believe this because of your whole life you've lived. You only think that it's that way. But right now I'm challenging you, right? I'm challenging you and you're thinking. Can you show me the map that you think the international one they're using? I'm going to challenge you and see if you can provide the evidence.
But
Allow me to challenge you.
So was the Google say that there is no single international map name, but there is so many used in many different countries.
Let me point something out to you. Right now, you just went back on the thing you said was existing. You said there was an international map, and that's the correct one. Now you saying there is no. Hold on. Just Bilby.
Okay.
Let me point something out to you. This is what's happening right now. Okay, right now with you and me. You are saying now there is no international map. You just said there was a moment ago. Look at what's happening
I
to your
said there
mind.
is no single name international map.
Okay, then show me the one.
Used.
Okay, well then which one is the right one?
You can just Google. You can just Google world map.
I don't need to. I don't need to Google it. I know myself. I need you to Google.
Okay.
I need you to look at the information because you don't know. I've done this research for many years, Bilby.
Okay.
You don't know this information. I do. So right now.
But then going back again to my question about the World War II. Do you know that?
Yes.
I mean, USA fought two different countries on different edge of the map, like Germany in Europe and Japan in Asia. How did they able to do that then?
Okay, so you're asking a question. It's out of ignorance. It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
Oh, where's that?
What does a map have to do with the shape of the Earth, Bilby?
It's a technology for us to use for navigation.
I know, but answer my question, please. Answer my question. What does the map have to do? Hold on, Bilby. You have to focus. Okay. Your mind is going everywhere right now. Just listen to the words that I'm telling you. What does the map have to do with the shape of the Earth?
With the shape of the Earth?
Yes.
Yeah, you can say that it cannot be.
I'm not saying anything,
related.
Bilby. I'm asking you a question. What does the map have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Nothing.
Thank you. So this question you made was not one that's logical. You can ask another question and we'll review it.
What about the edge of exploration? Do you know that?
The edge of exploration. What does that mean logically?
Yeah. Logically, the Europeans found it out that the Earth is round, and they wanted to go to India, but they do not want to go through Middle East, and so they go around the globe. How can you explain that then?
You said they went around the globe? Let's examine the claim.
Yeah.
How do they know they're going around the globe? Those guys.
Because they found out about it.
What? They what?
They found it out about it. They found out.
How?
Curious. Like,
okay, they were curious.
The logical thinking that I use about Burj Khalifa and
let's say this. They were curious. They were curious. Sounds like a really good answer. It sounds like it. But how do they know that the Earth is a globe?
Because
by being curious.
I just told you.
No, you didn't tell me.
They found it out.
You said, how did they find it out? What was the method that they found it out? Think about it.
I mean, in Google, the Europeans.
No, they didn't have Google. Hold on a minute. Hold on. No. Now, I need you to focus. How did they find this out? You either know or you don't know, Bilby. You got to be honest with me, brother. I mean, we're having a discussion about having to reason.
I know the part where they found it out that that the globe is a sphere.
Okay, go ahead and tell me. How did they do this?
Based off observation. I told you about it.
Okay, what did they observe?
They found it out by the
How did they
logical
find it
thinking
out?
that I said about
No, 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 no. You're going in
Burj
circles.
Khalifa and study of
No, no,
liberty.
no, no. They didn't go to the Burj Khalifa. The travelers over the ocean didn't
Yeah,
go to the Burj Khalifa.
I
We're
mean,
sticking to
Burj
the
Khalifa
topic.
didn't exist back then.
I know that. So we stick to the topic. Your question was they traveled the oceans and found out the earth was a globe. I'm asking how. If you know, tell me. If you don't, say I don't know.
Like I just told you because of observations,
No, you didn't.
man.
No, you didn't. Which one?
I did tell you.
Okay, you did tell me. What observation? Tell me. What observation did they do?
Burj Khalifa.
What observation did the travelers over the ocean do that they noticed the earth was a globe? Go ahead. You didn't.
Okay,
You didn't
so
tell me. Go ahead.
in scientifically, so the Europeans back then they managed to access ancient knowledge from the
What
Greek
was that?
philosophers,
What was the ancient knowledge?
like even before the age of exploration, Greeks already has found out that the Earth is a
No,
sphere.
no, no, no. I'm not worried about those guys. I'm not worried about those guys a long time ago, before those guys, the age of exploration. I want to know how they discovered the earth was a globe. Like you said when you first started telling me that the explorers, the European ones, when they sailed across the ocean, they knew the earth was a globe. How did they find this out? You're not telling me this.
because of observations.
Of what?
Okay, so let's say like let's say about lunar eclipses. Do you know that?
Is that what they observed when they were traveling the ocean?
No, this is before.
Okay then.
they've
Okay
traveled
then.
the
Okay
oceans.
then. Okay then. Tell me what they've observed traveling the ocean that they knew the earth was a globe. I'm not going to leave this point until you concede and say I don't know, or you tell me that you know. Either one.
I mean, this not my saying. Like
Well
this is
then.
other people
Well then.
saying.
Well
You
then.
know?
Okay. Well then. Why did you bring it up? Why'd you bring it up?
Because it's what science say.
Yeah. Well, what did they say? I'm asking you what they said. You're not telling me. I want to know where they found out. They discovered that the earth was a globe by the Europeans exploring over the oceans. What observations? What did they see?
Okay, like let's say about changing stars then.
No, we're
Like
not saying that. No, we're not. We're only going on what those.
we're talking
No,
we're talking about
no, no.
observational evidence.
I'm not going to let you go. Look, listen to me. I won't let you go from this point until you concede and say I don't know how the European explorers discovered traveling the ocean that the Earth is a globe. And then when you do that,
But
then you can ask your other question or go to your other statement. I don't mind.
so you're basically just asking my opinion at this point.
No, sir. I'm holding you to an account that nobody's ever done. I'm challenging you. The challenge is if you can show me how in history someone that's ever proved the globe, then you can have it. But you haven't at the moment. You're running away from trying to tell me that the Europeans traveling the oceans knew that the earth was a globe. You can't prove it to me. You need to tell me that you don't know. And then we go to your point, your next point. I don't care what it is. But you have to admit, whenever you brought a point up to say they found out the earth was a globe and you can't prove it, you have to say, I don't know, sir. That's
Then
logical.
In that case, then we just have a different logical
No, we don't.
thinking here.
We absolutely don't.
Yes,
No,
we have.
you're
Yes, we have.
refusing. You're refusing to admit that you don't know with your pride because you don't want to show that you don't have the information to show that the earth is a globe. Your pride is not allowing you to concede this point, and I don't know why. I don't know why.
Because I'm not wrong.
You are wrong. Unless you can prove it to me right now, then I am wrong. When you prove it to me, I am wrong. There's only one outcome from here. Either you're right or I'm right. Only one outcome.
And that's just polarization at that point then.
Yeah, of course it is. That's called right and wrong. Either you're correct or I'm correct. But at the moment, it seems like I'm correct. You do not have the answer to how somebody's proven that the Earth is a globe. I'm correct. You haven't proven it to me by the Europeans exploring the oceans, and you do not want to admit that you don't know. You do not want to admit this. It hurts your pride. So you're going to try to go to another topic, and I don't want to let you go until you say, I don't know. Then we can go to your other topic.
But the topic is still on observational evidence, and that's what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, but it has to be about what you brought up, your claim. We don't finish the claim until you say you don't know or you know. Then we finish the claim, and then we go to another one. So that's all you have to do is say, I don't know. Simple.
I can't simply claim that is the right one because I have no status to say that is the right one.
Okay.
Because
I'm not a scientist,
man.
Right.
I'm literally just a 19-year-old. You're literally.
I know, but you're learning a lesson. Yeah, Bilby, you're learning a lesson in critical thinking right now. You have to be able to think for yourself. Now, if you say you know something and somebody wants to know how you know the thing, you have to be honest with them and say, hey, I know it, and here's the evidence or the information or whatever. But if you don't know something, say, I don't know.
Then there's nothing wrong with that. Let's get back to the first part then.
No, we're gonna go right back to the
said about Burj Khalifa and the Statue of Liberty.
No, I'm sorry. No, we're not. The Europeans traveling the ocean right now, did they figure out that the Earth was a globe? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and present the evidence of how they knew that. I'm not going to let you go from this point until you concede or you show me the evidence.
Bro.
Sorry, that's just the way it works.
There's literally a guy named Columbus. You know that, right?
Yeah, what did he do?
He believed in that.
Yeah, I don't care about his beliefs. Show me the method where he proved that the Earth was a globe.
I mean, he proved the Earth is a globe when he discovered America.
No, he didn't. How does he know the Earth was a curved surface from where he left from his harbor to where he landed? How did he know the Earth was curving in between?
I don't know.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. That's
I don't know.
There. That's
because
good.
I'm not Columbus.
Good. That's good.
I did not say that because I'm wrong.
Yeah, I know, Bilby.
I don't know.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear from you. All I wanted to hear is I don't know. So therefore, your point about bringing up how they traveled the ocean and figured out the Earth was a globe is a big fat I don't know. Now you can go to your next point. Go to your next point.
My next point is that we have a different logical thinking here.
No, we don't.
We obviously have.
No, Bilby, logic is just logic. It doesn't there's not two kinds. There's only one type of logic. That's it. So go ahead and prove to me that the Earth is a globe in any other way, because we've moved on from the last point.
I mean, I don't even know what I want to present at this point.
Anything. The best you can to show that the Earth is actually curving. Yeah, anything. I'll take anything. Doesn't matter what it is.
Okay,
but so long as Bilby, just so long as you know what you're talking about. Okay. If you do, then you can talk about it.
This part, I know a lot about it. This part, I know a lot about it.
Okay, go ahead.
What if we are like a very big person, like a giant, like just so big, just as big?
No, we can't do that.
Like
sorry,
Galactus?
Bilby, that's not logical, sir.
Well,
you were just talking about logic. This isn't logic.
Bro. This is logic.
Okay. Are you a person like you say right now? Your example?
No,
okay,
but I am a giant.
No, you're not. You're just a tall person. A giant. Listen, dude. Just go from a place where you can describe something in the real world. Yes, do that.
Okay.
Don't go to Fantasyland.
Like, but I'm asking like a very hypothetical question.
Yeah, but it has to be something that's practical. I don't mind if it's hypothetical. I don't care. But you have to use an example of something that's practical, not like, imagine me as a space alien and I got, 10 arms and that's not going to work. You have to start something that's practical.
That's not alien. That's fucking.
I know,
just
but
like
that's not practical.
incest. Okay,
That's not practical. You have to start practical, and we'll work from there. Give me something practical.
something more practical that even
Yes.
a 6-year-old can understand.
That sounds good. Start there.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat, then why are the
No,
oceans not
no,
spilling out?
no, bro. No, not if the Earth is flat.
happened?
Right now, it seems like you ran out of globe proof. Is that what happened? Is that why you're saying the Earth is flat?
Bro,
I want globe.
just
I want Bill B. I want globe proof. You have to prove to me that you know the Earth is a giant globe. Don't prove to me the Earth is flat. I can do that.
bro,
I
at
want you
this
to prove
point,
to me that the Earth is a
I
globe.
just say it to you that I think our logic is like very different. Yeah,
It's not, dude. There's only one type of
it
logic.
is.
No.
No.
Listen, if you're either logical or you're illogical. There's only two ways. And it sounds like you want to be illogical to make your statement. And I won't let you because it's not logical. All right, so if you don't have any answer for any evidence of the Earth being a globe, perhaps we can take another caller. That might help. You can listen to somebody else do the same thing that you are trying to do, trying to prove the Earth as a globe, and they can't. I'm telling you,
Bro,
man.
like,
most people just believe that the Earth is a globe. They've never been challenged. So I challenged you, and it seems like it's hard, right? Now that I've challenged you.
it's hard because we have a different logical thinking.
No, we don't, bro. You want to make a belief something that's something in the physical world. You can't believe the Earth as a globe into reality. It's either is or is not true that the Earth is a globe. It's not in between. It could be a globe. No, it either is or is not a globe. Just that simple. All right.
Okay.
We'll think about that for a while. I'm gonna see if Jason wants to talk about what image he brought in earlier. He had posted an image. You remember the image?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember the image.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead and
I have
tell
a
me how that.
question for you. No, I'll explain it
No,
later.
you don't. No, sorry. No, there's no question for me.
Okay, then we
You're
are
gonna
not
have to.
talking,
You're
okay?
gonna have to stand behind the image that you posted.
Okay, if I believe
I asked
Earth
you
is
first.
flat,
I asked you first. I asked you first. Yeah, I asked you
you are
first.
the one. You are the one who
No,
preaching to
no,
you. The burden of
nope,
evidence is with
nope,
you.
nope. I asked you first. What about the image? Tell me
Okay,
how that shows the Earth is a globe.
It says
Tell me.
that flat earthers like to demand.
Yes.
photos of-
Flat Earthers this,
Okay.
flat Earthers that. Prove the evidence that you put in there, the image of the globe. Prove the globe.
Why did it triggered, bro?
Prove the globe. That image that you posted. Prove it.
Okay, you prove that it is flat. You prove me.
No, we're not going to do that. As many times as you're going to ask this, I'm going to deny you. I'm going to deny you, and I'm just going to go back to your image. Prove that the Earth is a globe.
Okay,
You're only
the
making-
Earth is not a globe. Okay, the Earth is not a globe. Okay, it's flat.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that the Earth is not a globe? Tell me.
I don't know. You are the one.
No,
You are the one
Tell me.
forcing me to say that.
no, I'm not forcing you. You can say whatever you like.
Okay,
You either
Earth
have
is
the evidence.
a globe.
You can have the evidence that the
Oh.
Earth is a globe, or do you not have the evidence?
Yeah, because the Earth is a globe because satellites have confirmed. We have visual
Yeah,
images
Yeah,
from
so-
ISS that shows Earth is a globe. The
yeah.
map
You're full of
confirms-
belief. You're full of belief.
Yeah.
Pick
I'm full
pick
of
one.
belief.
Yeah, pick one thing. Pick one thing,
Okay,
and
I'm
then
wrong.
show us.
I agree. Okay, I
Pick
admit I'm wrong.
one
You are
thing.
right. You tell me.
Yeah, pick one thing, and then we'll talk about that one thing.
Okay, I admit I'm wrong. The Earth is not a globe. I think. Okay, now you prove me.
Okay,
the
well
Earth
then,
is
well,
flat.
no. We're gonna. There's a lot of people in the room. There's a lot of people in the room. We're gonna actually talk to other people. So you can laugh all you want, but put yourself
You
on mute.
can't actually tell me. Okay, I admit I was
Jason,
wrong.
didn't
The
you
Earth is
take
not
the
a globe.
beat?
Yeah, put yourself on
Look,
mute. If you
didn't
put
you get
yourself
beat
on
up
mute, then
bad
I'll
enough
talk to some other
yesterday?
people.
Dude, AB, dude, this dude,
Yeah, I know.
man,
He's been there a
got
couple of days.
annihilated yesterday by me. You should never show your face in the server again, man. Like seriously, bro.
Whoa, that's
He's a young guy,
Christian,
but okay. So just Bilby, if you didn't know, this guy has been here a couple of times. All he does is get on here and he
Right.
laughs. He doesn't want to make any proofs to anybody in this room. That's
I
up to him.
I would like to laugh, but I don't want to consider. I don't want to be considered proof.
No, this is
Well,
nervous laughter he's doing.
Yeah, he's nervous because we keep asking him. This is like his third day that he's in here. The first day that he showed up, he wasn't able to prove it. The second day was even worse, was yesterday, which Indio said that he destroyed him on some points. And this third day, he posted an image this morning, or at least maybe 30 minutes ago. And I'm asking him about this image. Hold on a second. I'm asking him about the image. And he's not, dude, just wait. I was asking him about the image, right, that he posted in the text chat. And he's not able to tell me anything about the image. And then he went and started asking me, oh, I need to tell him how the earth is flat. See, what's interesting is that he has a lot of confidence that the earth is a globe, but he can't prove it to anyone in here. And I'm allowing him to. And he denies that. He denies me. He denies the room. Why? If the earth is a globe in 2025, he should be able to tell me easy. Really easy. Which I will allow him to. Just like I allowed you to. This is a problem, right? It's a problem for all the people who believe the earth is a globe. And then he starts to laugh and it's a joke to him. We don't need this. We need people that are serious. Serious people.
I mean, I'm serious, but like this is not a very serious topic, you know?
Well, that's fine. I don't care. It might sound that way. All of us, when we first started hearing about this, it was kind of funny to us, okay? Not going to lie. But there's a point where you're going to have to say, okay, wait a minute. Do I have this evidence or do I not have the evidence? One of these two, right? Even if it is funny, you know, because from your perspective, it sounds silly. But you have to think, if you guys had the evidence, you would present it. You would be able to present it. And then this conversation would be over. But that never happens. I've been here for 10 years. That's not going to happen.
Okay.
You can try. You can definitely try.
Like I said before, I think we have a very different logical thinking.
No, we do not. Either you're illogical and then you're saying that's logic, or you're using logic. There's not another definition of what logic. No. You're either illogical. You're either illogical or you're logical. There's only two. Logical, illogical. Which one? Sorry,
Well,
there's no two
what about
logics. What about what?
look, Jason just prove another scientific logical thinking here.
Like what?
To an observer on the ground, an airplane at 36,000 feet will start going over Earth's curvature at a distance of 400 kilometers. However, we are also limited by atmospheric visibility. In an extremely base case scenario, we can only see up to 240 kilometers.
What are you reading?
Dude, I already smashed him on this ridiculous meme from flatearth.ws in the side chat. Who here in this chat made that argument that you're presenting? Nobody.
Is that something that what's his face posted? Jason?
Yeah, this Jason guy posted it at 18 minutes after the hour. It's like an argument that nobody here even made at all. He's just posting a random flatearth.ws image and imagining that someone here actually made that argument or something like that. Right? That we are asking him to show us planes going over the horizon. It's just random.
It's a straw man argument.
It's just, it's very, very random behavior.
So, Jason, here's the thing, man. I'm gonna unmute you, but if you can't listen, I want you to get serious this time. Stop your nervous laughter. Go ahead and try to present your best argument for the Earth being a globe, and you may proceed. Hold on, Bilby. I'm trying to talk to this guy. So you may proceed, and dude, put yourself on mute. Bilby.
I'm sorry.
Put yourself on mute. Do that right now, please. I'm not going to stop until you do. Put yourself on mute or I'm going to mute you. I don't want to. You're old enough to. Yeah, thank you. All right, Jason, it's up to you. I'm going to unmute you. You're going to present your evidence because you say we're afraid to debate you. We're not. You just act like a child when you're unmuted. All right? We need to have some some level of decorum, and then you're presenting evidence that the Earth is a globe. So I'm going to do that, and you tell me verbally either that, or you're going to be text muted, and you won't be able to text in this channel. I don't want that either. Okay. Go ahead. I'm going to unmute you. Give me the evidence that you are going to present that the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
Go ahead.
But flat earthers say is that why can't we see a plane?
Stop. That's a straw man argument. It was pointed out to you by DJ. That's a straw man argument. Nobody in here is saying that. Nobody in here is saying that. Nobody is saying that. Repeat what I just said. Repeat what I just said. I'm going to unmute you to repeat what I just said. Nobody in here is saying that.
Okay.
Thank you. Now start from a fresh premise because nobody's saying that.
We'll start from a fresh premise. Okay.
Okay. Now go.
Let's suppose I don't know what Earth looks like, and you say to me that Earth is flat. So could you please give me some could you please tell me how Earth looks like in according to you? Does it look like this?
No. Wait. Yeah, wait. No.
I just want to learn.
My perspective and your perspective of the Earth visually is the same. We're observing the same Earth. Hold on a second. We're observing the same Earth. So what I tell you is not something that you're going to take, like what I'm saying, and you're going to go, oh, I see something different. No, let's put it this way. I'm going to give you an example.
Okay.
Everybody everywhere on Earth that's near a large body of water can see a flat, level horizon. This is an obvious truth.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot agree or disagree. This is just, you have to acknowledge what I'm saying. Everybody on Earth that's near a large body of water can look over that water and see a flat horizon. That's a true statement.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Do you acknowledge this?
Okay. Yeah, I do acknowledge because when we see the horizon, we don't see it standing on the foot. We don't see it actually bending.
Right. So then you can even say it this way. I don't care if you think it's a globe, but you can say it this way. Even locally, it looks flat. Looks this way to me. It just looks this way.
Looks flat because yeah.
All right. So we're going to take it to the next step. That means if it looks flat, but you still think it's a globe, then in what way can we verify that it's a globe and not looking flat, but it's actually a globe? This is the next step. So I can prove it to you that it's flat. I want to see if you can prove it to me that it doesn't just look flat, but it's actually a globe. This is the next step. What are you going to present?
It looks flat, so I don't have any.
No. The next step is to prove your case. And now I want, okay, it looks flat, but you still think it's a globe. That's fine. What is the evidence that you can present that you can say it looks flat, guys, but check it out. This is how it actually is a globe. What do you have to present?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm giving you an opportunity right now. This opportunity, Jason, you should take it. Because you can present anything you like.
I don't have any evidence for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'll believe in, like, I'll try to believe in flat Earth, but I do need some evidence from your.
I'll say it this way, Jason. I don't want you to believe what we're saying. The major point that we always make in here is we're challenging people to do the research for themselves. Because when you do, it's not what I'm saying, it's what you can test. So number one test that you can do that doesn't cost a lot of money, that you can, maybe take a trip to go to a large body of water, okay? Preferably one that has a long beach that you can see for miles.
Salt Lake City, right?
No, I don't know where you live. So whatever large body of water that you can get near, that's the only thing I'm asking you right now.
Mm-hmm.
If it's possible that you have a friend, you can do it this way. Either a long distance observation or get a friend that can go at a distance away from you, somewhere preferably in the either 10 to 15 mile range.
Yeah, 12 miles after 12 miles.
Okay. You can have your friend do a mirror flash test. Mirror flash over a distance proves the line of sight is unobstructed by the curvature of the Earth. So we have a line of sight to the person holding the mirror, and when they angle the mirror at a certain angle, you can be talking to them on the phone. They could show that the light coming off of the mirror will strike your eyeballs at a certain distance, at a certain angle. And that angle would be direct from you to them. It would make a straight line. So when it completes this mirror flash, it's showing that over the distance, that there is no curve that's going to obstruct the view over that mirror flash because they're at the same elevation you are. So mirror flash is a good test. Hold on. There's just one. The next one could be a line of sight target to a ship going off into the horizon. Now you could see for a certain distance away a ship that goes away from you. Now there's been reports that you could see a ship farther past the predictable distance that the curve should actually be there. I'll give you an example. There's a ship that should disappear at a 6 foot observer height at about 3 to 4 miles away. That's where the curvature of the Earth should start obstructing the bottom of that ship. We have observations of ships far beyond that, in the 20 to 30 mile range, where a ship should have been obstructed by the curve a long way. So a ship an observer using a ship as a line of sight test can also notice that a ship far exceeds the predictable curvature that should be there to obstruct the viewer. So watching a ship, number 2. Number 3, laser test over water. Now I'm only briefly talking about these topics, but hopefully people can post in the text chat these things that I'm saying. Number 3 is laser test. Laser test over a body of water. Now lasers, depending on what kind of laser, because it all depends. You can't just use like one of those little pen lasers, the ones you buy at the store, 99 cents. You can't use those. Those are not strong enough to propagate over a large distance. So you would have to, there are some universities that will loan out some of this equipment to do tests, depends on who you know. But they can do this test with a powerful laser that goes over like 20 miles or more. And being that that's the case, you can shoot it across a body of water. Well, we're using water at all times because water doesn't have the type of land topography that will obstruct the viewer, right? So without that, water is a good example of something you can use to measure, put a laser across it and find out that you do not only have line of sight, but you have an actual a point of origin from the target, point of origin of the observer to the target. So that means that you have point A, which is where the observer is with this laser, and then you have point B where the target is, where they're going to shoot the laser on. And that's the beam.
Videos you said yesterday, same experiment.
I'm not sure what you've seen, right? I'm not sure, but it might have
experiment.
Been. Which one?
The greatest experiment, laser bomb. You sent me a YouTube video yesterday.
Oh, I didn't send it to you. Somebody.
It was me, dude.
Yeah.
It was
So
me.
they sent me a video of laser.
It was probably Indio. Yeah, it's probably Indio.
Yeah, so it was being projected from a distance, and the screen was, I guess, 15 miles away, and the laser was projecting
40 kilometers.
like not projecting where it should if the Earth was curved.
Yeah. There's. I mean, you could look up over the material. There's a lot of stuff, and I think DJ has one with the what is it? The 180 some PDF. The document that you have with one of those.
That's the one Indio
not
shared
like Peloton,
yesterday.
right?
That's the
Like
Peloton and the other one at Isomir.
Isomir.
DJ.
So it's got both of them in there. That's probably why he's confused. He probably read the first 2. It's the other 5 that are really the B's and E's, I guess.
What shouldn't happen though, Jason? What should not happen is that laser reaching is what?
I agree. It should not happen.
Yeah. By all accounts, right? This laser should not strike its target, and I don't care. Okay, so it does have a sort of spread over a distance. That much we do know because of the powerful laser that they're using, but not by much. It should spread to a certain amount, but if it hits its target, that's going to be the damning evidence against the Earth being a curved surface, which over the distance, it should be calculable that the curve would get obstruct the laser beam because of the height that it's above the ground. Because you have to take into consideration, right, how big the Earth is as a globe. When you start figuring out the metrics of the Earth being a globe, and then you apply that to geometry as far as like what should be seen over the distance, they come up with the 8-inch per mile squared parabola. And so they're saying that the curvature of the Earth, this is what the mainstream is saying. And I'm not saying you are. You probably agreed with it for most of your life. You've been told it's a globe, right? So what they're saying is that the Earth being a globe would have this rotundity to it. So if you're going to be doing anything like laser tests, mirror flashes, line of sight, anything that you use, it's going to show obstruction at a specific distance away from the observer. So if you're at the beach looking across the surface, that curvature would be obstructing your view. It would be, because that's what they say that is obstructing your view when the ship disappears from the bottom up. So that means that the curve is not too big that you can't see it or see if its effects of the curve are affecting anything. What's happening is the curvature of the Earth is affecting things like the ship disappearing from the bottom up. So we have a situation here. Either the curvature of the Earth is obstructing things and can be measured to, or the Earth curve is not obstructing things and it can't be measured. There's two options.
Okay.
So this is what we're testing for right now. That's why I'm giving you these tests.
Yeah, I'll see all the resources that DJ has sent in the chat. I have a quick question. That is okay. Let's like. It is that. So, what shape of Earth do you have in mind? Like, if is it entirely flat, like a paper, or what?
I get what you're saying. I know the question very well. Here's what we're telling you.
I'm not calling you. So
I know you're not, and I hear the honesty coming through. Okay, so just allow me to respond in likeness. Okay. So the Earth, the known territory, the known world, is a horizontal plane. The known world. Okay. The unknown it could be anything, right? So let's put it this way: if we were on top of a giant floating whatever, we wouldn't know that. All we know is the known territory. Can you follow me when I say this?
Yeah.
So the known territory is what we observe as a horizontal plane. Now, that being said, the unknown, like if there was more to this place, more to the realm, we wouldn't have the information for this. Like, let's say if the Earth was a giant object, we wouldn't know this. The only thing we can know is the surface condition. The surface condition is such that it is a horizontal plane. Now, outside of this, it could be something else, right? But our minds are not thinking that, because a lot of people would like an answer to the shape of the thing we're on. That means the entire thing. We don't have that answer. We do not have this answer.
Okay.
I was very clear, and I'm telling you the truth. Like this is not like a subject of what shape is the whole thing that we're on. There's not an answer for this. What we can tell you is the known territory, everywhere people have been, is a horizontal plane.
Okay.
Everywhere.
Do you remember there was an incident? I'm not sure if that was correct. There was a flight that departed and got lost for years. I'm not sure if that is true, or I just
Malaysian flight.
Yeah. So can that be a reason for this?
No. That has No, it happened over the known territory. The known territories, everywhere that plane was the plane was traveling over known places. That's because when I say known, I mean that everywhere people have traveled. So the distance from that plane that you say disappeared was in between two places that are known. So we're talking about outside of the already traveled places. Outside of that, like we wouldn't know. And I mean, I could give your mind something to think about, but if there's any region on this land that we haven't been able to say for sure what it looks like.
Okay, so you are saying the known region is like a flat,
Yeah,
paper-like, but unknowns you are not sure about the
yeah, that's
how.
correct. Yes, that's correct. That's
So I have,
exactly what we're saying.
yeah, I understand you. So let's assume the unknown Earth is flat, right? The known Earth, okay.
Mhm.
Uh, so how would you explain uh, Antarctica? Like we can go from south of Africa to Antarctica, and if we travel straight, you can come back to Asia. So how do you justify that on a flat plane
Yeah.
of known world?
What are you talking about? A flight or a boat trip? Or what?
No, no,
What
no.
form
I'm
of?
just saying, like I understand you're saying that the known Earth is like a flat plane. We don't know about the unknown
Mhm.
world. Okay. This. So my question is, how do you like
No,
comprehend
nobody ever did
Antarctica?
that. Nobody ever did
No,
what you just
just
suggested.
first let me finish. Okay, if we go south of South Africa, okay, travel straight down from South Africa to Antarctica, right? Okay, and then we move straight, and then we'll when we will end up in Asia.
Yeah, I
So
get.
on a,
I get what
on a
you're
flat
saying.
on a flat map, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just trying to
I
get
do
what
get
you
what
are.
you're. I
So
get what
on a
you're
flat
saying. This
map,
question.
on a
Yeah, I
flat
know.
map,
I know
how
what
do
you're
you
saying.
comprehend that?
How do you comprehend that flight? Okay, I know what you're saying, but I'm gonna have to agree with DJ on this one. Okay, this question actually was brought up to us, and there's actual practical reasons why they don't make this flight, and our argument can come from a more practical reasoning behind why this flight cannot happen. And we're not just saying this flight doesn't happen. We're saying it cannot happen because of restrictions that these flights have. Now, the restrictions would be that they have to be able to be able to land somewhere that's safe for people. And traveling over those areas are not somewhere safe that they could land, like even for the globe. So in both cases, the idea that they cannot travel over this region would still remain. The idea that you think they can travel over these regions is not found anywhere. The reasons that we hear that, because we had this kind of debate like this was back in 2016, 2017, when they were saying that this flight can happen. So we looked into this, right? The pilots that would travel over this region would all say that it's not safe for traveling over, because they're not somewhere they could land the plane in case of an emergency. And this is the pilot's top priority is safety. They have to make sure the passengers are safe, that if something does occur, they're able to put the plane into a place where they can land safely for the passengers. So they don't travel over these areas because of safety regulations. Not because the earth is a globe or flat, because they can't travel over these regions based on safety. So I hear what you're saying. I know what you mean. And if you could do this flight, it would prove something, but nobody makes these flights.
Can I add something? Okay.
Yeah.
If you go from South Africa if you have to take a flight from South Africa to Australia, like for example New Zealand, let's not Australia, let's suppose New Zealand. So do you know what is the route of the airplane? Okay, it travels from South Africa to Antarctica, and then it goes to New Zealand. So that flight has been done actually.
Well, if it's over you said New Zealand?
Okay, yeah, if the flight is from, there are flights that go from South Africa to New Zealand, and the path that they take is Antarctica. So a flight takes off from South Africa, goes to Antarctica, and then to New Zealand. It does not land in Antarctica, but it flies over Antarctica.
Yeah,
Not true.
So how do you comprehend a flat Earth map?
That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. There is no flight that does that.
I'll show you it. I'll try to find it. I'm not claiming anything.
Well, let's see the evidence of what. Go ahead and present what you have.
No, I'll try to find. See, I'm saying I'm not sure, but just saying, how do you comprehend if that's true? How do you comprehend
Well, he's saying it
Antarctica?
doesn't
That
happen. So the challenge to you right now is that it doesn't happen. You're going to have to find a way to prove that it did happen or
yeah,
does
I'm
happen.
trying to
Okay.
as I
So
said
this
earlier.
was hold on, Jason. This was a claim that you're making that's not
No, I'm not
substantiated
making
by
a claim.
anything you're
So
bringing up.
please
Yeah, it is a claim.
don't put words in my mouth. I said I'll try to find. I'm not
Why did
sure
you
of
make
this.
this claim though? Why did you make the claim? I don't understand. Why would you say something
What
that you
claim did I
can't back
make?
up?
What
That
claim
this
did I make?
flight that the flight happens in the places you say that it happens. You say the flight this flight
I'm
is
finding. I'm finding.
yeah, but why would you make this claim if you're looking for it right now?
Yeah, because I
Right.
I read it somewhere.
Okay.
I'll just
So get the
But
information.
why wouldn't you have it in front of you? Why you telling us about it? Or
Yeah, you should get the listen. And in other words, what everybody wants you to do is get the information ready and then present it. Don't say a claim that you don't have in front of you. Have
But I
something in
did,
front of you.
Mr. I did tell you that I might not be able to find. So I was not actually. I could be wrong. I was just asking you, how do you comprehend Antarctica in
like I
your
think like
flat map?
whoever like telling you this stuff or DMing you this stuff, I think you need to just start telling them to present the evidence before you come in here and say it. Because I think a lot of you guys do is you guys pretty much talk to one another in these
Why
other
are you
rooms,
stereotyping me? Why are
and
you
then you guys
stereotyping me?
come in here and make claims, and then you guys
I'm not
don't
talking
have
to you.
nothing
I'm
to
talking
back
to
it
that
up.
person. Only one
Yeah,
person
it's
that was talking to
but
me.
Jason, this is a lesson. This is a teachable lesson for you. It's a teachable lesson. So the panel wants to chime in on the teachable lesson. They want to show you that you can't just say something, not have the information in your hands. You have to have it in your hands if you're going to present it.
Okay,
It's a
I
teachable
don't
moment.
have evidence right now. I'll try and find it and share it in the chat
That's
someday.
fine. Hey, listen, that's fine. So long as you make a claim, you have to have it in your hands. You can't make this claim and then not have the information ready. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. I was asking you, how do you comprehend Antarctica and flat Earth map?
But does it need to
Like-
be comprehended? Okay, number one, it doesn't need to be comprehended. The Antarctica is a landmass, yeah? We all know this. So it's a place you can go to. Now, whether or not it looks like the way the map is projecting, we do not know. The map is showing one way that Antarctica looks like. Yes? We all know this.
Yeah.
But the verification of how it actually looks, nobody can give that information. The only thing you know is what the map is projecting. The map projects a visualization of the entirety of Antarctica. But if I was to ask you, how do they know, whoever gave this projection, how do they know this is what Antarctica looks like? What would your response be for that? How did they figure it out that this is what Antarctica looks like? What would you say?
I'm not sure.
Right, that's important, right? The important thing is you have to figure out how do they know what Antarctica looks like, because your question that you're asking us is about Antarctica. So how would we know if somebody else gave us information about a map projection about what Antarctica looks like? They're giving us this information. This is what Antarctica looks like. And we're like, well, how did you get the information? We're questioning you guys.
Yeah. Okay, I was just exploring that laser experiment, and it was like it was disproving Earth's curvature. So if this is such a big discovery, why is not everyone talking about it? Because
we are flat Earth from the time. Let me tell you like this.
Talking about
hold on. Let me tell you like this, dude. Yeah, you're wanting to know why more people aren't discussing this. It's simple.
Yeah.
People have a strong belief in the Earth being a globe, so they outwardly dismiss it outright of hand. Let's say I was approaching an academic, because we have approached many PhDs, many astrophysicists. We talk to these guys. The thing that happens when we talk to them is that they're teaching a certain type of curriculum. Their curriculum doesn't include flat Earth. So when we're talking about this, it's not something that they're getting paid to do. It's not something that they need to look into, because there's already a considerably amount of information of what they call settled science. right? In quotations. They call this settled science. So they're not going to entertain a discussion about flat Earth because they have already, they will say that ever since, people can investigate what the Earth is, we know it's a globe. They're not going to give flat Earth the time of day in academia because of this. There's already it's an established truth in the academic realm. So you can't challenge it. Even though that's not what science says, because science usually, the way they describe it, you can challenge anything you want. That's not true. That is not true. Because we've tested this claim that you can challenge, like what you're asking right now. It's valid, right? It's valid. But what we're coming up against is people that are outwardly denying the fact that there is a difference between a belief in something like the globe and actually knowing it's a globe. There's a difference. So it's not your fault, right? It's not your fault or anybody else's that I grew up knowing that the Earth was a globe. Like in my head, I thought it was. I was convinced because I didn't have to look into it, Jason. Neither do you, nor do you. So let's say you can leave this chat forever, never think about flat Earth, and you'll be fine. Like you're thinking that the Earth is a globe. Because you don't have to look into it. It's not a part of your day-to-day life. Yeah. Your day-to-day life doesn't consist of trying to figure out whether the Earth is flat or globe. It's kind of a fun thing for you right now, but so the information that they're telling you is that you can't know that it's an actual globe because you're too close to the surface. It looks locally flat, but your perception of the Earth is such that you can't see it because you're just like an ant on a beach ball. So they tell you these things. And you accept them because you're not a scientist or somebody who can, have the means to explore this. So you defend the idea that the Earth is a globe based on that. It's not your fault. You defend it out of just you don't want somebody to challenge this. And so this is what I'm telling you. This is why, the reason, I'll put it this way, the reason why you've been coming into this room, curious about it, is because there's something in your mind that you think that we're saying that could be true. I'm not saying that you believe us or anything, but you, in your head, you're like, I don't know, man. I've challenged it, and it's like, I can't find something that would debunk them. A lot of people in here have already tried that. But the system, it doesn't matter what country either. What the system is, it's going to teach people a belief system without being challenged. You cannot challenge this system. I'll give you an example. You can go out to your friends or whatever, and you could ask them the question, hey, what do you guys think if the Earth was flat? I'm going to ask a question. What do you guys think about this? The moment you say this, they're going to make fun of you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just the reaction of your friends, not even academia, just your friends. They're going to make fun of you. They're going to say you're stupid and we're going back to the Stone Age and all kinds of stuff. But that prevents people from actually investigating. That right there, what I just told you, that's going to prevent them. That's why, dude, this has been out for 10 years already, straight out on the internet, on social media and everything. People have been talking about it. Everyone knows that flat Earth is a discussion, but they reject it based on not being able to investigate it. Just like you can investigate if the Earth is a globe. You cannot. Can do this.
Okay, I have another question for you. We humans, we follow patterns, right? So visually, we can see moon is a sphere, is a globe. Sun is a globe. So and other Saturn, we have spotted Saturn with, and other Jupiter with telescopes. We can clearly see they are globes. So why are we
why are we debating this? Why is this a thing? Okay.
No, let me finish, please. I was quiet when you were speaking, please. Okay, so when all of the planets and stars that we can visually see are globe, why are we discriminating Earth? And why are we not taking reference from them?
They're not Earth? They're not what you think they are. Let's put it that way.
Explain me that.
You say that you don't. Okay, the moon definitely looks like it has features that could show that it's kind of spherical. it does look that way to the human eye. But what I'm asking though is a knowledge claim about if it is one or not is not able to be made from the Earth to the moon. So when you look at the moon, you can say it looks like something you think it is. The next step is, how do you know it's that thing that you think it is? What would you have to do to make a knowledge claim? I know, but observation is only the first step, my friend. Observation is not the end.
That is a clear observation. Like, we can't deny moon is not a globe.
No. What I'm telling you, no. What I'm telling you is, you can say that, right? Because it looks like what you think it is. It's what it looks like. I'm not taking that away from you or me. It's what it looks like. But if you want to test to see if it actually is what you're saying it is, what would you have to do?
Could you say that again, please?
If you wanted to test the moon to be what you think it is, you think it's a globe, what would you have to do?
We would have to travel to it and see the other side.
That's right. You'd have to go investigate, right? You'd have to make your own trip there and check it out and look at it from different angles. And you said it correctly.
But visually it is a circle, right? Even if it's a globe, it's
no. Okay, no. Listen, man. What I'm saying is exactly what you're saying. It looks like something. It looks like a globe. It looks like it's got features. All these things. Not wrong to say that. I don't care who you are in this room right now. When you look at the moon, this is what it looks like. What it is, though, what it actually is unknown, because you can't verify what it. You could say anything about it, right? It doesn't matter to me. What matters is how you know it's the thing you say it is. Because observation is one step, right? It's one step. But you know that observation is always the first step. You see something, you say it looks like a globe, it looks like it's got features, but you can't conclusively determine it is until you investigate or be able to validate. That's what exactly it is.
Okay, my next question is that why do you think we have been brainwashed this way? Like, who was the beneficiary of, like, was it a conspiracy or what?
Yeah. It has its beginnings in, like, esoteric teachings. Esoteric by like religious beginnings. So I don't know if you know who Pythagorean is, right? Pythagoras?
Yeah, I know Pythagoras theorem.
Yeah, he's the one who invented that spheres are the most perfect shape in the universe. A sphere.
Yeah.
So all things that appear in the world would take this form because that's the most perfect, and it comes with this whole cultish idea. So it had its beginnings of why people would even make these claims, right? And then, of course, like you and I say, they're looking at the moon and the sun, they're going to start to think that what they're saying is true, because it sounds like it's a good way of logical thinking, some good logical process.
Yeah.
But even having this is just assuming, and it's not knowing, right? But it had its roots in that, and so you got individuals that were going to cement this idea by Eratosthenes. You get Aristotle looking at the lunar eclipse, and a lot of things that would insinuate the idea that the Earth is something that they're making a claim to what it is.
So, but that was ancient times, right? So we have like if we have a big discovery like that, let's experiment. So we are not talking about ancient time. They might be wrong. Pythagoras might be wrong. Yeah, so they could be wrong. They might be wrong. But my question is, like, if it is really a big thing and it's true, why people why bodies like NASA and all big institutions, why don't they research on this? Like, why because they are the ones who believes on facts and figures. We live in a century that is the age of knowledge and scientific era. So And also,
That's
please,
true.
somebody in the panel share an image of how do you comprehend the known world map. How do you comprehend that the map of the
That's not
known world? I'm
that's
not
not
talking
able
about
to
the
be.
unknown.
Yeah, I know. That's not able to be given, and I'll give you the great reason why. Cartography is not an exact science. It is not in some way we're going to be able to detail what something looks like. It's an estimation of what they think continents are. A map projection, that's all it's giving you is the idea of what it was used for. Like in many aspects, the Mercator map was used for navigation over the oceans. So it was useful for that specific thing. But the Mercator map still had like a worldview that was supplanted on it, that was not known as far as like the distances to the landmasses, the orientation. It was giving people an idea of what they were looking at when they traveled from point A to point B. So to give you or anyone else here an idea of what the Earth looks like as a flat Earth is not it's not a possibility. And the
I'm not
reasons
saying
being,
to give you me the exact and the very correct map. I know that it's not possible. Just how flat earthers comprehend the known world.
a horizontal plane. So I get what you mean, but it's
I'll share I'll share an image. Is that how you comprehend?
what image?
I shared that earlier as well. Is that how people comprehend the flat Earth concept?
Live stream Earth from space.
No, the I have sent another image.
Okay, the one underneath that.
Yeah, the image. Can you see
Where
the
the
image?
Hebrew square Earth.
Oh,
I'm just asking
no,
you.
no.
Okay.
No, most of these memes and things that you see, these
Is
are
that
just
a
like,
meme?
I'd say.
I saw it on Google Maps.
No, man, listen.
Images.
It doesn't. Okay, when you search for information about flat Earth, what you're going to get is a lot of social media coming up and saying what they think flat Earth is. You're going to get the pizza disc in space. You're going to get this thing, and many others. So 24/7 flat Earth, and when you come in here, we've been the leading edge of the conversation. Everybody else is falling behind. They're not up to date with all the information. So you're at the very top of the flat Earth food chain in here. There isn't anything more that you wouldn't be able to ask us that we'd be able to tell you. Research has been done by all the individuals that are a part of this group many times over. So we know the information on what to give you and how to do it. Right? So what I'm telling you is that there is not a flat Earth map based on what I'm saying. The research collaboratively been done from all the people in this room. We check each other, right? So let's say a person from our group says, "Hey, we found the flat Earth map," or whatever. I know they wouldn't say that, but if they do, they'll present it. We'll look at it. We'll review the information. We make sure that it's some way we can test this information to be true. And if it's not been able to be validated, we don't put it into what we say. So if you hear us saying that there is something that we can present to you and here it is, then you better be sure that you can test and verify its authenticity. Now, if it's not something we're presenting, then you can rest assured there is nothing out there that people have been presenting for flat Earth. Now, there's ideas. There was Antonio Subratz was posting what he thinks the Earth looks like. Mark Sargent had his own version of what the Earth looks like. Many of these flat Earth proponents were putting out what they think the Earth looks like in orientation that would satisfy like the sun's movements and whatever.
Can I ask you one more thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So, if the Earth is suppose the Earth is perfectly not a perfect globe, right? Let's suppose.
Okay.
Can that be a reason that the laser was pointing very below where it should have been pointing?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, it would be reasonable for you to ask that question. But on the other hand, the Earth would not be conforming to the specific size that they say it is. Now, that's important, right? Because if there was some other factor that we didn't include in our test, then we would have already known that by way of understanding like the question that you just made. What if the Earth is some other kind of form? Perhaps there's flat spots. And there's, if we would have known that already, that would have been something we would have included in our test. We would have said, hey, when you go do your test in, I don't know, Pakistan, make sure that you're going to do it to where you're adjusting for this specific deviation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I'm saying that we
What
are
are
not
you talking?
sure.
Jason, can I interject for a second?
What?
I'm sorry
Yeah.
for interrupting you.
Joseph?
What we look in the sky isn't equivalent to what standing on. That's objective.
Yeah.
Because if you look up and you see a light, it's not the solid ground. Because all lights, when seen from very far away, will look spherical. Because light has a radius.
He was asking a different question, I think. It was a question about the...
I was answering to something he said in the chat.
Oh, earlier in the chat, on the chat. Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, continue. Don't worry.
So I think he was just going on about the land. So the land, yeah, that has not been something that has been able to be understood from a vantage point. Okay, so the live stream that you posted too, the one earlier, was it ISS or whatever? So the Earth that they're portraying there, what specific map does that equate to that you can tell? Because it's the Earth from that view should give you at least what projection you should look at, right? Which map projection is closest to the one that the ISS is showing you? And I'm saying do this research for yourself. You don't have to do it right now, but when you go away and you do the research, try to find out what map projection the Earth that they're showing you from the ISS actually resembles, which is the one that it's closer to. That's kind of like homework for you, so you can realize if you're going to be talking about this topic, which map you'd actually be referring to versus another one. Because there's hundreds of maps, as you may or may not know. You look up in Google.
Okay. Mister, there's a guy in the chat, Tactical Droid. So I guess we are having a mature and serious conversation, and he's actually trying to troll. So I'm not sure why he's doing that.
Well, listen,
this conversation, I have been serious and have been I have acted like a serious questioner, student trying to learn. But I do get offended by people who.
All right. Well, let's do it this way. Or let's just reset. All right. So if there was some trolling things that you were doing earlier, because a lot of people have seen you a couple of days in here, they're taking a look at your demeanor based on the length of time you've been here. So you're saying you want to start fresh. You want to take a fresh look at this. That's fine with me. Yeah. That's fine with me. But however, the chat might still feel like they've seen you from another day where you were trolling. So you have to give them at least that much. If someone's gonna give you the benefit of the doubt, then you're gonna have to give them a reason to do that and not engage in say, look, I came in, I was trolling, but I don't want to troll right now.
Yesterday I was talking to Indio, so if he does that, I'll be okay because I did troll him yesterday. But there's some other guy who's just trolling me because I made a logic in the chat. So okay, let's forget this and let's come back to the discussion because I'm not going to go into that. Okay, Joseph, you were trying to say something. Could you please say that? Like you were trying to explain me something.
He's asking you, Joseph. He might not be able to come to his mic.
Okay.
All right.
So.
No, I was making a point that you're making a false equivalency. You can't just say that because we look up and we see spheres, then the ground is a sphere. That's simply illogical. You have to prove that first, even if those things are spheres.
Yep.
Because if I take your same reasoning, I can say we have people here, we have life here, but we don't see life up there in the sky. So what then? It's a false equivalency. That's all.
Yeah.
He just made a point. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. So my only my last one of the last things that make me not be like I just want, like, even if I believe a flat earth, okay, and somebody
Yeah.
I tell my friends that earth is flat, so what they would ask me to try to, like, they would ask me how I imagine earth as. So they might
Mhm.
ask me to draw a map or give me a map of how I comprehend as a flat earth, as the known
Yeah.
earth. So as long as I don't see that like thing, it would be difficult for me to actually believe. I am very thankful for you of being so polite and giving me a chance to do this serious
Of course. Of
discussion.
course. Yeah. Of
I'll
course.
I'll read all the things that JD has sent me. I'm not sure if JD is in the uh,
He's on the
chat or
call right
not.
now. No,
Yeah,
he's on
so
the call.
he's in the call, I guess. Okay, he sent me some resources. I'll see them, and I'll also, like, I have my own questions, so I'll also try to research on them.
Thank
Until
you.
then, I'll just like I'll I'll try to find how to
All right,
comprehend flat Earth.
Jason. Listen, man. I appreciate the change of demeanor. It's well appreciated by the group as well. What we don't
Yeah,
have is
I
people.
apologize for being
What we
like for laughing earlier. I apologize
it's
to
all
all of you.
good, man. I'll tell you like this. All right, I'll be honest with you, man. Everybody's had a different reaction when they first heard this, and a lot of people were trolling flat Earth before they actually started to become flat earthers in this chat. I'm telling you that this is the honest truth, man, because it sounds like very stupid. It sounds ridiculous. It doesn't sound like logical at all. So I agree with you. But the only thing I would say, if you're going to take it to the next level, please do your research. Don't. I know, dude. I know you want to ask us a lot of questions, but the more research you do, the better you're going to formulate those questions. So we can answer more specific to what you research you've done. Let's say you, for instance, right? You do research on like on flights, on maps, on whatever it is you want on Antarctica. It doesn't matter. When you do your research on that and you start finding information out, you can come in here and then we can talk about it. Like you said, hey, I made my research on flights. There's this map that they're showing that the flat Earth, the way it works, and then there's a map they're showing how the globe works. And then we can talk about spherical coordinate systems. We can talk about the reasoning behind why people think. Just once you do your research, you come in and it's a more robust conversation versus
I'll add one more thing. Like day before yesterday, I was completely unaware of this concept. So I had a friend, and he told me that there are people who believe flat Earth. So I never knew this concept. Today. So, and secondly, I also think that I'm a Muslim, right? So in our religion, there have been some uh, some stories, narrations that do suggest that there are some hidden parts of the world that no human has ever been to. For example, and I used to wonder how could that be when we have all the globe in our sight. So maybe that could be that might be true, that we might have unknown places in the earth.
So what I said what I said earlier to you made sense to you because of this? Like it did make sense to you because you thought about back in the time when someone said this? I mean, it could have been one of your imams, or where you go to place of worship, but you heard it, it made sense. So this could be the case. I mean, at least it gave you a chance to think about it. Because if you didn't have that in your head, you wouldn't think about it.
There's a story of Gog Magog. Okay, not only I believe it, all Christians, Jews, we Abrahamic religions believe in Gog Magog. So it was a story that a prophet of God caged a group of people on this earth in between two mountains, and according to all the Abrahamic religions, those people are still in this earth and they'll come out one day. So I used to wonder, why can't we see those mountains with satellites?
Well, yeah. Maybe the earth isn't what we've been told, Jason. And this is why people are investigating this. Like, I know what you were saying earlier about why can't we approach academia, But there's problems with that because academia will not take any of this information seriously, not even to look at it. The mention of flat Earth, it turns everything off in their brain as if we're speaking something very silly and not serious. So it's hard to have a conversation.
Can I add one thing? Like, when I was new to this concept, even though I don't believe it right now, but I do respect your opinion. I'll research on it more. But when I was new to this concept, when somebody told me Earth was flat, so do you know why I thought it's stupid? Because I thought what would be on the other side of the flat disk. This is one of them. Or I used to wonder the corners. How would the corners be if let's suppose Earth is a flat disk? How would the shift in the curvature of the corner? So there must be a curvature at the corner, or there could be rectangle like 90-degree perpendicular. Let's assume we have a cuboid.
Hey, let me tell you a little story real quick, man. So I told my friend, my very good friend that I know in real life, here where I live. I told him the moment, like 10 years ago, I told him about flat Earth. I was like, dude, the Earth is flat. And I sent him an image of the AE map because that's when I first started to learn about this. I don't think that way now, but I sent it to him. And the first thing that he sent me back in a response, he circled on the edge.
Image? Huh? What was that image?
The AE map, azimuthal equidistant projection.
I'll see that. I don't know about that map.
You just map. The azimuthal equidistant projection map. So AE.
Okay,
I sent him.
I
sent him this right as an image, and he circled the edge of it, and he says, and he put it in like a, like when you write with a, like the marker app, he put it on a marker on it. He pointed an arrow at the end, and he said, "Where's the edge?" That's the first thing he told me when I sent him that image. Where's the edge?
Yeah,
that was his first question to me.
Like, if we,
where
is Antarctica, or otherwise where is Greenland? If we put Antarctica in between.
Well, okay. So what I'm saying is that the first response that people usually get is a reaction to like, well, how is it that you say the Earth is flat if we know the Earth has the way that it looks on with the maps and all that? So the first thing that a mind goes to when you talk, like you said, your friends, you make this question to your friends, they're going to be looking at you like, do you have a map or something I can look at? So that's the first thing that when people want to learn, they want to see something visual. They want you to present to them something they can see, because that's what the globe Earth offers them something they can look at. They can look at a globe. You get it? That's why they have that idea.
I do respect your opinions on this, and we should. The very opinion that I respect of you all is that we should verify everything that we are told. Okay, can I ask you one last question? I'll leave and I'll give others chance.
Okay.
How do you know that if we measure distance of Antarctica? I'm just saying Antarctica again and again because we can also say Greenland, but Antarctica. Do you know? We can go from do you know that distance from South Africa to Antarctica, South America to Antarctica, from Australia to Antarctica, they are quite similar, right? So Antarctica is reachable from all of these three places that are quite far away from with a very similar distance, right?
Yeah, you need to.
You understand what I'm saying? I'll rephrase
I know what you mean. I know what you mean, but okay. So when you do your research on this is important, right? Because you're bringing it up as your last question. It's important when you make your research on this. Research the flights that actually travel there, or if it's travels restricted based on safety regulations. You need to look into this because it's so important that because you're asking this last question. You need to make your research on this. You have to. When you come back next time, hopefully, you will make your research on this and find out what flights actually travel this way, and you can then approach us with information that we can talk about. How about that?
There had been one flight recently that was from South America to Antarctica by a young lad. He was flying his Cessna 172, and he was actually arrested when he landed in Antarctica. So one flight is there that proves we can go from South America, from Argentina to Antarctica. I find two more flights, one from South Africa to Antarctica and one from Australia to Antarctica, and see how much distance they have covered. If that distance is quite similar, then that means Antarctica is in middle of all of these things, because uh, Africa,
Well, yeah,
Australia,
I mean,
South America are quite
let's
far
just
away. But when
let's
we
just get the facts. Jason, get the facts down and submit it in the text chat. When you get your facts, put it in the text chat, and we'll review it. We're not above reviewing your information to see if what you've collected is something we can make sense out of. But you have to first collect all of this information and then submit it in the text channel, and we will review it, no doubt.
Okay. Sure. Thanks a lot, mate.
Yeah, appreciate it, man.
Okay.
Just quickly as well, I don't think there are any flights from Australia to Antarctica. Just wanted to throw that in there. I have looked into this before, and I've never been from Australia. I've never heard about flights from New Zealand to Antarctica or from Australia to Antarctica.
So if he does present something, then we'll review it. We'll look into it.
Yeah. I think you have to go. You have to fly from Australia to Chile, and then you can go to Antarctica.
Oh, DJ just left. You just popped out, DJ. You still there?
Yeah, just hit the disconnect button randomly. I don't know why.
Jeez. All right. Well, thanks, Jason, for your time. We're going to move on to any other speaker for you guys.
Yeah, sure.
If you guys want to come in with your questions and what's up to the panel, thanks for letting Jason kind of review some information. He's changed his demeanor from the first day he's came in here, so hopefully people give him the benefit of the doubt and kind of let off the gas a little, because he learned a lot from his interactions with us. So that's at least a big accomplishment, I think. A lot of people don't get to this stage of realization, so most people just flame out. We never see him again. So it's important, right? This next step that he's taking, the journey of like research and discovery. I mean, that's what we're trying to do, right? Like, that's the heart of our aim, is to give people enough information to challenge their worldview that they could actually come back and, agree or see our viewpoint. Be like, hey, you guys were not just whistling Dixie, man. You guys are really saying something here. That's a turn of phrase I like. I heard Indio use it, so I'm using it now. Oh yeah, I mean, we got Indio in here, DJ, myself. Got a few people that can take your questions. Professor Triangle's in here too. Reg Joe.
What's the topic of discussion?
Midnight Glober. Topic is evidence of the Earth being a globe. We're in English Hub channel, so our English Hub Discord. We want to at least put some information out for people to investigate. So if the Earth, in some way that you in your research was thought to be as a globe, we can expose that. Whether you're a globe head or you're a flat earther, doesn't matter.
I'm just wondering what the last guy was asking about. He's
basically on a journey right now, and at first he was coming in pretty hot and heavy with the trolling vibes, and everybody kind of was, we're all against the trolls, but he started to change his mind, at least to give it a chance to make some, real legitimate questions and try to figure things out. So he was talking about certain like aspects of presenting flat Earth to someone. If you're really going to change your mind and the way that you think about the Earth, like how could you present it to like friends or family, or if somebody asks you questions, what would be your response? That sort of stuff. And I don't have we spoken before midnight? I don't. You look some like familiar, but
Probably.
do you sit on the side of globe or flat Earth?
I mean, I guess I don't really sit on one side, technically. I guess more the globe, but I'm very open-minded and interested in the flat Earth position.
Well, that is good. That is good. You're interested. What would be the strongest point in your mind that would keep you to thinking that the Earth is a globe? Because there's something that does challenge everybody. And I've heard of this. I'll give you an idea. I've heard of people saying that the reason why they can't contemplate flat Earth is because they think space is a reality, the vacuum space. You know, like where they think we exist in. It's too big of a logical leap to imagine the Earth as a flat Earth with all these round planets. Do you get what I mean? I'll give kind of an example as to what keeps people from actually thinking about this. So, I don't know where you're at with it, but you might think that satellites are the reason why you can't think about the Earth as a horizontal plane, but I don't know why. So what would be your hinge or your hang up? Your hinge. What's your hang up for the globe?
Honestly, it's really like not that complicated. It's more just like because I was taught that, you know, like the globe is like the hive mind position of the world. So like that's how I just kind of accepted that conclusion.
You know what's real strange? You know what's real strange, Midnight, is that it's not the default position, even though it seems that way. It's not the default position because let's say you never told a child that they're on a spinning globe, they would never know that. Their perception of the Earth growing up is not one of being on a globe. So the default is actually flat Earth, to be honest. It just seems like it's globe because we were inundated with this information at a very young age. It just feels that way.
So. Yeah.
Yeah, default is a flat Earth. But yeah, I mean, appreciate you giving us the time of day for this, and you know, listening to the interactions is another part of like maybe you want to ask the question that somebody's saying, and we're going through it with them. So we do have other people in here. If you guys want to chime in here, see, we got Volume at 100%. Welcome, Volume. You want to say hello to the chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're discussing the topic of the nature of our Earth. What do you think our Earth is?
The Earth is. What should I say?
Whatever it is you think the Earth is.
The Earth is a planet, and people living here.
Okay. What evidence do you have to rely on, Volume, that the Earth is a planet?
I'm not very good at speaking English, so sometimes I won't understand what you say.
Doing a pretty good job so far. So why do you think it's a globe, man?
The globe. What is the globe?
The planet.
Planet.
Yeah, why do you think the Earth is a planet?
Planet is is orbit. And the sun is a circle, and around the sun, so it's a planet.
Yeah, there might be a language barrier here, Volume. I think there might be a language barrier. So perhaps if you have some more English, perhaps if you make some more English classes that you can or go attend more English classes, you'll be able to have a conversation in here. That's not a problem. We'll wait for later.
Can I ask something, Levi?
Yeah. I'm gonna let Volume. Okay, Volume. Maybe when your English is better, we can have a conversation with you. Is that okay?
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Can you put yourself on mute because we got some background noise coming.
Levi?
Thank you. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Is my English good that you can understand? Is my English
for the most part? For the most part, you're more like intermediate to advanced. I'm saying.
Okay, so you were able to understand what I was trying to articulate.
Yeah, we discussed many things, and in the process of that, the conversation was, didn't really have trouble listening through your accent, so it wasn't a problem. Your English is good. It's not a problem.
Okay, if somebody else is not speaking, how can I ask how flat Earth has comprehend sun rotation and stars rotating through night and day and night?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do you comprehend them? Because as I've sent in the chat, I've sent a message in the chat that current globe perspective that we are told, it kind of perfectly fits this all, like how we comprehend stars moving, Earth rotating, so we feel like stars moving. Earth is rotating, so we feel like sun is coming from like sun is setting
East
and
going to the west. Yeah.
Yeah. And
I have an answer for you.
Mm.
So the answer would be that it has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe, but in fact, it looks like the stars are like a dome above us, like a dome. So if you ever been to a place that looks like where you can see all the stars, like from horizon to horizon, it looks like there's a big dome of stars above us, and this is considerably known as the celestial sphere. Now, celestial sphere is just an observation from a vantage point of you, right? So it has a specific orientation that's locked into your perspective. So they say that the celestial sphere can be thought of as being centered on the Earth or the observer. And in this case, we're saying it's completely centered on the observer. Every time you look up at the night sky, everything that you see is at an angle from your viewing distance, specifically from your vantage point. So you can look up the word celestial sphere, the words, and you could see in Wikipedia what it means. And it's following along with what I'm telling you. So
I have another question.
Well, I wasn't finished yet, but
sorry.
I mean, if you want, did you want to finish? Did you want to ask you? I mean, if you got more,
to add up in this same. I just wanted to add up in this same concept of stars. Do you know that if I'm in Pakistan, I can see certain stars, and after 8 hours, if you are in America, you can. Oh, sorry, after 10 hours, if you are in America, you can see the same stars. Okay, and you can like if you lie, if you sit in the night sky, you can literally see stars moving, right?
Yeah.
So
yes.
If the Earth is flat, shall we not all be able to see all the stars in a fixed place, and they should also be like not moving? We can clearly see them moving with our naked eye.
Yes, but no to the first answer, to the first question. All right, so can you do me a favor, Jason?
Yeah.
Can you look up celestial sphere right now?
I'll do.
I think this is going to cover a lot of what you're talking about.
Celestial
sphere
cover. Okay, so fair.
I'd say preferably go to the Wikipedia on it.
Okay. Celestial sphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It seems like celestial sphere is a globe.
Well, it seems that way, but I don't know. Can you read a little bit of what it says? I want you to read like the introduction.
Okay, it's loading. I'll write it. Wait. I'm not sure why Wikipedia is not loading. Okay, I'll just read from the preface that I get on Google. It's not loading, so I'll just read what I see on Google.
Right.
The Wikipedia summary. In astronomy and navigation, the celestial sphere is an abstract sphere that has an arbitrarily large radius and it's concentric to Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Just that. I can't open. I can open some other link.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Wikipedia actually. I think that's the one.
I'll open it from Wikipedia. I'm not sure why it's not working. I'll try using a different browser.
Are you behind a VPN maybe or something?
Let me see. No, I'm not using a VPN. Let's just I guess I have to. There's some glitch in my phone right now. Okay, I'll as we discussed earlier, I'll research rather than asking questions.
Yeah, this one here is important.
Okay,
it's paramount actually. It's and I say that because a lot of people refer to things in the sky, and they assume a lot of things about what the ground is. So this is like it is one of the biggest points that you'll come across. So
yeah, I'll open my browser again and try to see if it's working.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it got opened. Okay. I'll read the introduction paragraph. Okay.
Excellent.
In astronomy and navigation, the celestial sphere is an abstract sphere that has an arbitrarily large radius. Okay, and it is concentric to Earth. All objects in the sky can be conceived as being projected upon the inner surface of the celestial sphere, which may be centered on Earth or the observer. If centered on the observer, half of the sphere would resemble a hemispherical screen over the observing location. The celestial sphere is a conceptual tool used in spherical astronomy to specify the position of an object in the sky without considering its linear distance from the observer. The celestial equator divides the celestial sphere into northern and southern hemispheres. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay,
I'll share the image.
Let's look. Do we have one more thing? Can we pull up history? Does it have the history tab on the side? That's why I wanted Wikipedia.
Yeah, it does have history. Okay, Greek history on celestial spheres. We have two tabs of history. One is history, and the other is Greek history on celestial spheres. Which one should I open?
I really want to go to the first time that was mentioned in history. I think it was by the Chaldeans. It might agree that it was by the Chaldeans or the Babylonians, but I think it was Chaldeans.
It says initially from the Greek astronomers such as Aristotle, he composed a set of principles called Aristotelian physics.
Astrolabe?
Yeah, Aristotelian. Aristotelian, yeah. Okay, I'll research about this.
I'm trying to.
Yeah.
This is the first place in history where they actually where they came up with this. So, like I said,
I can search on ChatGPT who proposed
the first people to propose the celestial sphere. Yeah,
the first people to propose celestial spheres in the history. Okay. According to ChatGPT, the first people in recorded history to propose the idea of celestial spheres were the ancient Greek philosophers, especially the early Pythagoreans, followed by a more detailed models from others. Okay.
Yeah, I really want to go with Wikipedia. Sorry, Wikipedia has a more in-depth, because more people are contributing to it. So I know that's the answer that Google's giving you, but the reason why I'm referring to it because it's more ancient. There's anyway
on Wikipedia it says that there are two names like Pythagorean and
I'll look it up.
and there's another guy Aristarchus of Samos. Aristarchus of Samos.
Description.
Let me see.
Greek on celestial spheres. Oh, let me see. History. Fifth century BC by Anaxagoras. Let's see. 1686. Oh. Give me a second. There it is. Okay, let me see here. The Chaldeans or Babylonian astronomers developed an advanced understanding of the cosmos that included concepts foundationally to the celestial sphere model. They meticulously observed the stars, planets, and moon, which led to creating star maps and systems for predicting celestial events like eclipses. These Chaldean observations were later inherited by Hellenistic astronomy and formed the basis for geometric models of the celestial sphere that were used for centuries to describe and predict the positions of celestial bodies. It talks about the Chaldeans, their contributions to celestial models, systematic observation. The Chaldeans were among the first to record celestial phenomena systematically, documenting planetary positions and eclipses over long periods. Zodiac and ecliptic. They developed the zodiac and a band of constellations along the ecliptic, the sun's apparent path, which became the fundamental concept in celestial mapping for both astrology and astronomy. Prediction of events. Using the data, they developed systems to predict the movements of celestial bodies and events like eclipses, including the Saros cycle for eclipse prediction. Mathematical and astronomical knowledge. They used a sexagesimal base 60 system and divided the sky into 12 zodiac signs, which was a significant step in organizing the celestial sphere. Legacy and evolution of the celestial sphere concept. Inherited by Hellenistic astronomy, the Chaldean system of the celestial mapping was inherited by Greek astronomers and became part of the Hellenistic tradition. Foundation for later models. This knowledge was crucial for later developments, including the geocentric models of Eudoxius and Ptolemy, who used the idea of concentric spheres to explain planetary motion. Continuing use. Although the idea of physical rotating spheres was eventually discarded, the celestial sphere remains a useful model for describing the positions of celestial objects using coordinates like declination, and right ascension. When you type into Google, type in celestial sphere by the Chaldeans. Here, I'll put that in the. Give me a second. Here, hold on. Let me copy this and I'll put it in the text chat, and then you can. This is the prompt that you should give Google whenever. Put that prompt in there, and then you'll. There's a lot more information about it. This is more like just the topical stuff that I just gave you.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I'll read it. Should I read it now?
What's that again?
Should I read it now?
No, I mean you can, but no, I just read to you what.
Okay, so I'll read it later. So I've understood what is celestial sphere. So could you please let's get back and could you tell me how do you comprehend that star movement using celestial sphere? Like if we all know that in southern hemisphere, southern countries like South Africa, Australia, and Argentina, they all see the exact same southern stars rotating around a single point, right?
They don't. They don't see all this. Hold on. They don't see all the same stars. They see some stars that are similar. That would be true. That's a true statement.
Yeah, but they are like, but these continents are thousands of kilometers apart.
Well. Hold on a second. Hold on. I think what's happening here is that there's some sort of map projection in your head that you're trying to portray using this system.
Yeah.
This is what's okay. So the reason I stopped you is because I want you to identify that you do have a map projection in your head that you say this cannot work and one that can work. So two things are colliding right now with the information that you have.
Like a map in my mind.
Yeah, most people do. Most people do because it seems like they want to make sense out of, well, how do we have one continent seeing stars and another continent seeing almost the same stars? Like, how is it possible that they're so far apart? But in that question, you're idealizing a map projection. You're probably not doing it on purpose, but you're still thinking, okay, I got this continent over here, I got this other one over here, and in between there's a long distance, and then they're both seeing almost similar stars. How is that possible on a flat Earth? But what I'm trying to tell you right now is that you're missing information. The gaps of knowledge that you don't have are where the land masses are in relation to the other one. What's the orientation? How are they facing? What are they? So this information is not filled. It's only given to you by way of a map projection. That's how it's filling that gap. The gap that's getting filled right now is a map projection that you're perceiving could be the case. Like in this particular respect, the globe. So you're trying to identify that two people could be seeing these stars based on a globe. So it's already projecting a sphere in your head without even you being able to know if you have a sphere that you can measure or test.
I'm just trying to create a flat Earth map in my mind.
Or that too. Either one. It's one way or the other. You're trying to project some sort of way that we could be seeing this on a flat Earth, or it can only happen on a globe. Either one. Like there's issues because it's not talking about a specific flat Earth map. It's just talking about observations, right? So you are correct, right? People do see certain stars in one continent, and when you go to another one, they see these almost same stars in the night sky. That is true. There's nothing wrong with that. The implications, however, are that we're trying to figure out what a map can look like that would represent these observations. That's the issue.
Okay,
do you find what I'm...
Yeah, I do understand it.
Okay.
You're trying to say that I need not to construct maps in my mind, I guess. That is what you're trying to say.
Based on observations, we can say these things are true. Because an observation is just something that you can see that's happening, the stars moving in a particular geographic location. That's fine. Nobody's disagreeing with this point. Everybody sees these things. The problem is, okay, and if I can put it this way, which direction is one person looking at to the other person? Like, are we side by side? Are we standing back to back? Are we both fronts facing? Like, you know what I mean? We don't know the exact orientation. That's the problem.
So yesterday or day before yesterday, a person sent in. I guess it was you or somebody who sent me a video of a person zooming in windmills that were 12 miles away, and he was able to see the bottom of the windmills, which he should not have been, which should be hidden if they, according to the curvature of the Earth. So, as a flat earther, why don't like why do we always emphasize that Earth is not a globe rather than actually agreeing that Earth radius might not be correct, but it could be a globe? Why
I know
do
what you
we
mean.
always emphasize on flat Earth? See, we do agree that
Right.
that person was not able. That person was not supposed to see the bottom of the windmills. That could suggest that Earth's radius is not what we are told. But why?
It could be bigger.
Yeah, it could be bigger, and I'm totally open to it. It might be bigger, way bigger. But what's the sole reason that flat earthers say? Why? What makes them believe Earth is a flat disk? The known world is a
not
flat
disk. Yeah, not disk. That's a triggering word in here. When you say that why flat earthers are saying it's a flat disk, that disk shape is a triggering word. People are going to jump all over you and say we're not talking about a disk. No one in here is claiming that the Earth is a disk.
I apologize.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But the reason why I'm telling you is because that's a triggering word. So, what you're saying is, why are we saying it's like we're just saying it's already flat? It can't be a bigger ball. For all intents, for all intents and purposes, what you're doing right now is trying to see if there's any curvature whatsoever, like any measurable curvature that you can say, I measured such and such curve over, 12 miles away or whatever it is the windmills are. Because curvature is something that would be measurable in the case of the Earth being a globe. In the case of the Earth being a globe, it would be measurable. Do you agree with me on that, Jason? It's if the Earth not if it's a bigger ball. I'm saying if it was the size that they're saying it is. The size of the Earth being a globe with a radius of 3959, the circumference of 24,901 miles, this globe could be measured by a person. Not the idea that the Earth is a bigger globe and that can't be measured because we're too big of a ball, so we couldn't measure that big ball.
Maybe
it's just like we're on
measured by ships and planes.
Well, let's just investigate that, right? So you're saying it could be measured by planes or boats? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, ships.
Okay. In what way?
Like, starting from one point and going all around the world and coming back to that same point and then seeing how much you have traveled actually.
Okay, so if I travel the distance, whatever miles that you say you're supposed to go around and come back to that same place, what information in my travel will I gather that leads me to the knowledge that the Earth was curved in my travel?
We are able to come back and we are traveling in a straight line. Okay, we are traveling in a straight line.
No, that's not true. Hold on, Jason. That's not true. That's not true. Okay, this straight line navigation is a false premise. Do you want me to tell you why? Because when you imagine going in a straight line, how can you navigate a vast distance without referencing some sort of navigational tool? You travel a vast distance. So when you travel a vast distance, you're referencing a navigational tool or some sort of information input. Information input could be like a ground tower telling you as a pilot where to go as far as flight corridors go. They're telling you where to navigate to. That's an information input.
VFR or IFR, both instrumental flight plan or visual flight plan.
Yeah, visual flight plan is not the navigation per se. Like if the flight plan is done over a map projection.
What about IFR?
What about IFR? No, well, hold on a second. Well, we're jumping from thing to thing. So I want you to understand before you go into your IFR. If you're looking at a ship traveling over the surface of water and doing circumnavigation, what I'm asking for is not unreasonable. I'm asking for what information did the person in that boat gather that they know that they're traveling over a curved surface? What information is this? You say traveling in a straight line, that's not helping us understand because you don't know if they're traveling in a straight line or not. So right now, if you don't know if they're traveling in a straight line, what other information can they gather from point A all the way back to point A that's going to show that they're traveling over a curved surface?
Okay, let's suppose we plan 360 journeys. Okay, I'll just give you an example. And
what did you say the last one? Plan what?
Let's suppose we plan 360 journeys. Okay, from Pakistan to Pakistan, but 360
Pakistan.
but like by going all around the world, but in 360, like 360 different journeys. In first journey, we move around the equator. In second journey, we change the angle a little bit and come back to Pakistan, like going into the east with 1 degree more up and coming back to Pakistan. And if we do it 360 times, changing the angle of our flight 360 times, all the times we'll come back again to Pakistan.
Okay, there seems to be an issue right now.
Yeah,
the straight line travel method is the issue. The straight line travel method is the issue. It's the problem in your question.
Okay, so
straight line travel method is not something that anyone has ever done. Nobody travels in a straight line, Jason. Not a single soul on this earth. That is not possible to know that you're going in a straight line. Straight line travel is a myth. It's a myth. And it's only used to have people believe they live on a globe doing a great circle route. It's a myth. Now, let me put it to you this way. If it's something that's proven, you can show me how straight line travel actually works without using a map projection like a globe. Let's say, for instance, this, right? I'll give you an example. You give a ship captain a way to go from point A back to point A, not using a map projection, like not a world map. If you don't give him a world map, then what is he going to use to travel?
Compass, bearings.
Okay. What does the compass rely on? What is it referencing?
Magnetic field. Earth's magnetic
That's
field.
correct. That's correct. Are they perfect straight lines? Look them up right now. Like, well, hold on a second. I want you to type in magnetic field lines. We're at a very crucial point right now at your understanding of straight line travel.
Let me see.
Magnetic field lines. You can type that in.
I'll write Earth magnetic field lines or only.
I mean, I think you can just type in Earth magnetic field lines. You'll have the answer right away.
Yeah, they are like converging on a single point.
Well, I mean, it just depends where you're starting from, man. I mean, you said Pakistan, right?
No, but the magnetic field converges on one pole and on two poles. So
what are you looking at? Can you post an image? You mind?
Yeah, I'll share an image of first a magnet. I'll share a magnetic field line and then I'll share Earth's magnetic field lines. Okay. Okay, I'll share this image. There's a person trolling me, I guess. Okay, I've shared a picture and we'll just debug it.
No, that's not it. That's not it.
Okay.
No. Let me see. Here, let me help you out. Give me a second. Let's see. Give me a second. I think this is the one. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if I'll be able to blow this one up.
Yeah,
Obviously, it'd be is a bit closer to what I'm talking about. Here, this is the one that I wanted to show you. It's about like that, but here, I don't know if I can get this image up. Oh, yes, I can. Give me a second. Save image.
But if Earth was flat, it could be it was possible to travel in a straight line. Yes or no?
No. Here, I'll post this. Look at this.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
No, you could see where you are on that map projection, but like I'd say too, the map projection doesn't equal the land. So even these magnetic field lines would be even more distorted because we don't even know the orientations exactly. Like all the continents in relation to one another. So let's put it this way, right? We're referencing the compass to travel. That much we know. Straight line travel is a myth. Because the compass is following magnetic field lines, as you also understand.
Yeah.
That seems to be an issue, isn't it? If the compass is following the magnetic field lines?
Yeah, if magnetic field is changing, then
that's right.
I get what you're trying to say.
Right. So there is, however, a way to know the travel based on using the compass, but it's not like as dependable as you might have thought it was for a straight line travel. So the straight line travel is a myth. That's not possible. Now, even if you take the idea that magnetic field lines still affect the Earth in every way, if you think about the Earth as a flat Earth, it's going to affect that too. So straight line travel would not be possible on a flat Earth either. Like the way you might be thinking,
But currently we believe that there's nothing okay, yeah, I agree. I get what you're trying to say. So what? Even if we don't account straight line travel, and if we are using the straight line just to be precise for the experiment, even if we have some errors, the fact that I'm going from Pakistan to
back to Pakistan,
to Russia. I'm going from Pakistan to Russia, to Antarctica, to in Russia to Greenland, and coming back to North America, South America, Antarctica, and again to Pakistan, and doing this 360 times from different countries and coming to the same point. Doesn't that tell us that we do have a shape of our globe?
No, well, not just globe, but the actual continents or where the orientation is. We don't even have that. And it's even worse than thinking that the Earth is a globe. It's like continent orientation. Where the continents are. Okay, let me. A way to illustrate this is the problem with cartography. The problem with cartography is that it's not, and for lack of better words, I'm going to say it's not an exact science. Okay, they're not able to detail within all the maps that they've proposed to us or everyone in here that there's a way to think about the Earth in a specific way, like the gold standard, right? There's no gold standard that's available to you and me to say this is what the Earth looks like. And I'll give you the great example. Do you know how many map projections there are? That's my question to you right now.
No.
All right. So can you, for the sake of us discussing it, can you type in how many map projections are there of Earth? and type that into Google right now. These are crucial elements for your research when you start moving forward. And
there's an infinite number of map projections according to Google.
Yes,
but they can be categorized into three main categories: cylindrical, conical, and azimuthal.
Yep.
Planar. Yeah. So these classes are defined by the shape of the projection surface used to project the Earth's globe onto a flat surface. So these maps are like basically trying to make it easy for us to understand, like so that we can comprehend it on a flat surface.
Yeah, according to the way that they're saying this explanation, right? What you're reading.
Yeah.
This is according to what they're saying.
Yeah, I can share the screenshot if you want.
No, I've seen it, but I know what you mean, because this is the reason why I want you to look this up. So it's not okay. The world right now that you're understanding is a lot more difficult to realize that it's one specific thing. Can you at least respect that? Like, it's not as easy. It's not as straight as you thought it was to like say, oh, it's just this thing and that's what it is. It's look at the problem they've had with cartography. It's an issue.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but if you see all these maps, all the like majority of these maps, they come to a consensus of the orientation of the continents, don't they?
That's the other thing. Who actually? Well, I'd say, what council was it that actually came up with the standard for what we're going to use? And I'll say the standard because if you go to Google Earth, and you pull that up, the Google Earth is using a specific map projection. This is knowledge for you. So if you're in oh, you were shown this already?
Yeah. No, I know Google Earth uses a map projection. That is, I don't know that name, but I do know that is just converting, trying to convert a global into, and they also acknowledge that it's
But what I'm saying is the name of that map.
I'll see that.
Well, that's what the important thing I want is for you to have as much information available in your hands right now.
Okay,
to understand.
That map is, I guess, Lambert cylindrical, maybe.
Yeah.
Or there's another caution. I'll share all the ones in the chat.
There's another one. It's the Webb Mercator projection. It's a cylinder map. Yes.
Yeah. I can see that.
Yes.
So, what are you trying to like? What point are you trying to make?
Yeah. Where was the origin of how the cylinder map was made? The origin.
Okay.
You listen, man. One thing leads to the other. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're doing research live. This is something you should have like looked at. What's that?
And you can see in the chat, I've shared all the maps.
That's correct. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Well, let's see. Let me look it up. Let me blow it up. Okay. Okay. Can I just say something? Look at the orientation of the continents on each one of those.
But are they that like the structure is quite same? What do you mean by orientation? I can't get you.
Okay, so like I'll give you an example. Look at the Lambert CC at the the top right one.
Lambert CC.
Look at South America, and then look at the orientation it is to Africa. Now, take for example that one against the McBridle S3.
McBridle is from South Africa in Lambert, and in McBride, Argentina and Africa are not that far.
Yeah. You see what I'm talking about? Okay, now, there's still variants from other ones. There's more than this, by the way. This is just a few.
Yeah. Like if you see in Lambert, Argentina is quite far from Cape Town, South Africa.
Yes. Now you. Yes, dude. Like now you're seeing past the problem.
No, but
you can see why when. Yeah, go ahead.
The creators of these maps do acknowledge that these are not the actual representation, and just to
Exactly.
yeah. So they do
But
acknowledge that.
I know this is the important part for you. So is there anybody that says this is the one that's real and not that we're just saying that it's not?
Okay, so the world has come to a point, like the world agrees that we can't project a sphere on a plane
Okay.
sheet. Right?
Yes.
We can't project a sphere on a rectangle. We have to stretch some parts of that fabric we have to put it on a.
You don't have a ball. You don't have a ball that you're
Yep.
stretching this on the flat with.
Yep.
Hmm?
That's the next thing I was going to say. You don't have the sphere in the first place. They're trying to
this is
stretch.
what they say.
Oh, you're reading something.
No, this is what world thinks. I'm not saying I.
No, that's fine. Listen, the world can think whatever it wants to. What we need is verification that you're getting a sphere.
Hmm. Uh, uh, like
That's
what
the
I'm trying
problem.
to say is that, like, I'm not sure if you have got, like, if you understood me. I'm just trying to say that the creator of this map representation also do acknowledge the fact that uh, these map representations are not quite perfect, and the reason that they give is that a sphere can't be 100% accurately can't be placed on a
Yeah, I know what
flat.
I know what they're saying, Jason. I know what they're saying, but they do not have. They listen, brother. They do not have a sphere in the first place. They're telling you
They
this.
have
It's
they
like
have imagined a sphere, like
yes,
they have, like, first okay, so when I have to create a map, first I have to imagine how a map is. So they imagined the map, the continents, okay, though they actually, and then they imagined how the shape of the earth. They might have, okay, so they have their evidences, and they then suggested the earth is a globe, and to make a map so that it could be printed on paper, they gave different representations.
yeah, but why would they have to imagine it as a sphere?
According to them, they have evidences that
Oh
suggest
yeah,
Earth is
post that evidence that it's a sphere and then we'll understand. But what they did was measure it flat, put it on a flat map, and rolled it up and put it in their drawer.
Could you say that again?
Yeah, so when they originally mapped it, they just made a map of their local area, and that was it. Hung it on the wall, and they knew where everybody was at. Right? That's how they did original maps. They had nothing to do with the ball.
Yeah, a flat map.
Yep, they're always flat because water's always flat, so you got to assume you can just make a flat map and it's right. Not a globe, so you'd have no reason to wrap it on a ball.
But wouldn't be a flat map infinite?
No, there you go with the infinite, dude. It's not. We said only the known territory. We don't have the.
You're gonna go in a circle if you try to figure it out. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
No matter what you try in your whole life, you're gonna go in a circle no matter what.
No, like, even if let's suppose we have two parts, known part and the unknown part. So where does the unknown part end?
Nobody knows because it's unknown.
Yeah, and if you can't map it, if you can't figure out where you're at because you don't have any way to navigate, you're just going to get lost. You won't be able to come back anyway and tell people, yeah, this stuff's over here. So it really doesn't matter at this point.
Okay, I'll do my research and come again. It's I'll read things that DJ sent me and all those experiments that you people have done. One thing, do you believe that Voyager 1 image that NASA released was original? Like, was it, according to you, was it a fake image? Like, there's a satellite uh, named as Voyager 1, which captured the photo famously called the pale blue dot. Okay. on February 14, 1990. Okay, so this spacecraft was over like 6 billion kilometers away from Earth. The photos at least the photo suggests that Earth is a sphere. I'll share this photo in the chat.
Yeah, no, that's fake. Don't worry about it.
So kind of
Okay,
have the pale blue dot.
Yeah. So why do you think like NASA is hiding this all from us? That is my next question.
So people that want to hear about Voyager, what it's doing, they got something to look at, and they can pay money to read the newspaper or the magazine or whatever back then in order to watch television shows about it and sell advertising. That's why they did that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna step out for a little bit. So it was good talking to you for a while, Jason. So hopefully you continue your journey, man.
Yeah, I'll just give some other people chance. I'll do my research. Until now, I'm like I'll try to bring the evidences of the flights that I told you. Maybe tomorrow, and then we can do further discussion.
guys, I'm back. Son of a bitch, she's
Just posted up some gold nuggets from Rob Utah and Silver if anybody wants to take a look.
Hey, people.
Welcome.
stars, the sun, the moon. Clouds, the sky. That's what it's made of. How do you like that?
No, I'm asking you, is it something akin to like the Truman Show where he goes up and walks through a door in the sky? Is it made of composite material like that?
He didn't go through a door.
Is my mic working? Is my mic working?
Oh my God.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so the argument is this. This is a necessary and sufficient condition argument, okay? So Y is a necessary condition of X, right? So container is a necessary condition of gas pressure.
I've already granted you. I've already granted you this.
Okay, fine. So we know there's a container. Existence, whether something exists, is a different question than knowing its composition. Right?
I've already told you. I've granted this. I'm asking: is there a way to test the composition of the thing?
Can you answer the question? Well, we don't know the composition.
I'm asking you. Okay, is there a way to test for it? That's what I'm asking. That's all I'm asking.
We don't know that either.
Okay, that's fine. Guys. That's literally all I've been asking for.
One part of it we do. One part.
Jesus Christ!
I told you that already. I don't know. I told you that multiple times.
What?
Gemsy did tell you. We don't know. Nobody knows. We don't even know if that question makes sense.
Are there any? Oh my God! Are there any proposed ideas as to how you might be able to test it, or is it just like it just is what it is? Like there's no way to test it. It just kind of throw our hands up in the air, like fuck it.
Okay, let me ask you this. Can you test where the edge of the universe is?
Well, that assumes there's an edge to the universe, and I didn't think you thought the universe was real, because that includes space.
What do you no, the universe just means everything. That's the definition.
I don't know what that means. Is that everything within my local experience, like the parking lot that I'm looking at? Is that everything?
Yeah, everything is the universe. Universe, all in one. Then the monad, brother. Okay? So, in the modern cosmology, they say that the universe is bounded, even though it's expanding, right? So it has a boundary limited by the amount of time that it's been since the Big Bang. Right?
Okay.
So, where's the edge? That's really the question you're asking. Where's the edge? What's the edge made of? This is stupid, ridiculous nonsense. Okay, so.
Well, no, it's not, because I'm not postulating that the edge of the universe is a physical container. That's a distinction.
Oh, so what's beyond it?
What's causing the vacuum then? If it's not a container,
what is that? Oh my God! I never said anything. You guys are jumping all over the place. We're sticking on one point, right?
Yeah,
gas. I've already agreed to you that gas is expanding in all expanding in all directions, right? Well, you can't stick on one point, asshole.
Yeah,
so
I can't stick on one point. No, listen. We're applying.
You're jumping to the edge of the universe and conflating what you refer to as a container as to the edge of the universe, right? So let's say I don't know. Let's say I don't know what's at the edge of the universe. What does that have to do?
You just want a monologue, bro. That shit ain't happening. It isn't the Maxim show. Now we're gonna have a dialogue and not a monologue. You capiche? You understand? It's gonna be a dialogue, not a monologue.
So is it a dialogue between you and me or three other people?
You didn't even rub me when I was telling you that, dude. It's crazy.
You just went on to go on about something completely irrelevant to what we were talking about.
No, I was trying. Listen, I tried to explain to you what the relevance was, but you just decided to yap. Okay, so let me tell you what the relevance is because you're not getting it. When you say the edge of the universe or the edge of anything, that assumes that it is embedded in a larger space. In mathematics, this is called the embedding space. Okay, right? You understand?
No, I don't. You'll have to explain that.
What embedding
I'm not just going to grant to you everything you're trying to push through.
This is in your own paradigm. You don't even know this?
What are you talking about, my own paradigm?
Guess you're uneducated or something. In your own paradigm, there's something called an embedding space. The geometry for which everything is embedded inside. Things like planets, stars, galaxies, all that. They're embedded inside the universe. Outside the universe, asking that question is nonsensical because it's outside of the embedding space. You can't know what's outside the embedding space, right? You can't even know what the embedding space is unless you're outside of it, right? So asking questions like, what's the boundary? What's it made out of? These questions can't be answered by anybody, ever. And this was proven like nearly 2,000 years ago by Zeno, with Zeno's paradox. So if you say, the universe is bounded, or is it unbounded? How can you prove that? Can you prove it with logic? Can you prove it with mathematics? Can you prove it with geometry? The answer to these questions is no, you can't. Because no matter where you say it is, someone can say, oh, that's shit. They can say, what's beyond that? You can still hear me because my computer just looks like it died.
No, you're good. Still hear you.
Okay, so someone can always, my screen just blacked out for no reason. Someone can always say, what's beyond that, right? And then okay, it's a million miles from there, there's another frickin' container. Okay, what's beyond that? Oh, a million miles from there's another container. And you can just do this forever and ever and ever. The question can't be answered because it leads to an infinite regression fallacy. So when you're asking us, where's the container? What's it made out of? You're asking us, hey, what's the Earth inside? We don't know what the Earth is inside. We don't know if the Earth is inside of anything in that sense, as being embedded inside a larger space. The same way you draw a box, it would be on the piece of paper. Piece of paper would be the embedding space. The box would be the object, right? So you're asking us, where does the Earth end and the paper begin? I don't fucking know. The Earth is the paper. Asking what's outside it is a nonsensical question. But I gotta reboot my computer because this shit ain't working.
So since the gas pressure is defined as being the force exerted on the walls of the container by the gas particles, right? Well, we know that the gas particles are exerting a force on some parts of our immediate physical reality, and that would be the surface below us. So we can tell you something about that, right? If you're interested.
What do you mean by the surface below us? I just didn't understand that part.
Well, the thing that we live on. So we can tell you lots about that because we have direct immediate access to it.
Okay. What you made reference to the pressure of the surface below. So are you talking about the composition of the soil? What are you referring to exactly?
Just stop already.
I know questions are a bitch.
We can tell you that the surface of liquid, which gas, there is an interface between, the liquid and air, right? So gas molecules are colliding with that surface. And when it's what they consider to be at rest, liquid, it's horizontal, right?
Yep, because air pressure is pressing down on it in all directions, straight across.
He took off. No, you see, Maxim's still there.
Air pressure is pushing down on what?
Pushing everywhere in all directions. So if it's if you're walking, there's air under you too.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Air pressure. If you remove air pressure, water won't exist.
Yeah, if you expose liquid to a vacuum, what happens to it?
Okay.
What happens
Mercury too, not just water. Mercury too.
So if you expose gas to a vacuum, right, it fills it, right?
Sure.
Okay, so then if you were to just continuously, if you say, like, okay, Red One's got a vacuum chamber, right?
Right.
And he's going to fill it with air, right? He's just going to allow it to fill with the same air pressure outside. He's going to take the lid off. It's going to fill with air pressure, right? Just the same atmosphere he's breathing, right? Sorry for using.
Right. The gas will disperse, and the air pressure will equalize in the container that's open.
And then he's going to put a container of water inside this vacuum chamber. He's going to put the lid on. Okay, so there's air in there and a container of water.
Sure.
Now he's going to turn on his vacuum pump, and he's going to start removing the air, as much air out of there as he can, right? And what happens to the water in the vacuum chamber?
It evaporates.
Turns to gas and goes in all directions, including leaving the vacuum chamber. I have a vacuum chamber. I know. I do this trick for these people. It made some people never come back. They got so mad at me.
This is supposed to be a critique of the globe Earth idea. Is that correct?
Well, it's a contrast between what you can actually demonstrate, observe, experience, measure, and demonstrate, right? Versus that which you just simply believe and can't demonstrate to be true.
Yeah, it will be a demonstration of what happens in reality, contrary to the globe claim that claims the opposite that happens in reality.
So the biggest pushback, right, is that the idea is supposed to be that given the globe model or their proposed idea for what the composition of the Earth is, shape-wise, is that the water and the gas would just dispel into the vacuum of space, right? That's the problem.
That's not really a geometry claim. That's just a claim that, there's this gaseous pressurized system existing adjacent to an ever-expanding low-pressure vacuum.
Right. The reason
the issue
why
with the globe is the issue about that is that if the gases were in a vacuum, the gases will expand, and then the water that requires a certain pressure to be in the liquid state will also evaporate. But in reality, we have a contained environment. We have gas pressure and liquid water in that environment, contained environment. Which is
we don't have a completely contained environment, right?
We have a dynamic system, and it has to be contained.
Well, gas escapes regardless, right? Like in small amounts, the gas escapes the atmosphere as is proposed.
If you have a container and then you poke a hole in it, you know what happens. Let's say you have a very high pressure, a pressure container, and then you poke it. The pressure it equalizes. It rushes outside of that container violently.
Right.
Yeah. But you don't have that happening within this system. You do have high pressure and low pressure. You have storms and that kind of stuff, right? But within this dynamic system, that you have heat and cold, right? But if the container was open like they claim on the globe, the gases in your lungs will rush out of your lungs violently.
Right, but the model they're proposing is that the container is the atmosphere.
No, the atmosphere is the atmos is the gases. The
Right,
atmosphere is a contradiction of terms.
The gases make up the container. Why is that?
The gases. You're saying that the gases contain the gases. That's a nonsense claim.
Why is that a nonsense claim? If there's thicker
Can you go to the
gas,
store? Can you go to the propane guy and tell him, "Hey, can I get some propane? But I don't need the container. I just want to take the gases because I got gases to contain. That's container." Can you actually do that?
Just fill up this container that's made of gases. Oxygen.
Yeah.
I've got some.
Can you go to the tire?
Yeah, I can explain.
I imagine you drive, right? Can you go to the tire guy and say, "Hey, tire guy, can you put the pressure around the rims of the car? But I don't need the tire because I know, there's gases around, and we don't need the tire to contain the gases."
Right. So if I have a gas, right, that has molecules that don't allow for the other gas to escape, there's your container.
Is that like you made up story? You imagining that?
What's stopping those gases?
It depends on what the composition of those molecules are, right?
Yeah. Do you have a citation for that? What type of gas is that? So we can maybe I don't know, make an invention.
I'm literally just telling you what's trivially true, right? Like if
Maxim. What's
trivially true? Then tell us.
What's stopping?
We need a citation, bro.
Maxim, what's stopping
the gases
those
contain
gases?
Oh my God!
What is stopping those gases from escaping? So the gas that you're using to contain this other gas, what's stopping that gas from escaping?
The effect of gravity. This is like right back to where we began. Like I'm just saying, like that's.
You're saying
that explains
to the propane and you.
Oh my God! This guy again! Jesus Christ!
Oh,
you're cutting out. You're cutting out so bad.
Out.
Yeah, you're robot in there, Jonesy. Is science? Let's go back to the beginning. Is science empirical or is it explanations or models?
Is science empirical or explanations?
Is it based on empirical or is it just a bunch of explanations? Because you're like,
I'm not
gravity
sure.
explains it. Well, you said gravity explains it. Yeah, so what? There's no empirical evidence.
What are you talking about? There's no empirical evidence. The empirical evidence is the effect that it has on the gas.
Okay.
Like this goes exactly back to what we were talking about, right? Like if I conduct the experiment, right, and one of the variables is the effect of gravity on those molecules, and we observe that effect, right?
No, we don't. What are you talking about? No, we don't.
I'm saying, oh my God. What do you mean we don't? We don't observe the effect of...
So I'll tell you the experiment we can do to show that we don't observe that effect. We have a vacuum chamber. We insert gas into the vacuum chamber just a little bit. The gas doesn't settle to the bottom. It distributes evenly throughout the entire chamber until it reaches thermodynamic equilibrium. There's no theory of gravity in the kinetic theory of gases whatsoever.
There's no theory of gravity in the kinetic theory of gases? Is that what you said?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I was...
No little g. There's no little g or big G.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you say...
Isn't the kinetic theory of gases just explaining what gas does if it's not inside of the container?
How would they know?
I'm asking if that's all that it's stating, right? If that's what that independent. What do you mean no? So that's not what it's doing?
It's a model of gas behavior. Okay, I think you're getting confused. Models don't explain things. Models describe things. Describe versus explain. Describe tells you how. Explain tells you why.
All right, give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
How long has this been going on?
Quite a while.
Yeah, well.
T-Dog, you DM me last night. That dude, man. I listened for a second to, what was his fucking name? I don't remember. Damn, what a douche that guy was. You don't understand what Foucault's pendulum does. Why does the pendulum go in a circle?
Right, yeah.
He didn't know. He didn't know, T-Dub. He didn't know it's supposed to be the Earth spinning underneath the pendulum.
No, he didn't. He was totally lost once I started talking about how it remains in a fixed plane while the Earth turns underneath. He was like, huh? What?
Yeah, I think intuitively they think that the rotating Earth imparts some momentum on the pendulum, and that's why it processes. I think that's what they think happens, or what they think the claim is.
If that were true, then toilets would flush the same direction for everybody.
It wasn't him, though. I think, actually, it might have been him. There was someone else. That wasn't the conversation why I DM'd you, though. I can't remember what it was about now. But I was like thinking, we could probably use a bit of your knowledge or something. But yeah, it's all good, man.
So, Indio, the guy that we're talking to, he wanted to know what professors, why don't professors come in here to actually tell us what's going on and this and that. We gave him some names and that's that. I told him bring in somebody, bring them in, see what they do. I said they won't last long. They never do.
Yeah, was there allowed to be 2 flat Earth 24/7 rooms during the server?
I think the rules are different on this server, but on politics, it's not allowed.
Oh, okay.
They tried to create. They wanted to create one over the politics, but they were denied.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what they're coping over here.
Yeah, so that 24/7 Globe Earth room is flat Earth room too. So
the 24/7 Globe Earth channel is the safe space cope for Globies.
Yeah, it's cope. You know, the funny thing is, we are talking over here, and I'm getting pinged in their chat about what I spoke about here.
Yeah, bro, they just talk.
They're having a conversation with me on the other side, like across the street, like.
Bro, it's weird. So it's pretty much the 2 24/7 flat Earth rooms now.
Yeah, it's funny. They're watching from afar, so to say.
Just playing on you, boy.
Yeah.
Why is everybody muted?
Eating lunch right now.
Well, how did that guy get silver if he never talked?
Who?
Andy hold my beer. That's the only way you can get silver. You got to smoke flat earthers live.
Yeah, I never heard him do that once. Even in chill chat, he just spoke about other things. Even when he had new people there, he didn't want to talk about flat Earth at all. I was listening quite often when he was chilling there most of the time. I don't know who gave him that role. Maybe he did it once. I don't know. But if you check his logs, he basically doesn't even talk about flat Earth, to be honest.
Don't worry, I'll nuke it.
Yeah, 99% is just unrelated, just garbage, whatever. You know, you can check it
He's
yourself.
a flat earther, you can earn it back. Shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
I'm India. We're handing out silver. We're only allowed to blame India. He's the boss, so shit rolls uphill too.
No, I'm just pointing out, like, what the hell? Like, I mean, maybe at that time it was different. I don't know. Who knows?
Some people handed the shit out willy-nilly.
How come I haven't received my check yet?
I'd rather still waiting.
It's in the mail, man. It's in the mail.
All right, I'll look for it.
Chicken mail.
It's actually going to be a bill because I'm sending it from China, and there's going to be 124% tariff. So you're going to owe 24% of it back.
Oh. Well, that sucks.
Blame Trump, man. Oh.
And that hasn't affected us. At work, I mean.
Well, what I've noticed is they raise prices on shit that's made in America. Like, they're like, fuck, they're going to raise price on everything else. We might as well do it too.
Yeah, that'll be the game.
I mean, like stuff in the grocery store, like none of that comes like cookie dough. None of that's coming from Mexico, man. Like that's not coming from anywhere else. Like everything in that is from America. There's no reason the price should go up.
Speaking of Indio, your girlfriend is messaging you in the birth room.
You mean the stalker?
Yeah, the stalker's messaging them.
Yeah, man, it's creepy. They're listening from there, pinging us. What's going on?
Oh yeah, hey, just watch us on YouTube.
Did Indio see his his little stalker?
Yeah, he knows about that.
He knows about it. Oh yeah. I posted his back chat.
Yeah. It's just a butthurt child, whatever.
Yeah, I think the dude is mad at Indio and says who.
Yeah.
Look, man, you should see the ban list. How many Indio names are in the ban list over in the other server? I got a regular fan club.
That's why.
I don't think I've ever seen Rich Evans in any debate ever. He's like 0-69 right now.
He's
a bunch of hate boner.
How come when rockets are landing, they don't have to make up for the spin of the Earth when they leave space?
Oh, it's because the air is in lockstep with the Earth. Velcro.
Oh, they're in outer space, and then they're going to come down.
Oh, space is also Velcroed to the Earth.
Oh, so everything revolves around Earth?
Yeah. Yes. I'm trying to make this make sense in my mind. I guess that's what they would say. Yeah, sure.
So, you guys heard the latest horror update. It's really funny you guys are talking about it. It said the universe now rotates every 500 billion years.
Bro, what?
Google it, man.
Which direction?
How did they come to that conclusion? We can't even test one vector. We can't even test.
I think they're saying there's a space-based Coriolis effect, and there's more galaxies spinning in one direction than the other direction. So the universe must be spinning in a direction. I'm dead serious, dude. I'm not even making this shit up.
So is the universe a sphere then?
I don't know. It could be a flat disc.
Oh shit,
dude, that sounds worse than the thing I just made up right now.
Dude, they also say it could be a donut. They literally say that.
Oh.
Is the universe spinning clockwise or counterclockwise?
Inwards.
Yeah.
It's all relative, bro.
What if it's spinning from south to north in a forward to backward mode? What do you call that?
If it's the universe and it's all rotating, wouldn't that be all directions that is moving? Because it's all of it. So all of it will be all directions.
You know what they're going to say? They're going to say it's spinning in all directions, so it looks like it's not even spinning at all.
You'd need an external viewpoint to be able to say the universe to move. Like,
but we're spinning too. Yeah, we're spinning too. So we can't tell. That's how we know it's actually doing all that, because we can't tell because we're spinning too. So those two things mean we can't tell, which is how we can tell.
Does
You know, but I think an ice wall would be more viable than the universe spinning once every 500 billion years.
My daughter just got back from an Alaskan cruise day before yesterday and showed me some pictures. She took a picture of an ice wall. They exist.
Are we waiting for Maxim to come back?
He's probably done.
Yeah, I just want to see the demonstration of gas containing gas.
He's still researching. Putting it all together right now. He's putting it together in a
demonstration
format.
I want to see the demonstration of gravity holding gas away from a vacuum. That's what I want to see.
Right.
Just in case we get a new people listening, people just joining. Earth is measured flat, utilized flat, outer space is fake. If you have any questions during our downtime, more than welcome to ask.
You're going to hurt people's feelings when you say space is fake. Just giving you a warning now.
Oh, I know, dude. Me too, man. It hurt my feelings too.
It's almost like their stomach hurts when you tell them that. They get so angry.
Hey, what's up, Mohammed? Welcome.
Welcome, sir.
Why is everyone so silent? There's so many people here.
Everybody on mute, start talking at the same time for him.
We were waiting for you, man.
Crazy.
Yeah. So, are you new to the topic?
Yeah.
Damn. All right.
Actually,
How new? Like,
completely.
have you heard about the topic at all? Like, just in the media, just people talking shit on the internet?
Yeah, people kind of meme on it, I think. But I like.
What's your favorite meme?
Oh, I haven't seen the memes. I just kind of heard the meme.
You saw a meme that there was memes out there?
I just kind of didn't bother thinking about it or seeing it.
But I know that I don't know anything about it, so like I'm quite agnostic about it. So
Do you know anything about what you already believe?
no,
So you don't know anything.
I don't. Yeah, I'm quite agnostic.
So you don't know anything about the globe or flat Earth, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. So why did you choose to believe the globe and not flat Earth, since you don't know nothing about either? What helped you make the decision? No, like if you don't know nothing about either, right? Then why'd you choose one over the other?
I did not.
So you're not a globe earther?
Yes. Correct.
Okay.
The nothing earther.
Yeah. Cowardly earther.
Maybe it's a sky earther. It's cool.
It's philosophy at this point, so like I have no proof for either.
Be careful, that's wet right there.
Yeah.
No, I was talking.
No, I'm being genuine actually. I don't know. It seems like you think I'm not being genuine.
No shit.
You almost fooled us.
What was that?
You were so close.
What do you mean?
I almost bought it for like never.
Yeah. Until you said I'm being genuine. And then when you knew you weren't being genuine.
That was a giveaway.
This is
Hey, dude, you joined the 24/7 main server? You already a member over there?
server?
Yeah, the 24/7. The main server.
Flutter server?
Yes.
Discord? Yeah, I just saw it as someone profile.
Flat Earth, buddy.
That's the only server I joined.
I know this guy. We've spoken before. He knows lots about it.
I know he does. I remember his face. I remember his voice too. I mean, I'm just playing along with his stupidity.
You joined.
This is good. This is crazy, bro.
You joined.
I have no idea about
You joined that server Saturday, 26. It's been like a few days ago. Why did you join the Flat Earth?
I just saw it on someone's profile, in Crit's profile.
So you've probably been scouring the server, the content of the server, possibly.
Yeah,
Have you looked through it?
I was just listening to the conversations here.
Conversations.
And some people were talking about this Flutter topic. I was chilling here, and I didn't understand anything. I kept listening.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. What do you think about it? Like, what did you hear? Like, that caught your interest?
I have no idea.
You have no idea?
Yeah.
What do you know about?
He knows he has no idea.
Oh.
Because we can like if we know like maybe your expertise or what you're interested in, we can try to talk at your level.
I'm interested in.
This topic can get complicated, so we want to tell you in a way that you understand it, right? Everybody has a different way of learning or understanding things. So, what do you know? What are you into? Sports, video games, porn.
I feel like
maybe the other two.
I feel like anime, bro. I can give this to you in anime terms.
I'd appreciate it. Yes.
Sports.
You know what
the flat Earth in anime? That's crazy.
Do you know what we mean when we say the Earth is flat?
So do I.
Well, there are many types of flat Earths. I think I'm guessing, right?
What?
There are many kinds of flat Earths.
There's only one, dude.
Only one.
There's only one.
Can only be one.
Okay. Interesting. So is it unlimited, or does it have a limit? Is there the void?
Well, I asked I kind of asked you, I left the question open for you to say, okay, what do you mean by flat Earth? But you didn't want to do that. You wanted to go to, yeah.
Okay, do you want me to send a picture of it in chat? How
Well, no,
picture it?
that would be you straw manning our position. Why don't you just ask?
Well, hold on, one second.
It's weird.
So maybe ask him a simple question. Do you know what flat means?
According to the Bebelites, it means impossible.
Oh wait, he deafened himself. What the fuck? What a lie. Come back, Mohammed. Maybe he's gonna look up a YouTube video. What does flat mean?
What does flat mean?
Oh, you said it's a you said it's the same time. Nice one. I'm thinking the same. Oh boy.
Isn't that what you do? Like, you know, if you go into a room and you're new to a topic and you don't actually know what they're talking about, wouldn't you say, what do you mean by flat Earth? Like, what does that mean? And then you invite them to ask that question, and they don't. They never ask the question. I find it weird.
You don't really want to know.
No. Even when you say, why don't you ask us? Still don't ask.
Timbo, I'm going to make your day. What do you mean by flat Earth?
Okay. We live on a flat, horizontal reference plane. So the reference plane is the flat part. We have hills, mountains, valleys. Yeah, everything measured from that reference plane. That is the flat surface that we live on. There you go.
Beautiful.
Pretty simple, yeah?
I don't understand. I'm confused.
Okay, do you know what horizontal is?
Yeah, their brain leaves their body when they come in here. Like any other person could tell them that. You're like, oh, I understand that. But because they have such a bias to flat earthers, their brain just leaves their body. And those words become confusing to them.
Yeah.
PNR's been busy lately, Kembo?
What's up, Timbo? What'd you say? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You're all right.
Fully.
PNR's been busy lately?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, he did his Quartzell did his little magic, and yeah, it been busy lately, which is good.
Yeah, I've been quite busy. I'm busying myself with getting this place up and running, basically in its proper form.
Mate.
A new what? I didn't hear.
A new pet.
A new pet? What do you mean?
Yeah, it's like a
You got
term
the server
we use.
place?
Like it's your new kind of thing that you look after, you know?
Well, I mean, look at this. I mean, this place is nice. I mean, the people is even better than, you know, over at politics, if you're going to compare it like that.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm not saying, like, you know, we're staying here permanently, but, you know, just for the, whatever we go, you know, whatever, you know, the action is, we'll be there. And I think we haven't been treated that good as well over at politics, to be honest, amongst the server ranks, you know, server bots and whatnot, the high ranks. They've been treating us like shit. So it kind of, you know, goes both ways.
You got a problem
What you been up to, Timbo?
Just working, man. Never ends, man.
So I got a quick question. I saw QE post something about 5 days ago, and it looked like a link to some video of Dr. James Tour. And I tried to find QE's channel. Was he debating James Tour, or was he just, do y'all know if he was posting it just so people would watch maybe a debate James Tour was doing against somebody? Anybody have any insight on that?
I mean, you watched the video. What do you mean? You didn't see him?
No, I tried. No. He posted it in the, or maybe he has a bot that kind of posts stuff in the chat.
He was doing a video review of a presentation James Tour gave to Harvard students.
Oh, okay. I think I saw that video. Was he debunking it, or was he kind of agreeing with him? What was? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't watch it, but James Tour is. I don't know. Do you know who he is?
Yeah, I've been kind of following him for a little bit. But
yeah.
Does QE have a YouTube channel? Because I found his channel, but it looked like he hadn't posted anything for like years on the YouTube channel.
No, you have to.
Oh man.
Doesn't he like
everything he does is live. You got to hit the live tab.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't he save his live streams afterwards in the channel? No, I haven't really looked into.
Yeah, well, it is weird that he does still have a YouTube channel. He just doesn't post anything on there. From what it looks like.
No, he does. That's just live, so it goes into the live. Okay.
Oh, I didn't even think about looking in there.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Yeah, different section.
I got a question, Mr. Reale. You said you used to be a flat earther, or used to hang out with flat earther for years, and you said something. You went back to the globe, right? And what was the reason? I forgot, man. It's been a while.
I was constantly and Denmark can, he knows me. I've been around for a while, and I really haven't had any proof that it's a globe. It's just, I don't know, something happened to me, and I just have to be honest. I just don't believe it anymore, and I don't know exactly when it started.
It's all parallel light rays. It's all parallel light.
Oh, that did help, but no, the idea that all of a sudden now I kind of don't believe that the government's like trying to hide all that stuff. I just kind of stopped believing that everybody's lying about everything.
Either do I. Yeah, same here. Guess what? I'm still a flat earther.
Yep.
Yeah, but I'm just being honest with myself, and that I come in here and I'm honest with y'all. I know tomorrow it may be different. You know what I mean? That's why I'm in here. I listen.
Why do you have to believe? Hold on, man. Why do you have to believe the government's lying about everything to be a flat earther?
No, that's just one part of it. I mean, it all started.
No, none of them. Look, no one knows shit, dude. Those dudes don't know anything. They don't. They're just repeating like everybody else, right? Earth's a globe. That's what they heard, and they're just repeating it. They don't know anything.
Well, one of the ideas I had years ago was maybe what they see from space, just because of how light works and how light will hit an atmosphere and create a circle around you in a very especially inside of a room, like a smoke, a room full of like mist or something. It'll create like a circle around you. So I set up a little thing, and I created, well, what if from space, I do this. So I set up this system and I drew this giant map, right? And then I created the light and I set it up. And sure enough, when I got my phone down to the surface of the map and I looked at the horizon, as if I was like, like a really close to the bottom or to the floor, it looked like a complete sphere. When I moved around on the map, it looked like the map was rolling like a ball, and it even had a circle, like edge. You know what I mean?
Isn't that contradictory to why you went back to the globe?
Yeah. It is, but I'm just telling you, I even had that idea that maybe they're not lying. They just see what they see, and they think that it's a globe because of
why would that make you? Who is they?
Well, the people up in the ISS that are taking these pictures.
Dude, the ISS would only see 3% of the Earth.
Yeah, and that's the kind of little thing that's the little model I was trying to create by creating something on my floor.
What I'm telling you is that they wouldn't see the Earth as a globe anyway. They don't see enough of the Earth.
Well,
the pictures they show you are fisheye lenses. They even admit it. Chris Hadfield, who was an astronaut, the idiot that plays the guitar right in the ISS, he went on ABC News and said the Earth looks flat and beautiful. What they see with their eyes isn't what's shown in the video, right? They would only see 3% of the Earth. So when I ask you who, the only people that would see the Earth as a ball would have been the Apollo astronauts. Nobody else. Oh. They don't go high enough. Low Earth orbit isn't high enough. It's only 250 miles up.
So you're saying pretty much that Neil deGrasse Tyson was right, that up at that altitude it would look flat.
Yeah, bro, it's only 250 miles high. You don't see the circumference of the fucking Earth from that altitude.
Well, I noticed that.
But the ball is supposed to be 8,000 miles in diameter.
Right.
It's 1/30th.
Well, hear me out. Hear me out, though. I had a couple of these P900 cameras. I traveled to Nicaragua, right? So, and I'm filming because I took these cameras so you can get people surfing way out. And of course, I had the cameras because I was a flat earther and I was doing a lot of filming on the beach and the horizon. But I took it on the surf trip. I zoom out, and all of a sudden, this mist rolled in, but it was very, very, very fine. And I'm still zoomed out, and all of a sudden, the horizon became the way that the light was hitting the mist and the horizon. The horizon became closer, but also, as I'm looking in the camera, it became curved. And you can see it going across the screen. I thought, well,
so that's contradictory to what you're believing now again. So you've got two contradictory things.
I'm not saying it's not.
Go back to the ball.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not. So I'm saying that even from the ISS, I'm just saying from
you why. Don't do this to me again. You were fucking drunk the other night.
I don't drink, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
You were fucking drunk. So, all right.
Do you drink?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, it wasn't me. I don't
That's
drink.
a lie, but... so you've got...
Hey, look, I'm just going to go on mute. You go ahead.
Shut the fuck up. We asked you why you went back to the ball, and you've given us 2 reasons why you shouldn't have gone back to the ball.
Isn't that great?
It's weird.
It's great. But I'm being honest with y'all. Something in my heart just says, I just don't believe it anymore. But I love coming in here.
You keep using the term hide it from us, right? You keep using that term. I've heard you use it a few times now. Hide it from us. Or hide it.
Well, if the astronauts really did go to the moon, they took these pictures.
No, I'm talking.
They would be the ones that would be.
I'm talking about flat Earth. How can you hide flat Earth when it's right in front of you?
No, I'm talking about they. I don't think they could hide it.
Yeah, they
It's
don't.
not
It's right
hidden.
in front of you. Who's got a big blanket to cover the fucking surface? Who's got a big blanket? Who's covering the surface up? Who's hiding?
What do you think the? Go ahead. Finish whoever that is.
They're covering his eyes, bro, because the Earth's not hidden.
So, do y'all think that the pictures from the moon landing are fake, or they just didn't go to the moon, or what?
Are the pictures of Bigfoot fake? Or...
I mean, honestly,
I know they're fake, but that has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Okay.
They're fake.
I used to believe the same thing. That was part of it.
Look, bro, I know they're fake, 100%, no doubt, 100% from one photo. And I'll tell you the photo. Famous photo where astronaut takes a picture of another astronaut, and you can see his reflection in the visor. If you zoom in on that visor, what you'll see is the shadow from the LEM, the lunar lander, on the ground, go between the astronaut's legs and come out from behind him. It never falls on his body. This is impossible. That means that person was composited in. Okay, think about this. A shadow goes between your legs, out back behind you, up over your head, and never falls on your body.
Yeah, I'd have to see that. That sounds pretty interesting.
How can it? Yeah, how can it skip your body?
Refraction, bro. Moon refraction.
So I told you the photo. It's a famous photo. It's one photo taking a picture of another astronaut, and you can see his reflection in the visor.
No, I got you. But I'm not trying. I'm not trying.
Look at the reflection.
Check it out.
Is what I'm saying.
Wait, did you post it? I'm looking for this thing here.
No, I didn't post anything. So what we're saying is, you cannot hide flat Earth. You've been given a story, and you chose to believe it. That's all it is. And like, whether you're a flat earther or not, I don't know. I have my doubts you aren't much of a flat earther. Because like, if I go, hey, what's your best evidence for flat Earth? Like, what was it that convinced you in the first place?
I just, not knowing enough about how light works, and yeah.
What does that mean? I don't understand. You became a flat earther because you don't know how light works? Are these tough questions?
I'm hearing bullshit.
No, my son just got home with my little girl.
Yeah, I just want to know why you told us why you went from flat Earth to the globe. I want to know how you went from globe to flat Earth.
Because
it's weird how you got a very detailed description one way, but not the other.
Yeah, I'll explain it to you. I was very gullible, I guess you would say. I believe the whole Alex Jones junk. Then it bumped into 9/11. Then it was like down.
Alex Jones ain't a flat earther. Alex Jones ain't a flat earther.
Yes, I am.
He shits on flat Earth. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
No. This is it's just the path that got me on there. I just believed a lot of stuff.
I don't need your origin story.
Okay, look, I'm not gonna make this about me, so I'm gonna go on mute because I'm here to enjoy everybody's conversation.
You were never a flat earther, and you're busted, dude.
Yeah, you're cat, bro.
Whether you know Democ or not is irrelevant, dude. Fucking name dropping don't mean shit here.
What's funny is, so I spent, I don't know, 6 years of telling, no, more than that, it seems like, everybody I could that about the Earth
you obviously
being flat.
didn't have a good.
So
yeah, but now, you didn't have a good reason, obviously.
But now I go back cleaning things up, saying I really don't believe it anymore.
Yeah.
Well,
you never believed it, brother.
Good for you, Mr. Reality. Congratulations.
An example, as of an answer to India would have been, oh well, the long distance observations. That's what convinced me. You're a fucking retard, man.
Oh, that's a great way to get someone back into your viewpoint.
Oh shit!
No one wants you.
Talk your shit. It's always the same.
A lying sack of shit into us.
Wait, so Reality, you had a belief for 6 years, and you just
more than that, probably.
He can't elucidate how he became to that belief, but he can elucidate exactly how he went back to the globe.
Well, I mean, I believed all the stuff. I believed all that stuff that
don't make sense now, does it?
I mean, I believed pretty much everything QE was saying. I would tune in like his little student. Nathan Oakley, Eric Dubay. I mean, I was soaking it all up.
Yeah, and what did they say that convinced you? Yeah, and what did they say that convinced you?
What's his name?
And what did they say that convinced you? Fucking
me and
answer,
Whitsitt,
shut up.
me and Whitsitt were talking like all the
Name dropping.
time.
That's all you're doing is name dropping.
Yeah, just
That's all
because
you're doing.
that's. But yeah, I mean,
And what
again, this isn't
what
about
did
me.
they
But
say that
if anybody else wants to talk, go ahead.
Are you deaf? What did they say that convinced you?
Hello.
You're gonna name drop and you can't say anything those names said. Go on mute, dude. Shut up.
Yo,
Dude, and the ironic thing is that your reason for going back to the globe is why would they lie? You just came in here and told so many fucking lies that ain't even funny. That is so ironic, don't you think? I can't believe that everybody would lie to me, so I'm gonna come in here and tell you guys a bunch of lies.
And he goes, "Oh, I soaked up all QE stuff." He doesn't even know anything that QE said.
He couldn't even find his videos.
Yeah.
6 years, man.
6 years.
6 years. Very convincing.
Yeah, 6 years can tell us 2 bad reasons for leaving the globe or leaving the flat Earth, but can't tell us even one single, not even a bad reason for being a flat earther.
I could explain more in the first 3 months when I was still a glober.
Well, according to him, he doesn't know how light work, right? So if you ask him, long distance observation destroy the globe, he would have say, refraction.
Yeah, but he didn't say long distance observation. He just said, I don't know how light works. That's why I became a flat earther. That's stupid. That's not a reason to become a flat earther, dude. You didn't know how light works when you're a globe earther, right? And then all of a sudden you're like, I don't know how light works. Fuck that globe thing. I'm a flat earther now. Like, dude, shut up, man. Like, seriously. Fuck these guys, dude. Like, I don't know why they even tried this shit.
Someone came in before saying hello. Who was that?
24 hours a day. Like when it's summer in Australia, it's winter in Europe. Okay, and when it's midday in summer in Australia, the sun is moving east to west across the sky, but it's going at midday, it'll be directly above your head. Approximately, like right above your head. And then as it starts to go past summer, right, and summer starts to go away, you'll notice that at midday, every day, the sun's a little bit lower in the sky. Okay, and the opposite will be happening in Europe. It'll be winter in Europe, right, while it's summer in Australia. And at midday in Europe, the sun will be very low in the sky. Okay, as it starts to move further away from the cyclical path that it's taking over Australia, right, it's moving closer to the north again. So the sun moves in cycles, and then there's also a lot of mysteries when it comes to what is the sun? What medium is the sun in? Exactly how does the sun operate? How does the sky operate? These are things that nobody knows for sure. These are things that could be beyond our comprehension. Okay, so that's why we don't make specific claims about these things, because nobody can go and check exactly how the sun works. We just observe what we observe in the sky, and then all the rest comes down to making assumptions and speculating about things.
Okay, while I was a kid in my school, we learned a concept of revolution and rotation. So we studied that Earth revolves around its axis, also it revolves around the sun. And the revolution, when sun is in the middle, revolution around the sun, that is what causes season.
We spin once a day in a circle, and it takes 365 days to go all the way around the sun.
Yeah,
we know that.
So, do you, as a flat earther, do you believe that theory?
No.
Okay.
No, there's no evidence of it. Okay, this is the problem. We all know the globe model, right? We were all brought up in the same globe model. Hold on, let me finish. Okay, there's no evidence of Earth curvature. There's no evidence that the Earth moves, right? There's no evidence of these things that would have to be present in reality for that model to actually be true. Okay, so it's not a good model because it doesn't match reality when we test it. That's the problem. It's just an explanation. Explanations mean nothing if you can't prove the explanation to be true.
Yeah, but
let me ask you. Let me ask you, Jason. How do you know we're moving? How do you know we're spinning?
How do I know we are spinning?
Yeah, how do you know that we're spinning once a day?
Day and night. Like day and night.
Right. How does that let you know you're spinning though? Will you see the sun moving?
Yeah, so the thing is the current I'm also like trying to debug.
You have to assume it, don't you? You have to have to pretend. You have to pretend. That's what you have to do. You have to pretend that the Earth's spinning because you don't have any evidence that the Earth is spinning.
Okay,
like the actual Earth is spinning. Like you don't have any evidence of that. What you have evidence of is seeing the sun move across the sky. That's what happens. Like that's what we see.
Okay, so the conventional scientific ideas about the globe and the current universe, it is so like perfect that it fits exactly to what we imagine. So if we take the Norway examples, Scandinavian countries, or the Antarctica, sun in Antarctica, so it fits the example that they are giving. It fits the concept
that's
that they're teaching us.
That's because the globe was invented by observing the sky, right? So they took the celestial coordinate system, right, and they inverted it into a globe. Now the path of the sun, right? It follows the equation of time. It doesn't include the globe Earth model in it at all, right? It's to do with the equation of time.
I guess I have seen the rest of the Earth with my eyes, actually.
No, you can't see the we can't go high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. That's the problem. You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Right.
One day, while 5 years ago, I woke up in the morning and the sky was as clear as it could get, and I saw a plane's contrail rising from the east all the way to my head, and it was just like it was looking as if it was a rocket launch. However, it was a plane, so it was a curve in the sky, and I could see the contrails bending down towards the Earth. So
yeah,
I've seen
perfect. I like that. Right, let me explain that to you. Let me clear that up. That's one of my favorite things to talk about. Perspective, right? Because I see that happening as well. Okay, so this is called linear perspective. Okay, and I'm going to show you examples to prove to you that it's not anything to do with the curvature of the Earth. It's to do with the way that our eyes work and the way perspective works. Okay, so let's have a look at some examples of that.
Okay.
Hey, Sheepdog, have you got that? I can try to find it. Have you got that video of the guy on the runway? And then he takes off on his little plane up, and he flies up to the cloud deck.
Yeah, hold on.
Just while Sheepdog's finding this. Okay, so this is.
Okay, I'm waiting.
Hold on. What's that?
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Yeah. This is something that's very easy to explain, and And my wife's helped me a lot with this as well because she has a master's degree in art. This is how it's taught. Okay, thanks.
So your wife is also a flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
Nice.
It's the same way it's taught in architecture as well. We have some architects in our community. We have some professors as well that are architecture professors.
Yeah.
Right. So just wait till Sheepdog posts this video. Just before we have a look at the video. Just give me a second. Okay. So don't hit play on the video just yet. Have a look at the image under the video first.
Yeah.
Okay, see, this is a hallway. Okay, and the hallway is overlaid over a horizon at the ocean.
Yeah.
Okay, so see how the roof of the hallway looks like it's going down. And it looks like the floor of the hallway is coming up. And they're meeting at the convergence point, which is the horizon. Yeah. Okay, and see how the horizon and the sky looks like it's going down. And it's meeting at a convergence point. Okay, this is the way our perspective works. Now have a look above that in Sheepdog's image, right? You can see the clouds going down, and it looks like the clouds are going down and meeting with the horizon, and it looks like the ground is ramping up. Okay, and it's meeting at eye level because that's what a horizon is. It's a product of perspective. Now hit play on the video, and what you'll notice is that when he actually gets up to the altitude of the clouds, you'll see that those clouds that look like they're going down are actually not going down, right? They're all the same height. It's just a flat cloud deck. So when you get up to the level of the cloud deck, you'll see that the clouds are actually completely flat deck, parallel to the ground plane. So have a look at that.
Yeah, and I'll say this too, DJ. Well, when you see him rising up in the air, it's crazy. You see the parabolic shift for your eyes to adjust to your perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a great little video.
By the way, like the architect, I saw the contrary. I do get you, DJ, what you are saying, and I do agree. It's just perspective, and
we see in a dome, like we have like a dome of perspective above
what
us.
I saw was quite different. Actually, it was an arc, proper arc.
Yeah, so when things are further away, they look like they're taking more of an arc. When things are in your local perspective, when things are very close, like a hallway or something like that, it looks more like a cone kind of thing, like a diamond. Okay, now have a look at this one. Have a look at this one. Just quickly. Okay, so this guy, he's just got a string across his kitchen bench. Okay, the string is horizontal across above the kitchen bench, and he's moving the little light across. So he's got the camera up at the height of the flat string. Okay, now all he does, have a look at this next image. This looks like the plane that you're talking about. Okay, I see it every day as well when I watch the planes here. Now, that's the same string, right? That's the horizontal string. And all he's done is put the camera down on the bench, on the kitchen bench, and he's looking up, right? So this is the same perspective that we have on the Earth, looking up. So all of a sudden, it looks like almost like a rocket launch, right? That string looks like it's almost going straight up and straight down, but it's not. It's completely horizontal, and it's purely a product of perspective.
Okay.
And one last thing. I see the same thing. I see the same thing every day. I know exactly what you're talking about. Okay, we have like a big giant dome of perspective. Now think about this. Just say you went out into the ocean on a boat, okay, and there's nothing around you, only water. You can see the same distance in every single direction around you. Right? You look every degree, right? So mark a point, 360 degrees all the way around you. Let's just make up a distance so you can see 3 miles every single direction. Okay, that forms a big circular horizon of vision. Okay, because we see in a circle, so that will be a big flat circular horizon of vision that you can see. Now picture a plane coming from directly in front of you at 1 degree, right? It's going straight over your head. It's going to look like it comes up, 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 up. It's going to make a big giant arc over the top of your head. and then it's going to go away and it's going to do the same thing. Even though the plane is staying at the same height, due to perspective, it makes a big arc over your head. So if you imagine that like a contrail, okay, 360 planes all flying over your head and you're marking out their path in contrails, it's going to make a big, giant, apparent dome, right? That's just the way you see. Yeah, it works just fine on a flat Earth. And that's actually how we view the celestials as well. And then the ancients, right? The ancients, right? They all envisioned the sky that way and conceptualized that we have like a big dome over the top of us with stars that are attached to it. And later on, philosophers like Pythagoras and people like that, right? They took that and they turned that into a celestial coordinate system, right? And they, through philosophical matters, they decided that because a sphere, right? They envisioned a sphere, they envisioned it as the perfect shape. And what they did was they said, because the sky is a perfect sphere, right? And God's creation is perfect, God must also have made the earth a perfect sphere. Okay, as above, so below. That's where that came from. So they converted or inverted the celestial sphere into the globe, into the terrestrial sphere. And that's where the latitude-longitude system that we still use today comes from. That's what the WGS-84 comes from. It comes from the celestial sphere, and that's where the globe came from. The globe wasn't, no one went out and measured the globe and said, oh, look, we did some measurements, and it's actually the water's curving, guys. Here's our test results. Look, you can go and test it for yourself. The water's curving. No one ever did that. It was just a concept based on philosophical grounds.
Yeah. Okay, I do get what you're saying. It's all about perspective and how ancient people used their imagination and couldn't understand the perspective and then suggested a theory.
Well, the sky kind of looks like that, doesn't it? It looks like a big, like, half dome over your head, just like the clouds do. Yep.
I saw something similar to this, but the curve was much greater than this. Very much greater than this. And I could see it going very down in a curving style towards the east. Like it was rising from the east, a line rising from the east in a curving position, and it was as clear. I thought it was a rocket launch. I thought my country just tested some rockets, but then I realized it was a plane. I tracked it on flight radar. So it was a plane actually flying on around 39,000 feet actually.
Do you know what a protractor is?
Do
you know what a protractor is?
D, yeah, that 180 degrees thing.
Just a simple math tool. A protractor. It's a hemisphere.
Yeah.
All right. You know how when you look at a protractor, it has a flat baseline, and then it arcs 180 degrees.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm backing up. That's how your vision works, man. You're on a flat baseline, and you're looking up in the sky in a semicircle.
But that's not what it normally looks like when you look up and you see chemtrails or contrails or whatever the hell you want to call them, right? That's not what you see, right? If you type in right now, just like type in plain contrails in the sky, right? They don't look like what you just posted. So who knows? Maybe
I saw it in. This is not. I saw it.
But that's not what it looks like most of the time. That's not what it looks like in a single frame. If you go take a picture of a contrail in the sky, it doesn't look like it's curving. Maybe the plane was going in an arc. Who knows? Maybe that plane was
Or maybe he was rising in elevation in that moment. Or lowering
he was doing an arc, like he was changing his elevation.
Yeah, it could be. I'll just track the flight again and see if that was.
No, you're okay. I didn't fight I didn't fight being a flat earther as much as you did.
What?
I didn't fight being a flat earther as much as you are, but I did fight it for a little while. took me like 6 months to really come around to
No, I'm not a flat
actually
earther.
looking
Yeah.
into it.
Are you a pilot by any chance?
Hey, bro. I just want to tell a story of what my father and I saw one day sitting on his porch, right? And out directly ahead of us, there was a contra, right? And it kept on getting longer and longer, right? And it was way out near the horizon, and it looked like it was going straight up. Like it looked like a freaking rocket was going up into the sky, right? Yeah. And we were like, "Is that a rocket?" Like we were confused, right? Like, what is this? It was actually just a plane that was way out in the distance coming towards us, but it looked like it was going straight up.
Yeah. I saw exactly same thing. Like I thought it was a rocket. It was a line rising from east and going above me in an arc, and it was like I was so convinced that day that the Earth is a curve, and it was just like a rocket. I wish you people have a chance to see such things. Like the sky was very clear that day. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Another way that you can know that the clouds are leaning in a flat fashion, most clouds in a day are at the same altitude, like they have the same base floor. And so when you see them moving like laid across the sky, they're all at the same altitude, roughly, like give or take 1,000 feet or something.
Overcast 3,000 feet. Hello, yeah.
Yeah. So if you look up cumulus clouds, and if you hit images on Google, sometimes you'll find some nice images. They're the ones that look like they have like they're flat on the bottom, right? They're like puffy clouds that have a flat bottom. And you'll see that they have like they're all laid out kind of evenly all across the sky. When you look up, you can see that there's a large distance between the clouds. Okay, and then as you look towards the horizon, as the clouds go away from you, you'll see that the bottoms you don't start to see any more of the bottoms, right? They're not curving around a globe. Okay, they're evenly, like the bottoms still look flat, but the gaps between the clouds look like they're getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Okay, it's just due to perspective. It's nothing more than perspective compression, and cumulus clouds are a great example of that. I'll just try to find a screenshot of that right now.
I'm not sure. Yesterday, a person in this voice chat sent an image of actually it was a GIF of windmills, and few windmills were down, like along the curvature, and those who were near the observer were actually up. So if somebody could again send that GIF, I would be.
Yeah. They're all above there's no curvature, but I'll send the GIF.
Okay, I just accidentally sent an image.
Okay, this is a great observation. Okay, so this is Dr. John D. All right, so I'm just uploading it now.
Wait.
While you're uploading that, I'm just going to go ahead and welcome Zero. I've never met you before. Maybe you've been in here before, but hang out for a minute while we finish up this conversation, and then we'll get to you, okay?
All right. Yeah, no worries. No props.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you being here. Okay, so Jason, do you want to go over Lake Pontchartrain?
Not this one. I have understood this one. There was another one.
Let's have a look at the Lake Pontchartrain that you'll. Okay, so this one is just a miraging effect. That's nothing more than a miraging effect. On different days, it doesn't look like that. And if you zoom in, right? If you zoom in, you can see miraging effect. Okay, so I'm going to show you some. Right, so have a look what Obvious It Be just posted. Okay, so when you zoom in, you can see that there's actually an inferior mirage taking place, and then in the image just next to it on the left, okay, we're seeing the same thing happen on a bridge, on a flat bridge railing. So I'm going to show you some examples from Lake Pontchartrain, and if you look at the image above it, okay, that's the same view just on a different day. So some days we can see the whole way across the lake. We can see the buildings on the other side of the lake 30 miles away. It just depends on the day. Now, I can show you the same thing. I can show you the same thing happening on a flat floor as well. When we manipulate the temperature, I can make it look like the blocks that are laid across the floor start to curve down over the flat floor. So just give me a second. I'm going to debunk the Pontchartrain argument really quick. Okay, so here's a very similar
what's the
effect.
second image about? What's the second image about?
Okay, let's go over the second image. You mean the one under the one that's got the double image with the little emoji?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what happens when you zoom in, right where it looks like it starts to curve drastically. So I'll show you the original footage that's from. Just give me a second. Let's get my Pontchartrain folder loaded up. Okay, so here we go.
Bro, I definitely need a computer, man.
Oh yeah, man, it's hard work on the phone. Okay, so this is one of the main images that globe earthers try to use, and they try to say that this is the Earth curvature, which is just a ridiculous argument, right? This would make the Earth a tiny, tiny little miniature Earth if it curved like this. Now, if we zoom in, okay, we can see that there's actually mirroring taking place. Okay, the same type of mirroring you get when you have an inferior mirage. Okay, you can see it even very, very clearly on this second image. If you zoom into that, you'll see that there's actually mirroring taking place. Okay, so now what we're going to compare that to is an actual known inferior mirage. Okay, so inferior mirage will happen when you have a warmer layer of air closer to the ground and then a cooler layer of air above it. Okay, so here's the same thing. So have a look at the bridge railing on the left. Okay, it's a straight bridge, but then when he starts to get down lower to the surface, all of a sudden it looks like the left side of the bridge railing starts to curve downward. And look, this is what's happening. The sun is heating up the road on the bridge.
Yeah.
Okay, when the camera gets down low, the light that's bouncing off the bridge bends upward towards the cooler air, because the cooler air has a higher refractive index. So it's more dense, right? So the light will always deviate towards the denser part of the medium. So that's what's happening. And the reason that you get that mirroring effect is because it's bending up so much that it's actually bouncing over the top of the observer, and the observer can just see like a mirror image of whatever's in the sky in the background. So that's called an inferior mirage. So it's the same thing on the Lake Pontchartrain. That's just an
the last
inferior
one is
mirage.
quite good, actually. This explains very well, the last one.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So if you have a look at the side-by-side, like obvious it be posted, it's very similar looking effect. We see the mirroring, we see the bending down. Okay, so just quickly what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to bring up a citation from subject matter expert, right? Like people that study refraction and mirages. Okay, so this is one second, Andrew Thomas Young. Okay, so he has his own .edu website because he's like the subject matter expert when it comes to refraction and miraging and that kind of thing. So I'm just going to post a citation from him. One second, and I'll just read it out quickly. Sorry, just a second. All right, I found it here.
Yeah.
Okay, so three citations. Okay, so this explains sometimes why it does look like things can even be hidden behind the horizon, right? Like sometimes you'll go and observe some windmills that are out in the ocean and it can look like they're hidden behind the horizon. Now that it can either be because of this effect or it can be because you have ocean swells, right? It's going to be one of those two effects primarily. Okay, so here we have some citations. Okay, so sinking. So this is Oxford reference, and this is the top one. So sinking is a refraction effect, which an object normally visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it. Okay, and then bless you, we have Andrew Thomas Young, 1994, Optics of the Atmosphere. Okay, and it clearly says in that citation that objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. Okay, and there's some more citations below that.
I do get you. I'll read these references.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I'll do the research and become like if I find it.
No, for sure. Do some research on it.
Yeah, it's the best thing to do.
Yeah. Okay, so as what I got, like I understood, like that it's inferior mirage mostly, where it appears that it is curving actually, but in reality it could be inferior mirage that can cause the bend that we see. Okay, do you know that there are Russian planes, fighter jets that go in the stratosphere? So they claim that at that height in the stratosphere, they can actually see the Earth curving. So, what do you have to say? Like, what counter argument do you have for them? I'll name the exact plane. Maybe it's I guess it's MiG-29.
What was the altitude?
Maybe 90,000. Yeah, I'll see on the Google. Wait a second.
There's nothing wrong with 90,000 feet.
Let me see. No, but they claim they can see. Okay, the highest flight was by a jet-propelled aircraft. It was 123. It was.
Yeah. So look, this is the thing, man.
123,000 feet. Okay.
We have
123,000 feet achieved by a Soviet pilot.
Sorry, man.
We
have videos. We have videos of pilots, right, like F-16 pilots and that kind of thing, saying that they believe that the Earth is flat. But this is the thing, okay? People have gone up allegedly, right, to 350,000 feet on the Blue Origin. Like Wally Funk, the trained astronaut, went up on the Blue Origin. That goes up to 350,000 feet. She said in an interview after that she was disappointed that she didn't go high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. Okay, William Shatner also went up on that. He says the Earth's flat. He said he didn't see any curvature. That's like 3 times the height of these jets. 3 times higher. And these people are saying that they didn't see any Earth curvature. And then you've got astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that he did the calculations and you would not see the curvature of the Earth from that height anyway. Okay, so this is 3 times higher than the height that these jets are going up on.
Okay, yeah.
So you have conflicting information right there.
The F-16 pilot that says the Earth is flat, he was flying at the same altitude as the Himalayas. Was it Himalayas or K2? And he decided to shoot his radar at the altitude of the Himalayas. And he said he could hit the target with his targeting system from 300 miles away.
Okay, DJ, the quotation that you gave me of the woman, her name was Wally Funk, who flew on the first crewed flight of Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket on 20 July 2021. So she said, we went right on up and I saw darkness. I thought I was going to see the world, but we weren't quite high enough. So yes, Wally Funk expressed disappointment of not getting a fuller view of the Earth's curvature from that flight, but she said she was disappointed because she expected to see more of the Earth from space, but she did not fully say that. She actually wanted to see more of the curve. She actually wanted to see more of the Earth rather than the curve. So she never mentioned curve in her statement. So she never claimed Earth is
William Shatner also went up on that as well, right? And he said that he didn't see any evidence that the Earth's a globe, and he said that he thinks the Earth is flat.
No, but she Wally Funk. Okay, I'm very.
This is anecdotal now. This is anecdotal. So he said, she said. It doesn't matter what he said, she said. We should be able to verify what he said, she said. That would be measuring the surface of the Earth, because it appears going up in the sky and believing claims that you can't verify isn't a good way to go, because we're just going to end up in a conversation that goes round in circles. Please let me finish my statement.
I'm talking to AJ, so please don't interrupt.
I'm talking to you. This is an open forum. Please don't be rude.
You are being rude with me.
No, I'm not. I'm just addressing you, trying to help you understand, and now you've pissed me off.
AJ, I'll come back when he's gone, okay?
No, dude. Hold on a second. Look, hold on. Listen to me for a second. Jedi's one of the most knowledgeable guys in here. You can learn a lot from him, so you should be respectful to him. He's trying to help you out.
Wow, sorry, guys. I do apologise. Obviously upset him.
Oh no, he does this often. Yeah, he's all right, but he's like every time like he has these little hissy fits. He'll come back. He's getting better each time he comes back. Actually, he's been like super cog dis mode, but today he's been like way more receptive than normal.
The Quran is full of lies.
I was going to say the last 20 minutes has been really interesting to listen. It's been a good conversation. I feel bad that he left on my behalf.
No, he didn't. He's been like he keeps doing this. He's got this little thing where he spazzes out after a bit, but he'll come back.
He seems to be getting it.
But yeah, spot on, bringing it back to empirical evidence, Jedi. I like it. Was getting into the weeds. He said, she said, blah blah blah. Earth measures flat at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's all I was trying to help him out with. It's the claim of that we can't verify of this person and that person seeing curved and flat horizons. Well, that's not really helping us out. What we can do, though, is measure the surface of the Earth. That's all I was trying to bring him to.
For the record, though, I believe it was you, DJ, that brought it up.
I think, yeah, I don't know how we got into that particular topic. I know he was talking about how
you mentioned Katy Perry being disappointed.
No, Katy Perry, Wally Funk. No, he was saying he brought it up earlier. He brought up the some pilot, a MiG something, MiG 28 or whatever. And he said the MiG pilot said he could see the curvature of the Earth from 90,000 feet or something like that. So I was just saying, look, other people have gone higher, 3 times higher than that, and they're saying that they didn't see it. So that's all I was saying. I was just trying to point out there's like
in my mind, there's like a separation. Like you've got pilots, planes, weather balloons, right, and that's in what we can verify. And then you've got these wacky performances of people going high, celebrities going very high, which is hard to know anything about, really.
Yeah, people thinking that they see, well, even same with the pilots. I mean, he might have thought that they might have thought they saw the curvature of the Earth because they can see the same distance in all directions. And I've been at the coastline before where I had a huge field of view at a peninsula, and when I panned my head around, it looked like it was curved. But then when I look a bit closer, I just noticed that I'm seeing the same distance in every direction, and it kind of looks like a big flat circle of vision. Same thing, that would happen even more drastically from higher altitudes.
Mm-hmm. But that's the thing, before you get to flat Earth, when you're still a glober, when it's still the only option for reality, why wouldn't you look for curvature? Why wouldn't you find it just staring out a plane window? Whatever it may be, awkward, weirdly shaped clouds, giving a kind of distinct curve-like appearance. You'll look for it and you'll find it if you want to.
Definitely, man.
I did type that to him. People find curvature all the time when they don't understand what they're looking at. And he demonstrated it just 5 minutes ago. He posted like Pontchartrain. Doesn't understand what he's looking at. Found curvature, but doesn't understand what he's looking at. But yeah, he sounded a lot better today.
Yeah, he apologized for spazzing out so much, but I guess he's still got a bit of it left in him. Cogdis is a bitch of a thing, isn't it? It's got to go through it, I guess.
Everybody's going to have their jokey / troll phase, I think. The ones that never get the fuck over it, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Might be a thing that it's easier speaking to people in Asia or, Eastern European, because you don't have to break through that kind of nationalistic national pride, right, that you generally do with Americans.
Yeah, with Americans, yeah.
Or except when it comes to the Indians putting a thing on the moon.
Yeah, there's that, yeah.
A lot of the South Asian and Southeast Asian cultures are very, very trusting of the education system. They look up to it, right? They think it comes from the Western cultures and all of these, like Harvard and Yale, and they hold the education such a big thing. Like, I spent 6 months in Sri Lanka last year. Like, every random person you talk to, the first thing that they'll bring up is, oh, my brother-in-law's in Canada studying economics. Like, that's it. Yeah. The other one, like, they're obsessed with credentials, and just same with in India, because we spent a month in India as well. You meet someone on the bus or in the town, the first thing they'll bring up is, oh, my brother-in-law or my nephew is in Australia at the moment. He's going to be a doctor. And like, that's like their claim to fame. Like, they hold such a high standard to authority. When I was in
how strongly the West has propagandized these people with an inferiority complex, essentially.
Yep, absolutely, bro. Spot on.
And I made the same observation the other day. I was saying it can either go two ways with, Indians or the like. They've either got this massive high regard for anything coming out of the West, and it's very hard to convince them that these people that they look to essentially as the intellectual saviors of the world, right, and the progress machine, are selling complete bullshit, or at least they're at the head of selling it, the forefront.
We were talking about this a couple of weeks ago. It's the top part of the world that we're talking about at the moment. There's things like the caste system and stuff like that, like social castes. Those who are educated, that have been to university, are already in another caste. So these people won't even address other people from different castes. It's the culture's obviously really, really varied. We have to remember that.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, Dick was a good example of kind of having that blind faith in the West.
It's one of our exports, isn't it? Education. We, especially in Britain, we import a lot of students into the country. Same with America, right? Education, you import an awful lot of students into the country from not so educated parts of the world. I use with finger quotes. So yeah, education is something that we do use as a carrot and stick type of thing. Whether the education is good education or bad education, you can all argue amongst yourselves. But it's definitely something that we export.
Yep.
You know, again, in a sane world, right, where we're trying to do good by each other, it would be, you wouldn't look twice at such a thing, right? Be a good thing to export it, import it, whatever. Yeah, it's just the content of education currently.
Bumbucklack. Wagwaman. Maratafae.
Bumbleclaw? What?
Pussyclaw.
Ah. What's up, Rasta? Wagwan.
Wagwaman. What's up?
Have you been to London to see the Queen?
Show me your pussy ass. Shut the fuck up.
Alright, dude. Right, we're live streaming on YouTube. If you just want to say like words and stuff, maybe go to a different channel. You will get removed very quickly if this is the way that you continue. It's up to you how you act and behave. You will be dealt with accordingly.
Sorry about that.
No, you're all right.
Yeah, I think the quality of conversation you get here at Hub is probably just edges out over politics, you know?
Dude, it's like freaking night and day difference, in my opinion.
You think, yeah?
It's just a bunch of soy boy, satanic, atheist, freaking trannies over in politics.
Yeah, there's probably a much bigger gap. Yeah. I mean, fucking sad to say, honestly, but if you're dealing with people that have a kind of inherent inferiority complex, they're more open to what you're going to say.
Well, people here in general, they're not here to be debate bros, right? They join this server to better. They want to better their lives. They want to, they want to increase their vocabulary in English and improve. It's like a self-help type server in a sense. So it's definitely a different type of character that we get coming in here. And
but it's so in politics, it's so American centric, right? And the average American has this wild superiority complex. You know, they already know fucking everything because they've been to a day in school, basically, in Western education. And they know so fucking much, they can just literally start bending language to their will, you know? That's why they're all a bunch of weirdos over there.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of people coming in here are actually like trying to learn English because it's a prerequisite for a job that they're applying for or a field of work that they want to get into.
Yeah. Westerners generally fucking suck for this topic.
Which one?
Who was that? Ken?
one German guy coming here is wanted to learn English because him and his girlfriend wanted to move to America, to Texas of all places.
And she was like deciding whether she should learn English or not. Wow, why everyone's so quiet?
Hello there.
Hello?
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, someone's talking. Yeah, that's good.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a bot.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Yeah, sounds like one.
You know, baby, you are
yeah. Okay, go ahead.
How's it going, y'all?
Up, AG.
How's it going, Ether?
Hope all's well with everybody.
We are joining, and we are going to the Ku Klux Klan. It's very old song, so there's no many people know it. Yeah.
yeah, I didn't know that song. Like,
Yeah. Did you know it?
Like, this is the first time I know. No, like I've never heard of that.
Yeah. It's very famous. But if you know the Ku Klux Klan so much, you will listen this song.
Yeah, I've heard of Ku Klux Klan, but like I'm not the.
You guys are insane.
I'm not into that shit.
These people are
Want to
crazy.
keep it to the channel topic, guys.
Channel topic is flat Earth, guys.
It's in the channel heading.
You believe that the Earth is flat? What the?
It's not a belief.
Yes, I do believe. Man, when you walk, like if you were walking like a
physically, the flat Earth doesn't exist.
No, it does exist. It's not curving. That's why we know it's flat.
Believe me, brother. This is the craziest idea I listened in all my whole life.
You observe the horizon to be horizontal, and you think that's crazy.
Okay.
Kind of weird, man.
Okay. You have the right. I can't talk to you in this topic because this thinks it's in the high level.
Oh, so you're just going to divert to authority?
No. Just give me the information. You believe that the Earth is flat?
The horizon is not a belief.
In order to know that the Earth is flat? In order to know the Earth is flat? Listen. In order to know that the Earth is flat, you first need to know what the size of the... Okay, dude, whatever, man.
Yeah, dude, just skip. Next.
I just ask you. Yes or no? It's flat or no?
Yes, it's flat.
We accept the Earth as it presents itself. Yes.
Okay. This okay, I get you.
How do you experience the Earth in your day-to-day life?
No, I just say to my information, you are a liar, and I believe you. Yeah, the Earth is flat.
What are you talking about?
So you can't have a civilized, serious conversation about this then? Is that what you're saying?
What the heck? You make your photo that the Earth is flat? Oh my god.
The horizon remains horizontal regardless of altitude.
You believe in aliens?
Why would I believe in some kind of sci-fi nonsense like that?
Okay, that makes sense.
Is there any evidence of aliens?
Why are we talking about the aliens?
Just
I don't know,
to
man.
ask you.
He wants to talk about everything except for the Earth.
No, I'm just don't want to join in this conversation about the flattened Earth because this is ridiculous.
Well, why are you here
Why are you in
then?
this channel?
No, I'm just chilling. Yeah.
Yeah, if you want like some channel, just go over mindless fucking trivia bullshit.
No,
There's plenty of
I
others.
just want to know how the people are thinking. This is all.
Well, give me a reason why I should think it's not.
You haven't
You know
asked
we're
any
thinking.
questions.
This
All you've done is made fun of us.
Well, why don't you give us a reason why we shouldn't?
Can I ask you another question if you
No,
want?
I just asked you a question.
Well,
Give us a
let's see.
reason. Can you give us a reason why we should think it's not flat?
I say I can't join in this conversation about the flattened Earth because this is ridiculous.
Okay,
in my
man,
opinion.
right, that's fine. We'll put you on mute. We'll put you on mute, and we'll go back to Ken. Ken, you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Can you do better than the other guy at articulating your thoughts and having a conversation?
Man, I was trying to say that there is no evidence that the Earth is round. So actually, like we have all the
round as in a sphere.
we have all the evidence that the Earth is flat.
Do you?
Are you really fucking idiot? It's fucking bullshit, guys.
Okay, Ken.
Oh no,
Relax,
no,
dude.
no,
Ken. How big is the Earth?
What do you mean? How big is the Earth?
Well, if you have all the evidence, how big is it?
He said he thinks it's flat Earth.
Oh, never mind. Then welcome to flat Earth.
I'm asking him, what is the evidence for the Earth being flat?
I mean, that's a good question.
Yeah, but then this other guy interrupted him. So
Hey, Labs, let us know when you've got control of your mic and we'll unmute you.
I'm just confused. I'm just confused. To what should I answer? Oh, should I?
Well, you said there's no evidence for the Earth being, you said round, but I think you mean to say a sphere, right? So, fair enough.
Yes, yeah.
So, you believe or know the Earth is flat. Right? What evidence do you use to demonstrate that, or how would you explain that?
You just take a walk, and you will see that Earth is flat.
So your direct experience,
You are
essentially.
able. Because you are able to take a walk, and if it was round, like you would fall, right?
Why would you fall if it was round?
Like when you reach the, how do you say it? Like, the point when you're not able, like, to be stable on the earth, you just fall down, right? Like, for example, if you
current situation,
if you imagine the earth like a sphere, right, and you on the top, and you walk down,
in the sphere, they claim they have gravity, right, pulling you to the center of the planet, and that's why you're able to stay upright. So,
man, gravity, like even Einstein didn't.
Do you know what gravity is?
They didn't have enough evidence to prove that gravity exists, right? And we actually don't have anything that can prove that gravity exists, right?
Well, it's a
Right, but
mathematical
sure.
framework, dude. But yeah.
Yeah.
but
So
surely, Ken, your evidence that the Earth is flat is not because you can maintain an upright position, right, while walking.
man, I'm not a scientist, but I strongly believe that Earth is flat, and I strongly believe that people who think or who claim that Earth is a sphere, they don't have enough evidence to prove that point. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we would agree with you, but not sure if we agree for the same reasons. What evidence would it be that they'd have to lack that would basically make their position unprovable?
Let me ask Ken this. Which direction is down on a globe Earth?
It's Australia.
What, from everywhere? What?
I don't know. On the map, it's Australia.
So what's your evidence that the Earth's flat, dude? Or what evidence would need to be provided for the Earth to be a sphere?
That was his evidence that if the Earth was a sphere, everybody would fall off in the bottom.
Yes. And they would see like the three giants, like elephants, standing on the not only the fence but elephants.
What the fuck?
I'm getting bored.
Oh, I want to go back to my flight school.
Someone's watching the OnlyFans too much, bro.
Is anybody into aviation? This call? I have a big question to ask.
What's that?
Go ahead, feel free to ask
the shape of the Earth.
So, you know, like in my home airport, we have like 3 one-ways, right? We have 2 to right and 2 to left.
Yeah.
And 2 to left is pointed like for heading 217, I think, or 216. I can't remember. So why is the reason that like it had like the number of 2 to left and 2 to right?
Oh, do you know
because
what?
of the azimuthal direction.
What?
It's the azimuthal direction of the runway.
The Earth is flat.
Shh.
Bro.
Won't go for the aviation stuff. I know the answer is somewhere in my head.
Okay.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Not too well.
It's the azimuthal direction of the runway. So that runway is going 22 degrees in that direction.
There we go.
Aha, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Okay, carry on, mate. Was that it?
Yeah, because I'm a flight simmer, so when I fly Boeing, I have to set the course of the one way, so it's 217. So that's I don't know. I was just curious about the heading of the one ways because I didn't really know that.
Okay.
Yeah. That's it.
Okay. Well, glad we could help. Has anybody else got any random problems that they need help with?
But how do? Okay, I want to say something again. How did you actually know that?
Okay. Now, Sheepdog actually answered you. I could only had a bad memory. As soon as he said it, I got it. It's because we study aviation. Aviation, as in how we practically aviate and navigate across the surface of the Earth. The question is, do we aviate and navigate across a curved surface or horizontal surface? It appears that we aviate and navigate across a horizontal surface.
That's wow. I'm shocked. Like, I thought I will never meet somebody who was into aviation in this server.
We talk about it quite frequently. It's crazy.
So are you actually a F geek? Like, do you really love aviation?
We've come, I say we, because it gets brought up a lot in the subject. How do we aviate and navigate across the earth? We've come to study it more. There are people from the 24/7 that are much more studied in the subject than I, for sure. But yeah, we speak about it often, like I said.
Okay. So
I imagine you know Air Force Proud, right, on YouTube?
yeah, I'm just into the airliners. So like Airbus 350 and the King of the Skies and the 40s. Like. So yeah.
There's plenty of flat earth pilots.
Can you say again?
How into aviation are you? Do you know like the guys who invented aviation? Do you know their names?
Sorry, your microphone was cutting out. Can you say again?
Yeah, like
did you even speak to me?
Yeah. How I was kind of curious, like how into aviation are you? Do you know the very first people who invented aviation, made it possible?
No. I'm gonna tell you something. I fly on a network called VATSIM, so it's like one by one to the real world for pilots. So I know how to fly in a Boeing and Airbus 320 and 737 and stuff like that. So it's nothing like you're asking for right now.
Who was the very first person to ever fly?
I don't know. Like I don't know.
Like who made the very first aircraft and flew it?
Don't know.
Well, I'm thinking it's an English barrier. Like it was an
airship.
Was it American?
Concept of flying?
Was it two Americans or two brothers?
If you're talking about winged aircraft, then
yeah.
So it's the Wright
like
brothers.
the hot air balloon was like the
Montgolfier brothers.
I was going to say the Wright brothers weren't the first, even though they did fly planes. Their flight already had existed prior to that.
Yeah, I mean, like a hot air balloon, that was like the Renaissance time.
Yeah, I think small gliders, but they did the thing with the motor. Or engine.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
What's up?
Welcome.
Play.
How can we help?
Co mówisz? What? Yes. O kurcze. Very dużo people. Yes.
Sorry. Having trouble understanding what you're trying to say, man.
Witam wszystkich tu serdecznie. Robi się niebezpiecznie.
It's the crazy hour.
Yeah, well, say, did we just talk about how it's better on this server?
Yeah.
It is better, but it's not fail safe. That's for sure. Definitely far from perfect. I just started an event, Sunday Debate, Flat versus Globe. That's why there's people rocking in now.
I think it's like a curse. It's like you'll tell God your plan.
Hey, bro.
Please. I told you once.
Bro,
don't want to again.
Car profile. You're going to need to read the server rules. It clearly, explicitly states that you must attempt to speak English. Okay?
Nie. A co ty mi będziesz rozkazywał, ty? Nie.
Yeah. English, please.
Yeah.
English, please.
Nie będziesz mi rozkazywał, ty. Ale ty to będzie, ty.
Yeah.
Information
So Zero, you work for Boeing?
Nope. I'm just an F geek, you know. I know a lot about airplanes and stuff like that.
Okay.
At least how to fly them, you know, and set them up. So,
are you a private pilot or a commercial pilot?
Nah. The thing is that I have a flight simulator that's pretty realistic. So I have learned how to fly the planes properly.
In your flight simulator, is the Earth spinning?
Yes, it is. We have live weather and real time.
No, not the weather. The Earth, ground underneath you moving.
Yeah, it's moving. Yeah, correct.
Is it?
Like. So when I'm taking off, you know, we are.
What's the name of this flight simulator?
Microsoft Flight Simulator.
How do you account for the spinning of the Earth?
So what kind of question is that even? Like,
he's asking you when you aviate across a rotating reference frame, that's the Earth. Do you have to take account for the ground moving?
Guys, I'm gonna say something right now.
Okay.
Hopefully, it's not nothing that'll get you banned.
I'm not gonna get banned. I'm not gonna do anything.
Okay.
So, imagine, you know, you're driving a car. You're driving.
I thought we were talking about airplanes.
Yeah,
it's the same way. It's the same way.
No,
planes,
dude. Please, dude, excuse me. We just want a yes or no answer. Do you, the pilot, have to take account for the surface of the Earth moving beneath you because it's a rotating reference frame? Yes
you're
or
not
no?
Attached to the. You're not attached to the Earth.
Just want a yes or no.
Yes, I have to.
So you physically have to take account for and correct for the motion of the rotating Earth beneath you. Just to be clear. Yes or no? Just to be clear.
Like, is that a tricky question? Like,
no, I just want a clarification because I want to move.
If you're not accounting for the Earth's motion, if you're not accounting for the Earth's motion, then just say I don't account for the motion.
It's not a trick question. It's not a trick question, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just asking you if you have to physically take account for the Earth moving beneath you.
No.
Okay. No.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's why I was clarifying because it seemed like you were saying yes before. Okay, that's all we wanted to know.
Okay.
Wouldn't you have to, though?
Okay. What I have to is...
yeah, wouldn't you have to compensate for that since you're in two different reference frames? And to get to the location on the spinning Earth beneath you, you're going to have to kind of compensate for that, aren't you?
You guys are fucking trolling, man. Like...
No, we're being honest, man. We're talking
Wouldn't
about...
you have to do that?
So... I'm just lying.
Look, Zero, if you're an F-16 pilot, Zero, and you're landing on an aircraft carrier in the middle of the ocean, you have to account for motion.
I do not fly, and I don't know how to fly a fighter aircraft. I know how to fly the Airbus family and the Boeing family.
You're not accounting for motion, so therefore there's no motion of the Earth. That's the whole point.
You seemed surprised when you came in asking your questions about why runways point at different directions and all of that type of stuff, right?
That was a tricky question for me because I really want to know if you guys was into aviation.
That's what I'm trying to lead on to, because you seem to be surprised that we talk about this stuff quite often. Right. Okay. Yeah. In this room where we say the Earth is flat and stationary, not a sphere that's in motion, rotating around a point, then obviously what our question is, when we aviate across a curving surface that is moving, do we actually have to correct for the curving surface or the motion? At the moment you're saying, well, we don't have to correct for the motion, but you understand why we're talking about it, because the claim is the Earth is a sphere that's rotating. We would have to...
But, like, I just fly the aircraft. Like, who should I account the motion of the Earth to? Who? My martial law on the destination.
Let's put it this way. If you were to leave a floor, like a travelling floor that was moving in one direction, as you were above it, the surface would move underneath you, wouldn't it? In actual fact, if you went in one direction, followed the track of the floor, you could keep up with a point if you were travelling at the same speed. If you were to turn round and travel antithetical to the direction of that floor, you would be facing the oncoming traffic, the oncoming airport, because the surface is moving underneath you. If you're travelling above a surface that is moving in a direction, then you would have to take account for it. Your flight times would be different in either direction, wouldn't they? Because in one direction, you're travelling in the same direction as the rotating Earth, and in the other direction, you're moving against the motion of the Earth.
That's why we have the air traffic controllers that tell us what to do.
Yeah,
it's similar to getting on an escalator. It's similar to getting on an escalator. If you walk up to an escalator and that escalator is moving, you have to account for the motion of the escalator or you're going to fall down. And when you're on the escalator and you go to get off the escalator, if you don't account for the different motion that the ground is on, then, because that ground is no motion, but the escalator is in motion. If you don't account for that motion, you're going to fall down and crash.
Yeah. You ever used a helicopter simulator?
A helicopter simulator?
Yeah.
Did you actually say that?
Yeah, I'm asking you if you've ever used a helicopter simulator.
I don't think that's any game that called a helicopter simulator. It's just a flight simulator. A flight.
Yeah. Have you ever used one for a helicopter? It's different to an aeroplane. It's the question I'm asking you.
Of course it is, because it has an elevator. It's totally different.
Have you used one? Have you used one?
I didn't.
Okay, I'm just asking if you've ever used one, because I'm trying to lead on to the concept of hovering. Do you understand what hovering is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you understand that hovering doesn't need any acceleration in either direction. It's maintaining a...
Yes.
Yeah, good. So you understand that.
I understand.
If you have a hovering aircraft, like a helicopter, and the surface underneath you is in motion, the Earth, which is rotating, how does the Earth not change its position underneath a hovering helicopter?
Why do you like asking me that such of questions? Like I don't really understand that.
You know you're in a flat Earth channel, right? Not fucking Flight Simulator channel.
Yeah. This simulation is supposed to be of the Earth, right? You're flying over the Earth. The Earth is a sphere, isn't it? And it's in motion. It's rotating on its axis. We're trying to figure out if in the simulator there is any simulation of this sphere that's rotating on an axis. So far, you seem to say no. Don't have to account for the motion of the Earth underneath the aircraft.
I know you're having a good time right now, and you try to bait me, but the bait doesn't work that well, as you maybe think it is.
It wasn't a debate. We were actually just asking questions. It turned into a debate when you started becoming
I said I don't know. Like I've said that too many times now. Like
all right, well, it gets even better, right? And this is the end of the debate. The Earth is flat and stationary. You fly it as if it's flat and stationary, so therefore you know it's flat and stationary. End of debate.
Yeah. Stationary for all practical purposes by every pilot on Earth.
This is why pilots aren't like any kind of source regarding this topic. They just fly the machines. They don't know what the fuck's going on past that.
Well, he's not even a real pilot. He just plays with them.
I'm not a real pilot. I just know how to fly the Airbus. I know how to set up the plane for the approach, for the eyeless approach.
I'm sure you could be a real pilot.
I could.
Do you know what? We've spoken to real pilots anyway. That's what we're referring to.
Do you know what is topography?
Oh, what was he like?
Procography.
Topography.
Topography? I don't think so.
Yeah, mountains, hills, and stuff. What you're flying over.
Yeah, we have a terrain radar, so we can see where the mountain is if we're flying into an airport with many mountains around.
Yeah, can you post me one elevation profile with the curved surface, please?
Okay. So
you know what? From the, let's say, from the North America to the south of America, that's a lot of land. You know, you have so many flights coming. You know, and now you're flying over the curved surface, and then you have elevation profile. That means that mountains changing with the curve of the surface.
Yeah, can you actually hear yourself?
Yes.
So you're telling me that the elevation of the mountain gonna change because of what?
Because the sphere must change if Earth is a sphere. Are you saying with the, are you saying that with the distance on the sphere, elevation does not change?
It could change. Like anything can happen. Like
if you're on point A and 500 miles away from you, is it curving the surface or it's flat?
It's probably curving.
Okay, that means that elevation profile must have the mountains and down the curved surface.
Yeah.
Can you post that elevation profile for any country? You can choose it.
I didn't listen to you, like, honestly.
How do you
know what do you know what is elevation profile?
Yeah, I know what the elevation profile is. It's probably
He asked you if you could pull the elevation profile of any country. You pick the country and show that it's curving. That's what he asked you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you set up to land? Do you use any mathematics, or is it just pressing buttons?
So the thing is, when we're setting up the approach and the landing in the aircrafts, we have I think in the real world you have a calculator app where they can put all the information about the airport, the winds, the temperature, the length of the runway, all thingamajiggy, fuel on board, stuff like that, you know. Okay. And then we put it into our. Yeah.
Does it take into account your height and your distance from the airport?
I don't know. As I said before, I'm not a real pilot.
Oh, yeah, I know. I'm just fascinated because you said to land.
Yeah.
I was wondering what you actually do. You use a calculator. Within that
Let me finish. Let me finish.
I would presume if you're trying to land, that's getting from one altitude, let's say 34,000 feet, down to zero over time and distance, right?
Yeah.
So I was just wondering if you did that bit.
So I'm gonna tell like the whole thing we do, okay? Without you interrupting me in my thingamajiggy, okay?
I hope you answer my question, but yeah, I won't interrupt.
I'm gonna answer it. So we have air traffic controllers. They're gonna help us to land the aircraft properly and get into our localizer for the one-way. So let's say the air traffic controller gonna say, for example, Scandinavian 294, heading 290, you cleared ILS 22 left. We're gonna arm the approach mode in the aircraft. So that's gonna be in the Airbus, it's just approach mode. We're gonna press that, and we're gonna press the LS. I think it's beside the QNH button, and and around I think it's 1,000 feet. We're gonna take it manually. So we're gonna say autopilot off, and then we're gonna land the aircraft manually.
Okay, cool. So you do that bit. That's fine.
Yeah.
I would assume that when you're coming to approach, like I said, it's getting down from your altitude to another. The mathematics that are involved in that time and distance calculation and the angle of your pitch, so you arrive at the airport at the correct time, at the correct distance, blah, 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 that piece of mathematics uses trigonometry. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
So that equation to figure out the height of the aircraft is above and adjacent. The height of the aircraft between the horizontal is the vertical, that's your altitude. And obviously you've got your hypotenuse to the airport. That mathematical calculation takes place on a flat earth. Doesn't take place on a curved surface because it's using trigonometry. That's triangles, right? It's literally you descending angle on a triangle the whole way down. Now, whether the path is actually along that hypotenuse because of, I don't know, wind, variabilities, your height changes, you go down or whatever. But ultimately, your approach mathematics is done using trigonometry. That trigonometry takes place on a flat earth. It's not a point for debate. I just thought you, being an aircraft geek, would be interested to know that.
And I agree with them. I think all pilots, they fly to a location.
Yeah, you're correct. It's called a glide slope path.
Yeah, thank you very much. There's a guy in here called Eli. He's been talking about this for a long time. As soon as you said that, that's what he's been talking about. So yeah, that's why I brought it up.
Yeah. So we have the glide slope. But yeah.
I was just going to say, I agree with you. I think all pilots, they fly to a location. Once they reach close enough to the radar of the tower of where they're going to be landing, then the tower guides them in. That's exactly how I think they all fly.
Nah, that's the approach controller that's guide us into the one-way. The tower controller gives us our landing clearance, so clear to land, blah, 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 winds are blah, blah, blah. So that is the thing we have.
I don't think the pilots are doing a whole lot of navigating.
Not anymore.
They control the plane.
Not anymore.
They control the plane, but they don't navigate.
We don't navigate. But we have to read, or pilots have to read back every single instruction by the controller.
You just follow the flight corridors of where you're going to go.
No, like we are following our flight plan, the waypoints we have set up in our MCDO.
Yeah, those are usually follow flight corridors.
Okay.
Say, for example, from New York to London.
Okay.
Yeah. But you're correct, 100%. You fly from one bearing to another and change your direction next. Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct.
See, we find it fascinating, right, because of the claim of what we're aviating and navigating across. So when we look into it, we find a lot of flat Earth kind of the mathematics that for the glide slope angle, like we discussed, the non-dip correction of the aircraft's nose to negotiate curvature that's always going downwards and away. You're trying to maintain a horizontal parallel with the ground below at altitude for all intents and purposes. Obviously, you've got to take off to get to your altitude, but you're going to try and maintain horizontal till you want to come back down to the ground below. Pretty much the dynamics of aircraft, right? We've kind of looked into this and it all looks like it's taking place on a flat, stationary Earth. It's interesting. It's not a point for the debate, but you being a geek, you might want to be interested in this.
I'm gonna tell you something right now.
We're all ears, mate. What's that?
The thing with pilots and F geeks and people like me is we don't care about the thing you are. You have a hobby. You have your hobby. We have our hobby. So our hobby is to fly the aircraft. We like the whole systems, the fly-by-wire system in the aircraft, how the aircraft has been worked by the engineers. That's our passion about aircraft. So, like, we don't give a. It's gonna be a hard word, but we don't give a shit. It's not our problem.
Yeah, we know.
You're about to fucking laugh because I know what you're doing. Yeah, I know what you're doing.
Well, pointing out the interesting points that the Earth is navigated across as flat and stationary.
You have repeated yourself, I don't know how many times.
Loads, yeah, that's the point. I know you don't care. We just find it interesting. You who came into this room asking your question about aviation, we have a crossover of interests. You seem to not like it. I mean, that's fine.
I do like it. When I'm meeting.
Problem, then?
The problem is like I just what?
You don't like me pointing it out.
Okay. The problem is that
we know.
The thing is, I was just asking.
To brag about being a Boeing pilot on a simulator. That's the only thing you wanted to do.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, absolutely.
Can you fly over the Can you fly over the surface if surface is flat?
Oh man. Hey, why did you come in here, dumbass? Zero? Why did you come in here? Why did you join the Flat Earth channel?
Why did you call me a dumbass?
Because you're a dumbass, bro. I'm getting sick and tired of your attitude.
I am a dumbass, okay?
Yeah,
but,
I know. Why did you come in here?
Just came here, Learning you some stuff,
Do you know what why means?
Dumbass answer.
Yeah, that is a dumbass answer.
Like what I'm supposed to say else? Like,
do you know why? Do you even know why you did something?
You guys are absolutely hilarious.
A common answer would be, I was interested in hearing why flat earthers say that the Earth is flat.
Like the Earth is actually formed like a burger, The Earth has the cheese, it has the mayo.
Hardest fucking part.
Yeah, Tyson did say that. He said it's hamburger shaped.
Yeah, Zero. It's a good publicity for Globers that think pilots have answers, right? It's just showing that you can understand how to operate a plane, but you're still retarded.
I'm still retarded, but
yeah, pretty much.
Okay. So I'm retarded, but I can fly an aircraft with like 200 passengers on board.
You're just another typical dumbass.
I'm a typical dumbass.
You're flying the aircraft, but you don't know what is elevation profile. That's great.
You fly aircrafts, but you've never ever flown an aircraft in your life, not once.
Because yes, exactly. Exactly. I've never said to you I was a real pilot. Never, ever, ever. Never
Linda,
ever.
Linda, shut your Dorito shoot. What you are is a perfect example of a globe head. You came in
globe.
here with nothing. You have nothing, and you're providing
No,
nothing.
no. Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
tell you something.
No, you're not.
When a debate was finished in here, somebody said to me, if anybody had
Yeah, that was called sarcasm.
Well, there wasn't a debate today, was there? What debate?
Just a little bit of chanting.
I friggin' love the mid-sentence mute.
Good stuff.
I hoped that guy was going to take this seriously after we answered his original question correctly.
It wouldn't have mattered either way.
Why?
If you did answer it, he'd be like, "Oh, okay. Well, you guys know something about aviation." If you didn't answer it, you guys are dumb flat earthers who don't know anything about aviation. Either way, you're dumb flat earthers. It doesn't change anything.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
On a lighter note, I realised last night that Matthew Learns reminds me of Steve Martin.
Oh, thanks. Most people say Rowan Atkinson, Mr. Bean.
No, Steve Martin. Don't ruin Atkinson for me. But I get it. As well pointed out, T-Dub.
Steve Martin's a mad banjo player. Can you do dueling banjos there, Matthew?
Really?
Yeah, I'll check
a little bit. I wish I knew how
Not
to play
Matthew,
banjo.
but yeah, Steve Martin. Look it up. He's pretty handy, actually.
Did that conversation go as far as you wanted to see there, T-Dub? Is there any more that you wanted to say? Anything else you wanted to bring up?
No, not really. No, like I was watching a movie last night, and I was like, "Oh, what are you watching?" And she's like, "Was it some movie with Steve Martin in it?" I was like, and she was like, "Oh, I think it's Steve Martin." And I said, "Oh, give us a look." And I was like, "Yeah, that's Steve Martin." And then I looked and I went, "Holy shit, that looks like Matthew Learns."
I tried to watch him in the remake of the Pink Panther. I turned off after 5 minutes, man. It was bloody awful. I like Steve Martin, but that definitely wasn't his best work.
No, nothing beats the original. What was his name? Peter Sellers.
Yep.
Does your dog bite? No, my dog does not bite. He pats the dog or bites him. He's, I thought you said your dog does not bite. But that is not my dog. Love it.
Absolutely classic. In actual fact, that's something we're going to be watching over Christmas. And my kids haven't seen the Pink Panther movies yet. They can't go through life without seeing them. So yeah, they've got to watch those.
Yeah, Matthew, these aren't just assumptions when there's trigonometric data that goes along with the flight derivation and definitions to the model. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by flight derivations and model. Oh, sorry. You mean the thing you quoted? So yeah, they made some untrue assumptions to make the calculations simpler. It sounds like
untrue assumptions. So what untrue assumptions did they make? Because you're trying to straw man
the aircraft are rigid, and the aircraft have a constant mass. Those aren't true, but it's get close enough by making those assumptions.
So we're going to treat the Earth as flat and stationary for these flight models, even though that's not what it is.
Bingo. There you go. It makes it easier to do the calculations.
You want to know why it's easy? Because it's natural. Flat Earth is natural. It's simple.
Easy isn't always true. What do you mean?
I just find it really interesting that you guys want to hang on the part where it says of constant mass. You guys want to hang on to that part and just completely ignore the stationary atmosphere, flat, non-rotating Earth part. That's over and over and over again. It doesn't really make much sense. But in all fairness, I suppose we're using this as using NASA as a hostile witness in this anyway. But
right. So you and I both agree that aircraft aren't of constant mass. That's the point. That's why we use that, because we start with somewhere where we agree.
Okay, but how does that make the Earth not flat and stationary?
Because it's in the list of things that they make as untrue assumptions.
So the weight of an aircraft changes the shape of the ground?
No, that's the weight of the aircraft changes as it flies.
One aircraft or 20,000.
It changes its weight as it flies. Does it start off flat and then becomes curved, or does it start off curved and then becomes flat as it gets lighter?
The weight of the aircraft has nothing to do with the shape of the surface of the Earth.
That's all I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Bazinga.
I think Matthew's waiting for the paper where they say we calculate like this with these assumptions because these are naturally true, which is just never going to happen.
They're just listing the assumptions they made to do some calculations, some aerodynamic calculations.
They list it as assumptions because they're never going to admit the Earth is flat and motionless.
They're never going to say it's flat and motionless. I wouldn't.
I mean, one sentence to kill your entire organization. That's it right there. So if that's what you're waiting for the papers to say, well, you're going to have to keep waiting.
These papers aren't trying to prove anything to anybody. They're just doing aerodynamics. They're not like trying to set you straight or anything.
Yes, but it's listed as we make these assumptions because, of course, they can't come out and just say, we calculate like this because that is the way the natural world is, flat and motionless.
If the natural world is flat and motionless, then you
interpret it as we make these assumptions to simplify the calculations.
Because that's what they said.
Because you have to.
Oh no, because I'm just reading what they said. They said they made these assumptions, and then they.
Yes, because they can't actually just say we just use the natural world in our calculations, which is not a sphere.
Sure, they can. They can say that if they wanted to, but they don't. And then why don't they?
NASA coming out saying, yeah, it's not a sphere, not rotating.
Yeah, they could say that if they wanted.
What fucking la land do you live in, Matthew?
You're saying they can't say it, but I'm saying they can if they want to. They can say whatever they want. What are you talking about?
Baltardia.
Say we had the most demonstrable proof today that the Earth is flat and stationary, right? Something that would even get through to you, right? On the spot, make you a flat earther. Do you think NASA's going to start saying in their papers, we calculate this way just because the world is exactly this way? And not still word and imply that, oh, no, we just do it this way to simplify things.
It's hard, it's hard to imagine what they would say if they found proof that the Earth was flat.
Well, I'm saying that you already found the proof, right? Which you already did. We've been giving it to you for like 8 fucking years. You just refuse to accept it.
I refuse.
So from your position, you now know with 100% certainty the Earth is flat and motionless.
No, I don't.
NASA continues on their charade, right? And continues putting out papers like this, worded in these ways. How would you then interpret it?
So I'm getting mixed up in the counterfactual here. You're saying, hypothetically, if I knew something but they didn't? What are you saying?
Know it, you just don't accept it yet.
Oh no, I
too
don't.
well,
I
Matthew.
don't know it. What do you mean?
We can see straight through you, mate.
You know, if all the talking heads came out tomorrow, all of NASA and everybody preaching a globe Earth comes out tomorrow and says, we were wrong, the Earth is flat and motionless, you'd probably still just believe it's a globe, wouldn't you, Matthew?
I would indeed. They would have to provide good evidence, and I would have to.
You mean like the really good evidence that we provided to you in here over the years? Stop.
No, there's like zero good evidence, in my opinion. That you
Zero
provide.
good evidence. So seeing 3 to 4,000% farther than we should for a globe Earth is zero good evidence.
All right, maybe I'll give you 1 or 2%, not zero. I just
Okay,
think you have a good
1
answer.
or 2%. So the horizon isn't at 1.22 miles. It's we're finding it further out, 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, 40 miles, 70 miles, 80 miles, 100 miles, 275 miles, 316 miles, and so on and so forth. The observation distances just keep getting bigger. It just keeps getting worse for the globe. As our technology advances, especially with our optical technology, it just gets worse for the globe.
Yeah, we have good answers for all those
There's no evidence. You are such a liar.
And Matthew, I did notice how you glossed quickly past my hypothetical because you refused to answer it.
No, I asked.
Because you refused to show how you would change your interpretation, and that your interpretation is just based on your current beliefs.
No, I asked for clarification. It's like who's believing what?
Well, no, but as soon as Jenna came out and said, "Oh, if they all admitted tomorrow that the Earth was a globe," right? You understood that flawlessly. But I proposed to you that you had demonstrable evidence that gave you 100% certainty that the Earth is flat and motionless right now. How would your interpretation of their words, knowing that they are lying for 100% fact, right, change? And you didn't understand that.
No, yeah,
but then you understood it reverse.
Let me answer it
right,
now that
immediately. So
yeah, if I
it's
had
your typical playbook, right? You don't want to give up anything. You don't want to say anything, right? It's going to incriminate you and show you what you actually are.
To answer your hypothetical, if I had 100% certainty that the Earth was flat, then I would look at NASA's words as kind of being deceptive and trying to pull over the globe lie on the population.
Yeah, just a necessity for it'd be worded out of necessity because they're within a lie, right?
Right. They'd be either deceived or lie or deceiving.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, if I had 100% proof the Earth was flat, then yeah, that makes sense.
And we all here already know you do, right?
I am familiar with your argument.
There's plenty of proof for the flat Earth. He denies it. He'll use refraction and all kinds of mental gymnastics to work around it. He even claims if NASA came out and admitted they've been lying and the Earth is flat, he still wouldn't believe them.
That's right. It wouldn't.
There's that, right, Matthew?
Correct.
It's not denied that in many fields things are simplified for the sake of calculations, right?
Right.
You don't deny that. I'm just saying in this very instance, it's not because of that reason.
But if educational system change, you will still teach the globe. Is that correct, Matthew?
I would teach what I think is true, right?
Yeah, but they will change. Let's imagine they will change that everything is flat or flat geometry. Everything that we will learn now from the beginning, but you will still teach the kids the globe. Is that correct?
Right. I will teach what I think is true. That's what teachers do. They try to.
I said, in a case of changing education, that is no more heliocentric models. The people realize that, and they change that
He
in
answered you,
education.
Sasha. He understood you. He answered you.
Yeah, he's lying. He will do that the same thing
he
here.
would go against the grain. He'd be the one guy sitting in fucking 24/7 Globe Earth debate Discord, right? Keeping it.
Yeah.
I already do that by teaching intelligent design rather than methodological naturalism and evolution.
Okay. How about this? That you explain kids of 7 years old what level means?
Well, I'm not very good at teaching younger kids. To think about how.
Yeah. That's the best thing to teach young kids, not adults. No?
I was going to ask about his statement that teachers teach what they think is true.
Well, good teachers. Maybe you're right. Maybe I should change that.
Shouldn't teachers teach what they've demonstrated to be true and nothing more?
No.
Or at least qualify anything else as speculation, unsure, possibly this.
Teachers
possibly
be radical skeptics about everything? No, you wouldn't have any history teachers.
So no, you teach them things that they can't verify. That way everybody's fucking confused. Good job, Matthew.
There are lots of true things that are hard to verify, but given the choices, you go with the best guess about what is true.
Well, regarding tangible things
you just
that
guess at
still
it.
exist here, today and now, right? And are not based on endless anecdotal evidence such as history is. You don't believe they should only teach what they can actually demonstrate true.
Yeah, because next year is the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. So nobody was alive back then. No teachers today were alive back then. So what would you suggest about teaching that? Is it okay to say that it happened even if you weren't there?
Do we have the document?
Wait a second. Can we use this? Can we use this same logic on when Globers want to bring up Aristophanes?
Yes, same logic.
Yeah, same logic, Matthew. That kids should not need to learn. That's what you said now. That about independency or whatever. That's so ridiculous to know. Why is that important?
So don't teach the Declaration of Independence? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah.
Why do they need to know it? What does it have to do with this?
Do you know how history was written, Matthew?
History is typically written by the winners.
That means what? That's the answer. Yeah. Be with winners, and your history will be truth. If you're not with winners, that's your problem.
I did make the differentiation between tangible knowledge based in tangible things, right, versus based in history, which is very anecdotal based evidence.
Yeah, so obviously there's a range of different things and different levels to which we know things. And in chemistry class, you can actually do the experiments in the lab yourself. In history class, you look at documents or copies of documents and hear the sort of narrative about what happened 250 years ago.
Certainly, but if you weren't there, you can't ultimately verify where it did come from, right? If we're talking about a document, right?
But I don't think that's a good reason for not teaching it.
And to the paper, right, and for what actual agenda they did it, right? And that's fair enough,
Yeah. That's why I'm saying
history is a can of worms in that sense.
Right.
It's unavoidable. Well, but things that are tangible still exist here with us today now, right?
Yeah, that's why in chemistry class you actually do some of the experiments. In physics class, same thing.
Oh yeah, and the Earth would fall into that category. So in that regard, do you agree that teachers shouldn't be teaching what they think to be true, but what they can demonstrate to be true?
No, I don't agree with that at all.
No.
Nope.
Yep, you should fill strangers' kids' minds with stuff that you only speculate on. That way they can, succeed in life. Right, Matthew?
No, not just your speculations, but look at part of education is explaining what people think and sort of the ideas, and it's appropriate to explain how sure we are of something. If we're not sure of something, then we can describe that. In fact, history classes are full of that type of thing. They say, well, we think Caesar did this and we think Caesar did that. Here's why.
Great. I don't know why you're talking about history when we're talking about the Earth. History and the Earth are the same thing. One is physical and tangible. One happened a long time ago that it's difficult to verify. You think those are the same thing, do you?
I think that just like it's difficult to verify some things in history, it's difficult to verify some things about the Earth. It's difficult to verify some things about science, about astronomy. So the point is, you got to teach the students to understand why we believe what we believe, and explain to them why it's difficult to understand.
What you think about the Earth is difficult to demonstrate?
The size of the Earth is difficult to calculate. The motion of the Earth, the rotation of the Earth is difficult to believe in because you don't feel it. Those kinds of things.
The way
don't measure it.
Difficult? It's not even
that guy
fun.
you all love, right, in the desert 2,000 years ago. He apparently didn't have much difficulty. In fact,
Yeah, so
by your guys' narrative, it's extremely easy to calculate the size of the Earth.
I'd call it easy.
It would be great if we could have some primary source data for that particular historical event. But we teach it like it's fact.
We don't have primary source data for hardly anything from that long ago, right?
Great. So should we teach that stuff as fact?
We should teach it as history, and part of historical education is to find out why we think what we think and how we can verify it.
It's not history, though. It's just a made-up story, as far as I can tell. Huh?
So you wouldn't
what
call
would I
any
call
of
history? Maybe we shouldn't. This idea of history, it's all speculative. Maybe we should throw the whole thing out. I think you're right.
And there we go. That's the most honest answer I've heard. So, yep.
Well, why would I teach something that I couldn't verify?
Because if you didn't, there'd be hardly anything to learn.
Oh, really?
Oh, so this is just about filling. This is just about filling the school days with shit, right?
Yeah.
This is just about having a curriculum, and just go ahead so everybody gets paid, and the parents feel like the kids are, learning something. Let's just teach them a bunch of bullshit. Thank you. That was the most honest answer I've heard all day.
No, teach them the truth.
Okay, you nailed it, Caesar. So that is the ultimate reality, that maybe teachers aren't as useful as we make them out to be.
No, they're just propagating speculation. But what could be the harm in that?
Yeah, be maybe a one-day school week if we were actually just teaching useful, verifiable information and nothing more.
Amen.
Oh, he left. He didn't like that, Caesar. Didn't like that at all.
Can't hang.
Yeah, that one. No, that one stung a little bit.
He doesn't have logic, and I don't know. Is math isn't necessarily like a logical subject. I know he's a math teacher, but good.
I cannot believe that one teacher said something like that. I could expect that some politician, guy from politics came and said that, but what he said, like, yeah, practically.
Well, eventually, the mask falls off eventually, right? Like the true motive comes out.
Like, give me something if I don't have a program. Give me. I need to teach these kids, and I don't know what to teach them.
I hate when they say that those equations need to be simplified. I mean, wouldn't that be a chance for a mathematician? Wouldn't that be their time to shine in front of their colleagues and earn their wages for solving the hard math? And then they also have access to like the Pallades supercomputer, which is like the size of a small house. It's like the computer alone is like 1,200 square feet, and that thing can't solve these equations.
Right. Well, it's not only that, right? When it comes to the safety of people, right? You'd think that they'd want to be as accurate as possible. They're not going to go simplifying stuff. I mean, if they simplify, operation of aircraft over a spinning ball to that of flying over a motionless plane, without the concern for the safety of the passengers, then that says something about their spinning globe. Because why is their spinning globe acting like a motionless plane?
Yeah, figuring out the hard math, because I do carpentry, and when your like fellow carpenter can do some kind of rafter angles that are hard and none of your coworkers can figure them out, like people look at you like, oh shit, damn, this guy got it. Like, you figure it'd be the same thing with these mathematicians. They'd be like, oh shit, like, this guy can do them, I can't. It'd be a chance to show off, I would think.
Well, you know what, Travis? There probably was someone at NASA that was like chomping at the bit. Give me all the numbers. Give me everything. I'm going to sit up for the next 2 weeks, no sleep. I'll fucking get this done. I'll crunch it. And they're like, no. Don't worry about it. No, we're just going to go with, we assume, flat and motionless. But yeah, I mean, just says it all, The spinning globe Earth is so relevant to everything that you can just completely remove it from your calculations entirely.
Right, at no risk to the safety of people. Right.
Yeah. Matthew Lawrence, hyper fucking denialist. That's all he is. But Jen, I don't know if you're still here, but yeah, you were making a good point. You're saying, it just gets worse and worse and worse for the globe as optics improve.
It really, really does. Just,
yeah. I mean, Jay Tolan's going to be cutting about if he's still here in 20 years or something. He'll be, here's fucking 5,000 miles from the plane.
I love Jay Tolan's stuff. He's got some excellent stuff. There was somebody I was talking to in a Facebook Flat versus Globe group about these optics, and I gave them the J. Tolan Media one across like Hudson Bay and all of that. It was the 1,200 mile observation through infrared. And this guy was trying to tell me, he's like, well, I've been up to high places with my telescope and I can't see that far. So that kind of tickled me, right? But you can see miles away by pointing it up. Okay. So I told him, I said, this is being done through infrared, right? This is an accessory that you can get. These are lenses that you can get for your telescopes and your high-powered zoom cameras. And I said, judging by the fact that you didn't mention it, I'm going to guess that you don't have any IR lenses for your telescope. He's like, do you even know what IR is? He starts just spurging out. And I said, you're coping right now. Okay, because this observation, he's like, what, did you take a telescope on the plane? And I'm like, just because you have a telescope and I'm telling you that you can make observations with infrared through a telescope doesn't mean that J. Tolan did. It's a little different. He's got a high-powered zoom camera with an IR lens. So and I said, it's 1,200 miles from a commercial aircraft. At that height, it should only be about 250 miles. That's a big problem. This is exceeding what the geometric limitations for globe Earth should be. And he just wasn't getting it. He wasn't getting it at all. He wanted to argue whether or not I knew what infrared was. He wanted to argue about you can't take a telescope on a plane. I'm like, oh my gosh. Christ have mercy.
NASA did it.
Yeah,
That's what I was gonna say. Really, I was wanting to say, Sophia.
Right, but if you're
I wonder what they can capture from that fucking thing on that plane.
Looking
across.
Yeah, I would like to know just how far you could see through your airplane window with an IR lens on a telescope. Looking through a telescope. Oh my gosh, I bet that's damning.
Oh,
as if as if what we don't already have, as if what we don't already have, the stuff we already have is damning, right? So just imagine, slapping an IR lens on a telescope and viewing through an airplane window at 33,000 feet. It's amazing.
Yeah, I posted it in the chat. Yeah, that thing, Jenna. Imagine what you could see with that.
Okay. Now let me clarify exactly what's going on with these IR cameras. In order to make an IR camera, you have to remove the cut filter that sits on top of the sensor. Okay. And then you have to use a filter that blocks everything but those IR frequencies you want.
Frequencies.
So it's not technically an IR lens. It's more like filters.
Filter, yeah. You're right.
J. Tolan's last post on YouTube was 11 months ago, and he mentioned something about hoping his health improves so he can make a new video, and he hasn't released anything since.
Oh, no.
Have you guys ever made an infrared? No, sorry. Is it infrared? No, just you can turn any camera into a night vision camera.
Conversion kits.
So I did it years ago, right? I think I got it off YouTube. So you just take a bunch of LED lights out of your remote controls, right? If you got a bunch of remote controls that are no good anymore, take the little bulbs out of them, and then you can hook them up to a battery, right? And then place them on your camera around the lens, right? And then you activate it. And on your viewfinder, you actually, you can go out into the pitch black dark or be in a pitch black dark room, right? You can't see anything, but on your viewfinder of your camera, you can see things. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's night vision. You can get security cameras that have night vision.
Yeah, I did that to a P900, took off that filter, and then I bought like a $20 infrared flashlight on Amazon, and it's the funnest little night vision ever.
It's unfortunate to hear about J. Tolan, his health. Hope things are going well for him and he can get back out there and doing observations.
Yeah, usually the downside with trying to convert your own camera is most of these cameras are designed to be almost entirely disassembled before you can get to the sensor, instead of just like taking the back off the camera and then getting to the sensor. Like for the Canon cameras, I know you have to take the lens off. You have to pretty much take all the entire front body of the camera off just to get to the sensor. It's a pain in the ass, and then trying to put it back all together and make sure it works can also be a pain in the ass.
Yeah, sounds like you're gonna know. Why don't they just like make one?
Well, you could order one, I guess, through the manufacturer, but it would cost you extra, probably more than what getting it converted would, because they'll say, "Oh, it's special. We're going to charge you double the price of the camera."
But I mean, at least then you've got like a warranty, right?
Yeah, that's why you never do it on a camera still under warranty. You wait till the warranty expires, and then you do it.
Yeah, at least then, like, if you got a manufacturer to do it, then you know, like it's on them if they didn't do it right. But if you do it and you stuff up, like, oh my god, that would be horrible.
Yep.
I was going to say, I think Yoda, I mean, he hasn't said this. It's just, yeah, I feel it from what he is saying, you know, because he's bringing up camera conversion kits a lot. I think he's fixing to probably maybe do his own observations similar to Jay Tolan at some point. I'm gonna ask him next time he's in.
Yeah, that's what Flat Earth has got going, is that everybody who really wants to know is becoming an independent researcher. So I really find it funny that the Globetards want to call us grifters when it's like we're paying out of pocket our own money to do our own research, to buy our own equipment. What? Like, nobody's giving us money to do any of this. Nobody pays us. So,
if they projected any more, they would be a movie projector.
for sure. So, and when there's more and more and more, there's a growth of independent researchers. That's the sentence. There is a growth of independent researchers on this topic. And so when you've got that many people going out there and actually making these real world observations and taking the measurement, right, getting the distance and going, well, I'm not supposed to see that. Here's the globe math. Yeah, it's amazing. I'm watching the pace pick up. It's got its traction, but I'm watching the numbers go up. There's more and more and more people who are waking up to this and going, oh, this is the natural world. I don't see curvature in the natural world. I don't feel myself spinning around in the natural world. I actually had posted something about that, about how when you shut out a lot of the outside sources, the outside interference, you can do your own research and come to your own conclusions naturally. And Flat Earth comes naturally. Every time it comes naturally. So I think that more and more people are starting to wake up and, more importantly, trust themselves and trust their own sense perception and personal experience rather than the outside influences. So there's hope. There's hope yet.
I think that's why there's been such a big push when these guys are like, oh, you can't trust your senses. You can't trust your eyesight. It's a very primitive organ.
Oh yeah, but you can fucking trust it eyeballing objects in the sky to tell their spheres going around the sun and all that shit.
Well, the problem is people see stars in the sky, think they can see forever.
Yeah, Gloria's just cherry picking with them statements all the time. Everything they apply their senses to, they can trust.
Guys, you're unmuting someone. I
really do.
Please, someone of this see. If you saw someone is sort of muted, don't unmute him unless you have muted yourself. This is VC, please.
Okay, welcome to the discussion.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt you guys. I'm so sorry.
It's all good. Yeah, there was that guy jumping in and out. He's server deafened, but he wasn't.
He was cursing. Yeah. He jumped to all the guest room PCs to unmute him. He was cursing people.
Oh, well, I didn't, he wasn't muted, so there was nothing to unmute. I don't know why he's server deafened. He'd be server muted.
Yeah, I just did that. Someone maybe can notice that he's clearly did something. Okay, guys, you can continue the conversation.
All right, man. Cheers. Where were we?
Space.
Oh, yeah. Really said. People think they see forever looking at stars.
Yeah. They think because they see stars that we're seeing forever now. No, you're not. The light is reaching your eyes. That's what you're seeing is the light, not the star. So they look up in the sky and say, oh yeah, those stars are millions of light years away. Therefore, I should be able to see the Eiffel Tower from New York City. It's not the same thing. The light from that Eiffel Tower will never go further than 50 kilometers.
Yeah, but the whole you can't trust your senses, right? It's just another cope.
Well, you can't trust your misinterpretation of your senses. Yeah, that's correct.
I think that's one of those things that the Dunning-Kruger effect comes into play is that one should always rely on instrumentation and readings and things like that to the best that you can when you're trying to observe things, so that way you're being as objective as possible, but there's definitely a limit to that, and at some point you have no choice but to trust your eyes. You have to have no choice but to trust your judgment, and so those are the very same people who will then make sweeping generalizations on 3 or 4 different studies that have different methodologies that can't be put together in, say, like a meta sense, but they'll try it anyway and then tell us that we can't utilize our senses.
We're never actually telling them to just blindly trust their senses anyway. You know, like when we speak to them, we ask them, how is it you experience the Earth directly? We're trying to establish that baseline that we all should have with each other, that we do directly experience the Earth as being flat and motionless. But we never just stop there. We never say, well, just go with that, right? We say, okay, well, that's what our senses seem to be saying, and they seem to be saying it very strongly. So let's go and verify that. They just get hung up on the first part, as if that's our entire argument.
They don't know what is horizon.
Yeah, that's the other problem.
You cannot have horizon on the globe. Not only because of definition, because of the sphere. Because if you put the cube, let's say big cube, then the surface will be flat. You go out of the cube and you see, okay, I had that horizon line. you can do that with the cylinder. You can do that with the flat surface or something, but you cannot do that. Zoom out from the sphere, you will get the edge of the sphere, and you cannot call that horizon. That must be some another name for that.
Yeah, most Globers have no clue what the horizon is. If you ask them what's the horizon, they can't give you a proper answer.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. How are you? Hello. Hello. Hello, hello.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't quick enough. Oh, my interface is all stuffed. I have to log out. Alright, so little anecdote, right? So I dozed off yesterday, watching a reaction video. I like the reaction videos. I watch a lot of them, and I woke up to none other than Witset's voice, right? Just flat smacking like crazy, right? And I'm like, wait, what's this? And it's still the reaction video I'd fallen asleep to. I probably only dozed off for a few minutes or something. But yeah, anyway. And it was a clip from 2021 from one of his street activism videos. And he's in front of this Ripley's Believe It or Not ball, right, that's sitting on a fountain, right? And he's going through how the physics doesn't, jive, water doesn't stick to the exterior of a ball, hydrostatics. He's going through horizon distance measurements. He's going through gas pressure. He's just like that, the old school, giving it to him straight shit. He's been a bit sarcastic about NASA and stuff, and the government loves you, and they wouldn't lie to you, and they're telling you, they've just finished telling you the air's not safe to breathe and all this, right? But like mostly he was just on the good stuff, right? And I was like, yeah, this is the Wits that I remember, man. And the reaction, the guy's reaction, because this guy is a flat earther. The reaction video content maker, right? He's a flat earther, but I've never heard him say anything specifically like why. I've just heard him say he doesn't believe in outer space and it's a ball and all that. He doesn't really go into the details. I could tell he's just kind of a little bit. He'll mention stuff like he'll watch certain clips about the AE map and outer lands and all that, right? And he'll comment on that and like, yeah, So I've got the feeling he's like kind of a esoteric sort of flat earther. But man, his face the whole time, he was just locked on every single freaking word that Witset was saying, and it was so obvious to me that he'd never heard flat earth put to him like this before, and he was just like hanging on every word, and he paused it at one point and went, where is this guy now? This dude just said 2021. It's 2025 now. That was 4 years ago. I need to get this guy on as a podcast. This guy is spitting some truths and some numbers. He was just blown away. And then I went, watched the clip and that, and then I went to the comment section, and there was people in there saying, "Who is this guy? Where is he now?" And it sort of hit home to me that these baby flat earthers and these esoteric flat earthers, these Dave Weiss followers and the Eric DeBay followers and all that, they're craving for this. They want this stuff, right? They need it because they've got more than just like, well, look at this app. Oh, there could be outer lands, and there's a dome, right? Like the weak stuff, right? That when they're talking to people about it, they don't have any ammo. They got basically rubber bullets, like nothing really. And I could just tell this guy was just so like blown away by what Witsit was saying. And, I messaged Witsit. I said, this is the stuff that your people are wanting, man. Like, this is what they need. And this is what they actually want. This is what they're looking for. And I was just like, man, I miss that Witsit. I miss those days. Like, those are the golden age days. Like, and
yeah, man, I got a clip. Witsit just absolutely, it's like Flat Earth 101, and he just like lays all the arguments out like amazingly, like rapid, like fire over about 30 minutes. It's a freaking brilliant clip. He covers everything, just destroys. It's really good.
Right? Yeah.
I'll post it in the side chat. It's a great clip to play in here if you got some new people in and they want to hear some like all the 101 stuff. He just lays it all out like so eloquently. It's very good. I think he got his reputation got a bit overly poisoned by certain flat earthers that were in our community, and I think he got it a bit rough, to be honest. I don't know, a lot of people stopped listening to his stuff, but a lot of his recent stuff he still crushes, right? He like 90% of the things he says are spot on and awesome. Right? He's pretty high level flat earther in my opinion. He got I think people were jealous of him. Certain flat earthers were jealous of him, and they tried to turn the community against him, and it worked wonders. He did a little bit of that himself, I do agree. But yeah, he's like
right, yeah,
top tier in my opinion.
Right, yeah. I mean, what I saw in this reaction video was so unlike anything I've seen on these reaction videos before, like to do with Flat Earth, right? Because most of it's like, to do with strange sky sightings and, double sun and like Bigfoot and just all sorts of weird stuff. But occasionally there's like a flat earth thing in there, but nothing on the level of what I saw yesterday, right? I was just so gobsmacked. I was like, yes! And I could just see the guy's face. He was just like, his eyes are wide open. He's just you could see he was intensely concentrating on every word that came out of Witsit's mouth. And he was just, you could just see that he was like, yeah, this is the stuff, like, oh man, it just made me think, just how much like that, like the whole, these arguments, they're not getting heard, whoever, because the title was TikTok videos that you guys sent to me, right? Like, so one of his viewers sent that to him, right? And I was just like, bang, smack on, man. Like, that was just so awesome. Because this guy's got like he's got hundreds of thousands of subscribers,
Oh wow,
he
on
gets a lot of
YouTube?
views. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, man. I notice when flat earthers come in here that aren't from our community, they just want to talk about like outer lands and ice wall, and like they don't know anything. They don't know any of the technical arguments at all. Even the popular YouTube flat earthers, right? Like David Weiss, for example, or I mean, David Weiss knows a fair bit of stuff, but he still just butchers like long distance observations. He butchers so many of the technical arguments. He just butchers the crap out of them. But most of the like TikTok flat earthers and stuff like that, like Instagram, Facebook, like I'm scrolling down my Facebook and seeing the memes and stuff they're posting. I'm like, oh my freaking God. Like these are just the worst memes ever. Like the worst argument. Like 2015 memes, man. It's freaking insane. And yeah, TikTok's just flooded with this kind of thing. Yeah, we need to get out there.
Yeah, I think they did it on purpose.
I heard you talking about
see
that.
what I read. I posted in another channel. I was speaking about this very thing. Because Flat Earth was massive on TikTok, you know. But it was massive with all this squishy brain shit.
Yep. Just all the worst arguments.
Yeah.
like if you could pick out all of the worst arguments, like you just scroll through TikTok and see all of them, one after the other. The stereotypical arguments that the anti-flat earthers just tease flat earthers for. And we say they're being disingenuous. Quite often they're not. They're just kind of, making fun of terrible flat earth arguments, which is kind of called for, in my opinion, when some of these arguments are so bad. I'm trying to find a video in my downloads folder right now. It's the perfect example of one of these like TikTok flat earthers talking about portals in the ice wall and shit like that.
Oh, fucking hell.
And then there's that guy, he's got like nearly 1 million followers. The fittest flat earther, Tyler Hansen, I don't forget his name exactly. Something like that, Tyler, someone. But he's known as fittest flat earther. He's got freaking thousands of videos on TikTok. He's got nearly 1 million followers, and half of his videos are like David Weiss style content. And then the other half of his videos are like certain celebrities, other certain celebrities from the past, and like people. This really person's a clone, and yeah, that person's a clone, and all sorts of just crazy shit.
Yeah, you can mix that stuff in.
Yeah, Jim Carrey is really this other person.
But what we do here, it doesn't jive with TikTok. Can't translate the content. They're appealing to people that have, 15-second or less attention span. Everyone's got to be grabby, be quick with it. Something sensational to draw them in.
Hello.
Welcome. Hello.
I have a question for you guys.
What we're here for.
Do you mute people who go against what you say?
Yes, definitely. No, I'm kidding.
We're sitting here to speak to people that believe opposite what we believe. So, and yeah, we were all Globers once. So,
but are you like the veganism channel?
Never really been in it. What's it like in there?
A war zone.
Yeah, we avoid the war zone type channel antics in here. We try to keep it one-on-one.
They meet you if you have a different opinion.
Well, that's vegans for you. No, we don't mute people for having a different opinion, or belief, or anything like that. We mute people if they're disrespectful, and also if they are just talking through our explanations or answers and not actually listening to anything or progressing the conversation.
It kind of sounds like what they were saying.
I missed that. Can you repeat that?
It kind of sounds like what they were saying.
Well, yeah.
So
well,
if you give a different opinion, it's natural for people to kind of speak over each other a little bit. But because some people have permissions in certain channels, they will use and abuse those permissions because...
I know exactly what you mean. No, sorry.
As soon as someone gives a different opinion, then they will try and speak over the other person, and when the other person tries to speak back over them, then they mute them because apparently you're being rude.
Well, in our particular case, we're very aware that pretty much 99% of people that come in this channel are going to have a different opinion regarding the nature of the Earth. So, it's par for the course, you know.
I'd like to think so too.
But, you know, if you're interested in this topic, just feel free to ask some questions or why not. Don't know if you've come in here to speak about Flat Earth, Globe Earth, or you sounds like you're just trying to escape the other Warzone channels.
Not quite. I'm just here to listen. Kind of.
That's fine.
Have you talked about this before with anybody? Are you familiar with this topic or? No?
Maybe years ago.
Right. Because if you're kind of new to it, it is really fascinating because it's not what you think it is. Like, you've probably got this idea in your head of what you hear the term flat earth, the words flat earth, right? And your mind develops kind of imagery, you know, this concept and idea in your own head, just based on, you know, what you think, right? But you'll soon find that it's probably not what you're thinking. Just for example, like if you search flat earth, right, on Google, and you click on images, you'll see cartoons of discs in space, right, with water falling over the edges, or with some sort of, you know, like a transparent force field dome around it, you know, like that sort of thing. And we're not proposing that type of flat earth where it's like a disk floating in space, right, within a solar system. Yeah, we're actually challenging the entirety of modern cosmology. The idea that we're in a solar system, that we're in the vacuum of outer space even, right? That the lights in the sky are worlds, big giant spheres of nuclear reaction plasma, or you know, solid mass of, you know, ice and dirt, or gas balls spinning around inside of ever expanding vacuum, which is just antithetical to any type of physics that we can demonstrate here on the Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, they're mainly about what we can observe and experience in reality, right? You know, not from a perspective that we don't have and can never have and could never even possibly imagine to have, right? So we deal with what we can actually go outside and determine objectively. Yeah. And that, you know, and sorry, go on.
I wanted to ask why challenge people with a different opinion for something like this?
Why?
Why challenge people with a different opinion for something like this? What's in it for you? Why do you speak strongly about it?
for the most part, I just find it fascinating topic, right? You know, like it's just interesting and mind blowing. You know, so you know the notion that we are not on a spinning ball, right? Contrary to the majority, like billions of people's, you know, worldview, right? That's monumental, right? That would mean that billions of people are walking around deluded, right?
Have
And
you ever
misinformed.
been in the sky?
I've been on an aircraft, yeah. I've been to high altitudes, yeah.
Yeah, high altitudes. But not in a normal aircraft, I'm talking about a bit higher than that.
No. No, unfortunately, I've never gone past about 30,000 feet, so, yeah.
Okay.
Funny you mention that because astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson has multiple interviews where he's kind of dogging on the so-called space flights, right? Like Richard Branson's Virgin Galactic, right? It went up to 300,000 feet, and he said that it's disingenuous that, you know, the way that they're marketing it. He said he did the calculations, and he said that you wouldn't even see the curvature of the Earth, even from 300,000 feet. He also did the same thing with the Red Bull space jump. He said it's 129,000 feet for the Red Bull space jump. And he said, you don't see the curvature of the Earth from that high. So when people think they're seeing the curvature from a plane, right, even if it's a bit higher of a plane, it's still much lower than the 300,000 feet. That even the astrophysicist, Neil deGrasse Tyson, who hates flat earthers, by the way, he says that you would not see it from that height. So we even had people that went up on those flights saying that you wouldn't see the curvature from, I mean, that they didn't see the curvature when they were up there. So it's interesting. And I think mathematically, yeah, you can do the math, right? Work out how much curvature you should see from these heights, and you wouldn't actually be high enough to see any. Because we can send, and have done so, sent, cameras up on weather balloons to 120,000 feet. You know, when the camera pans around 360 degrees, you just see a flat horizon. Not that I'm saying that that's proof that the Earth's flat. I'm just saying that's what you see from that height. Did that person, is it mic check?
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay,
I'm just
cool.
listening.
Yeah. So yeah, most people have a misconception about how high you would have to be to see the curvature of the Earth.
That man you mentioned, you said he's against flat earthers? Right?
Neil deGrasse Tyson, yeah. Yep.
So he clearly doesn't see that as evidence for an argument.
He agrees that the Earth is observed to be flat, right? Horizons are observed to be flat. He just doesn't think that that's a great argument for he doesn't like was pointed out, he doesn't like the misrepresentation, especially that the media presents to the world about what the world looks like from high altitude. He would rather it be appreciated that it still does look flat from extreme high altitudes, but still understanding, in his view, that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, he's pointing out bad arguments by globe earthers, right? Like sometimes we get some flat earthers that come in here and have really shit arguments. It would be like, hey, dude, right? That's a terrible argument, right? Don't come in here and say that, right? Because that's going to make us all look silly. So he's kind of doing that. Same kind
Yeah,
of thing.
we don't use arguments from the sky. We find that just fucking ridiculous logically. We're talking about the surface of Earth, right? And we say it's flat, which is a surface description, right? It's not a claim to the shape of the Earth. And we
understanding that.
derive that truth by measuring the surface. It's globers that come in here and say, well, just go high enough, you'll see the curvature of the Earth. But none of them, of course, have ever seen such a sight. And the only possible location where you can apparently see the curvature of the Earth is out of the reach of the average person. That only, say, astronauts have access to. It's not our
Do you know
arguments for a flat
any
Earth that you
astronauts?
go high enough and you can't see the curvature or something like that.
Astronauts are supposed to be in the sky. They don't count either.
They come back to ground pretty often, and you get people orbiting Earth. Not entirely in space, but in higher altitudes.
Well, again, we've got the supposed astronauts that are claimed to be in the ISS, right? And even at the ISS's altitude of 55 miles, I think, the math doesn't work out for seeing the curvature of the Earth even from there. So the only actual astronauts who's got an eyewitness testimony of a first-hand experience in the Earth as a sphere, as a ball, would be the Apollo astronauts during the claimed moon missions from 1969. And of them, that's only 25 people. So this is an entire worldview, an entire cosmology, essentially, based on the claims of only 25 people out of all of humanity that can say, with their first-hand experience, they experienced the Earth as a globe.
So, like I was saying, you're taking your opinion purely based on the ground, but you've never personally spoken to someone who's been up higher. How does that make it?
Well,
how does that
so someone
not
goes
make
up
it
high
a
and they
one-sided
say-
opinion?
No, I mean, we can acknowledge if someone wants to come along and make the claim that I've went up high enough and I've seen that the Earth curves. And we'll say, okay, that's perfectly fine. We'll take your claim. And now we'll go out into reality and we'll attempt to verify that claim. Because if the Earth is curving from whatever altitude you pick, it's also curving from standing on the ground. So we can go and measure for that curve. And if it doesn't show up in the measurements, it's not there. So somebody's bullshitting. And it's unlikely to be the direct measurements.
Yeah, you don't need to go up high to to test for the curvature. Okay, the horizon should be 3 miles away from you. If you're 6 foot tall standing at the beach or at a large lake, the horizon, due to the curvature of the Earth, would be just 3 miles away. And then things beyond the horizon should start to become hidden behind the horizon. That's what's very easy to test for, and that's what we've got thousands of tests that have been done showing that there's zero curvature over huge bodies of water, where there would have to be a large amount of curvature if the Earth was a globe, right? Like hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature over, say, a 20-mile lake, for example. But we can zoom in shoreline to shoreline and see that there's zero curvature over that distance.
Wait, if the Earth was flat, wouldn't there be edges to it then?
Well, we're not claiming. Yeah, we're not claiming. Like most people think of the vacuum of space, right? It's like the heliocentric model. Okay, it's based around the globe, and they think about a big vacuum of space, and you've got all these round planets orbiting around, and the Earth is one of those. And then when they hear about flat Earth, they try to insert the flat Earth inside that preconceived notion of outer space, which is the heliocentric model. So they'll kind of like flatten down the globe and think of like a flat disk. And then that's where the edges, question usually comes from. But that's not what we're claiming. We're not trying to fit a flat Earth planet. We're not claiming the Earth's a planet. We're not trying to fit the flat Earth into the globe model. Okay, flat Earth, we're not even making a shape claim. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat's just a descriptive term, like flat, bumpy, smooth, that kind of thing. Okay, and in this
like mountains?
Yeah. So in this context, right? So most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water, right? Over 70% of the known surface area is covered in oceans and lakes, right? And then we have topography, mountains and hills and valleys, all that kind of thing, right? Obviously, no one's denying that. But the surface of the water, which covers most of the surface of the Earth that we know about, okay, that's not curving over distance as it would have to if the Earth were a globe. So for example, if you had like a 10-mile lake, you would have to have 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles, right? If you had a 20-mile lake or section of the ocean, you would have to have approximately 300 foot of curvature over that distance. That means
Why would you need that curvature?
Well, it's based off the size of the globe that they tell us. It's based off the radius value. So this isn't our claim. This is just geometry. Okay, it's just geometry based off the radius of the globe, right? And because of gravity and the size of the globe, all the water would have to be curving at a specific rate.
Still very confused because if we claim that the Earth is flat, I didn't quite follow your sentence there.
What's the defining feature of a sphere?
The way that I understand you saying that the Earth is flat is I can imagine a book with edges.
No, that's what I was explaining, that it isn't. Okay, so in this context, we're talking about the surface of the water. Okay, so a large body of water
only
at rest,
regarding water,
which covers most of the Earth, right? So if you've got flat water and they say 70% of the globe is covered in water that's flat, obviously that doesn't work on a globe, right? So if you have a large surface that's not curving, it's by default flat. Just like we all observe and experience when we go and see a large body of water. Right? They'll tell us that, oh, we're so small and the globe's so big, you would just see it as flat. Right? But we can actually test for the curvature that would have to be there. For example, if we went to a 10-mile lake, okay, there should be 66 feet of curvature over that 10 miles, according to the globe math. Now, if we set a camera up at, say, 1 foot height on one side of the lake, we shouldn't be able to zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. It should be hidden behind the horizon, right, which would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, right? Anything beyond the horizon would be beyond the curvature of the Earth. So just say you had a friend standing on the other side of the lake, 10 miles away. They should be hidden by about 50 foot. Okay, they would have to be 50 foot high just to be able to see them. Okay, but that's not what happens when we go out to a large lake. We can zoom in all the way across the lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, right? Or we could see a feature in the ocean, right? Say we have some oil platforms or an island. We can zoom in and we can see the island where we shouldn't be able to see the island. And this is consistent. So in this context, what we mean by flat Earth is that there's no evidence of the Earth curving, right? So you could think of it like a topographical plane, right? A plane with topography. So yeah, definitely not crazy claims, right? It's exactly what we all experience in reality, right? Water needs a container. If you want to have a large body of water, right, you're going to need a container, whether it be a bath or a pool, right, or a lake or a pond. It's just where the water fills the low spot in the land, and then the surface of the water, when at rest, is flat, right? When there's no wind, it will form like a perfect mirror on the surface. Okay, and then over a large distance, it would have to be curving quite a large amount if the Earth were a globe, and then we can even shoot lasers, high-powered lasers across the surface. Tons of different tests have been done. We can't find the curvature. So that's why we're asking people, right? Do you have any evidence of Earth curvature? Why is it that people believe that the Earth's a globe other than they were taught it from a young age, and then it was reinforced through the education system? Yeah, so just say we get like a high-powered laser, like a really not like a laser pointer, but like a very, very big high-powered laser that can shoot a huge distance. Okay, so if we set up the laser horizontally just above the surface of the water, let's say we've got like a 20-mile body of water. Okay, we're going to shoot the laser across the body of water to a target that's the same elevation height on the other side. Okay, so say we got the laser set up 5 foot on a tripod. And then we've got a target on the other side of the body of water that's also 5 foot high. Okay, the laser will shoot across the body of water and hit the target. But if the Earth were a globe, that laser should actually be seen hundreds of feet up in the air. Okay, so over 20 miles, there is 266 foot of curvature on a globe. Okay, so you should see that laser beam 266 foot up in the air. It should not be hitting the target, but it consistently will hit the target.
But it will never hit the target directly on point.
Yeah, it's hitting the target on point because these are, some of these are like $30,000 lasers that are being used.
Where did you see that?
Field. Yeah, I'll pull up a test and pop it in the side chat. Okay.
Or a video would be better.
Have you? Yeah, so this is it's an hour-long video, right? It's done by a group named FE Core, Field Engineers Core. It's a group of field engineers. Hey, Obvious, have you got the PDF that goes along with that by any chance?
I'll get it.
Thanks, man. Yeah, so this is a video documenting the test. So they did a whole bunch of different tests, right? Not just one, and they accounted for all of the variables in extreme detail. Okay, so they got a 180-page technical PDF document to go along with it, and there's a video there that shows the entire process. It's all explained. There's actually tons of these, but this is a great one because these guys really, they used a $30,000 laser beam, and they did it multiple times, and they accounted for all of the humidity and everything like that. So yeah, there's one to check out if you want to check out, some laser tests. But there's tons and tons that have been done, right? All confirming that there's no curvature. Yeah, this topic sounds crazy to everyone at first, but once you look into it a bit, you'll realize it's not as crazy as it seems.
I actually don't have a good link for the PDF. You'll have to drop it.
Sorry, I want to understand. When you picture the Earth, I'm talking about specifically the shape alone.
We don't.
What can you compare it most to?
Okay, so here we go. You keep thinking that Earth is floating in space, no matter what it is.
No, I'm just asking you.
We just got done telling you that we don't think of it like that.
No, we're not making a shape claim, Jay. Flat is not a shape.
So
the overall shape, if the Earth has one, is unknown.
But I want you to compare it to something here on Earth. What would you compare it to?
Okay, well, tell me what's the shape of a cloud?
Well, it's vapor. If you look at it from the ground.
What shape is vapor? What shape is vapor?
If you look at it from the ground, it looks puffy and soft.
What's the shape of a cloud?
Once you go,
what's the shape of a cloud?
Cloud shape is the correct answer.
I always ask, what's the shape of a lake? That's another one.
Sorry, I think you're getting offended. I'm just trying to ask you and understand and try and picture it in my own mind.
No one's getting offended. It's all good.
So I'm trying to relate it to something that I can picture.
You want us to
Basically.
claim an object, right?
So
we're not claiming the Earth is an object. You're used like the globe is claiming that the Earth is a sphere and it's a certain size. We're not making that claim. We're testing the globe, right? What everyone experiences is just a flat, motionless plane. That's what we experience, right? I'm not saying that's proof of what it is, but that's just what we all experience. And we don't know the shape. We can only get so high in the air. Okay, and we can only travel so far south, right, to be able to know these things, right? So we don't know the shape of the Earth. I would say nobody knows the true shape or size of the Earth, right, or that we can validate. So what we're talking about is that there are certain characteristics that would have to be present if the Earth were a sphere, right? And that would be the curvature. And when we go out and test for that over and over again, we cannot find any. And then we look throughout all of history from the globe side to try to find one person that's actually gone out and measured the curvature of the Earth. And that's when you start running into what the hell? There is nothing, right? It was conceptualized, right? And that's a whole different topic. It was how the globe came to be.
Would it be infinite then?
No, well, we wouldn't know exactly what it would be. I wouldn't claim it to be infinite. It's just not something that we would have to speculate, right? It would just be like pure speculation. And we try not to do that. We try to stick with empirical evidence, because if we made a specific claim, right, then people that want to come in here and debate with us will say, oh, we'll prove it. Say, oh, we don't know, we don't want to do that. It would be great if we could say, oh yeah, it's this exact particular shape. I don't know why people think it would have to be like a square or a rectangle or a circle, like Professor Triangle said a minute ago. Like what shape is a tree? What shape is a lake? What shape is a cloud? Right? They're just completely unique shapes. Each one different than the other.
Well, they're like a combination of shapes, so I can describe it as a combination of shapes.
Right, like a lake.
Gee, why don't
Could
you
be any
tell us
shape.
what the shape of the Earth is?
What if the Earth was globe at night?
Hold on. I'm not speaking to you yet, mate.
Oh shit!
You have to wait your turn.
Oops.
So, G, you tell us what the shape of the Earth is.
Well, I don't want to get into that topic because I think that'll go off of.
You're in the room about it. You're in the topic of the room you're in. It's
I'm
flat
not in the
Earth.
topic of the shape of whatever. I'm trying to understand an opinion.
No, so you can ask us what the shape of the Earth is. I can't ask you what the shape of the Earth is.
No, I'm just trying to understand an opinion. I don't need you to understand mine. I'm not
Well,
here for.
I want you to show your reasoning, how you come to some shape conclusion regarding the
I
Earth.
think that everything contains a shape in some way or form. And I'm not going to bring up big words here. I'm going to keep it try and keep it simple.
Right. Well,
I don't really like to.
You're going off of this is like a philosophical principle, right?
Okay.
So whether or not the Earth has a shape or not, right? Do you know it? Can you tell us it?
So I think that everything consists of a shape. I'm going to go back to what I was saying earlier before I get off topic. Everything around us, the floor or objects around us, it's a combination of everything. Earlier I was asked what the shape of a cloud was. And while you're on the ground, it appears to be a combination of different things, whether that be ovals or circles or somewhat triangular. But as soon as you start getting closer to it, you realize that you can no longer see a shape. You can only feel it because it's water vapor. You no longer see it.
Yeah, but if I were to just point at any random cloud, right, and ask for a shape, tell me the shape of that cloud, what would you tell me?
I would tell you it's a combination of shapes.
I don't want you to go and zoom into the cloud. I don't want you to get closer. I don't want you to break it down into sections. Just what you see right now in front of you, can you give me a shape that defines it?
I would tell you a combination of shapes. It doesn't have to be
I'm not
singular.
asking for a combination. I'm asking for one overall shape.
Why would it have to be singular?
Well, that's what you're asking of us, no?
No, I didn't ask for you to give me a singular shape, did I?
We just don't know the shape of the Earth. Like, sorry about that.
No, so I'm trying to picture it. That's why I asked you, like, what do you imagine? I'm trying to, like,
Well,
you
I got
asked
you.
me about the
Flat
cloud,
surface. Yeah, it's a
so I
flat
could answer it
surface.
to the best of my ability by comparing it
It's
to what
inconceivable. Inconceivable. I mean, there is no objectifying the Earth, right, in the sense that you can see it as having an outline, right, or being having a placement within another place, right. So, for all intents and purposes, it is the place. Often, what's helped people in the past is having it described as we're on the floor of the universe. I don't know if that helps you.
So there's only up.
That's down.
Yeah. Up, down, and horizontal. Yeah.
Up, down, left, and right.
Yeah, it's the same direction for everyone. Like everyone on the Earth, up is up, and everyone down is down the same direction. Whereas on a globe, it's like every single direction is up and down depending on where you're at.
Ja, you got questions?
Atmosphere is not part of the Earth?
It's part of, well, technically, yeah, I guess, like everything that makes up the Earth as a whole, right, is like part of it. Kind of like the tires are part of a car, right? That kind of thing. Yeah.
So is the atmosphere circular or flat?
Earth system.
The almost doesn't have a shape.
Gas has no inherent shape. Okay, gas is circular gas it's like a contradiction in terms. Atmo means gas and sphere, obviously, right? So spherical gas is a contradiction of terms. It's poor terminology, actually. Gases will conform to the shape of whatever container they're in, and gas particles themselves will just move at random in all directions to fill the available space of whatever container they're in. Speaking of containers, though, right, you need to have a contained system to have gas pressure in the first place. That's the necessary requirement or antecedent to having gas pressure.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
another.
When it's in the air, there's no shape.
Yeah, there's no shape. Well, it would conform to the shape of the container, but on a globe, you would have to have like a sphere, an atmosphere.
So yeah, exactly. So when you say that atmosphere is part of the Earth, it means that atmosphere has no shape.
Nobody said the atmosphere wasn't part of the Earth, right?
Oh, it's part of the
Nobody
Earth.
said
No, it's not.
Most we were just talking about clouds.
Oh, I asked the question and showed them it's part of the Earth.
Part of the Earth system.
So
just look up the definition of Earth if you really need to. Like, it depends. Some people say it means the dirt, right? Some people include the water and the air. But the technical definition is the water, the earth, right? The air, like the dirt, the sand, the worms.
Well, the atmosphere is in the air, but I don't know if you have another definition of that. Is it?
Oh. Yeah, it's a mixture of gases. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it has no shape.
Gases don't have any shape, any particular shape. Yeah, themselves. Right, as a body.
It's very difficult to, because if the Earth was flat and there was glass over there, the Earth is actually.
It's not that complicated. I mean, you need to. It's actually an evidence against the globe, right? Because you need to have a container to have gas pressure.
Well, life. That's my point. But life is so difficult. Like for the insects, the animals, the human being, how the brain actually works. It's so complicated and complex. How could the Earth be so simple? It's flat because we see that it's flat.
Why is that simple? Why does that make it simple? Yeah.
It's like thinking without thinking. It's like I see something flat, then it's flat.
You could go and measure it, right?
Like you said, it's simple.
Yeah. Water's
Yeah,
very
that's
simple.
not what we say, though.
Fluid dynamics. It's just.
Well, yeah, it's very difficult, but this is simple as well.
You're saying that there's nothing simple, that nothing in nature is simple.
No, I'm saying that the nature is not simple, and the whole Earth that contains nature should be
Yeah,
complex.
you're talking about complex systems in organisms compared to geometry.
exactly.
Like, there's nothing complex going on with the geometry of the fucking ground, man.
Well,
Yeah, exactly.
It is one way, or it's another way,
my
right?
own ideas. Like I said, that's my point.
Hey, listen, simple characteristics and
the
aspects.
surface of Earth to like the human being's circulatory system here.
Exactly. Listen, bro. Listen. So, complex systems can involve simple, right, characteristics and aspects. Like it's like an apple is complex, but it's simple, right? Its color is simple. It's green or red, right? That's simple. Right. That's so. There's a complex dynamics to the Earth system, right? But there's aspects about it which is simple, and such as the surface of liquid at rest being flat and level.
It's not simple.
It is simple.
Gravity by itself is not simple.
It's just
generally what you regard as a complex system is just built off of very many small, simple systems initially. I mean, take a computer, for example. Everything you do and experience on a computer, all the connectivity of an internet, it just reduces to ones and zeros.
Okay, so we say that the universe is simple too, if the Earth is simple.
No, we never said this. We never said this. This is your claim. We're not claiming sudden simplicity. We're just saying the surface of Earth is not curving.
I was not claiming it to you. I was claiming it to myself. I was sharing my point of the thing. I'm claiming it to myself, but not to you. So my whole idea was like, if there's complexity, why would we have the reflex to think about something that simple? Like when you say that Earth is flat because you're actually seeing it flat. It feels like there's no more questionable things. I don't feel like this is actually clear. It's not clear for me.
Well, that's not only just how you see it, bro.
Yeah,
Sorry, but it's not just how you observe it. It's how you also measure it and treat it.
Measure it.
Yeah, you measure it that way, right?
Did you measure?
Yeah, because in a measuring cup, right? You know how there's lines on the side of a measuring cup that are horizontal, even though its container may have a curved surface, right? Like in a measuring jug or measuring cup. Might be might have a cylindrical shape, but there's lines on the side which are horizontal, right? So you fill that up to that level and to get that volume of liquid within the measuring cup, and then that's equal to the surface, flat, right?
Yeah, but you know that the cup is flat. You should know it because you've seen it from the outside. But here you don't see the Earth from the outside. You don't know the actual shape.
No, we're not claiming a shape. We're not claiming a shape of the Earth. We're not claiming its shape. We're describing the surface quality of water.
Oh, because I heard flat when you were talking.
Yeah, flat's not a shape. Flat is not a shape.
Flat is not a shape.
It's a property of a shape. It can be a property of a shape, right?
Yeah, of course, but here we are more talking about how the shape of the Earth. It's flat.
That's not a shape.
Yeah,
flat is not a
describe.
Well, if I ask you the
describe
question,
a shape.
If I ask you the question of what's the shape of the Earth, how would you answer
So
that?
you're going to go through this whole thing that you were present for being explained again?
Oops. Oh.
Yeah, flat's not a description of a shape, right? Flat's a description of a surface area. Okay, it could be bumpy, it could be rigid, it could be smooth. Yeah. Right, it could be coarse. Like these are just descriptive terms. Okay. It's not specific to a shape, right? We're not claiming to know. Yeah, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Where the globe Earth is claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? And there's certain characteristics that would have to be present in reality if it were a globe. Right. Okay, and we've gone and tested that, and those characteristics are not present. So we're here to share that information with people, right, and try to give them a better understanding of where we're coming from.
So, do you have, guys, a painting of an illustration of how the Earth is? not talking about the shape.
Well, you
like
can just
how-
go outside. You can just go outside. That's
No,
what
I'm
we're talking about.
Oh, sorry. I'm talking about a vision from the outside. And if
Yeah,
it's
God's eye
Oh,
view.
where's that? There is no such thing, bro. There's no such thing.
Yo, John, let me ask you a question. Can you give me a picture of the universe from outside the universe, please?
No, I said not the picture. I said the illustration. like
it's
something you made.
it's a ridiculous request on
I
my
said the
part. Would it not be?
I said the illustration, not the actual picture. Not
But yeah, yeah. What's your illustration going to be?
Wait, no, I was saying like, what was how would you imagine Earth from the outside? That's my question.
People's imagination, right, is not the determiner for truth.
Well, if the probability is so big that
Can you
actually-
hold it in your mind? Can
how do you
hold it in your
quantify
mind
that?
The possibility
Mm-hmm.
that the overall shape of the Earth is not known to human beings. Is that? Can you have that in your mind?
Yeah, exactly. So
And not
what's-
constantly attempt to fill it in with some imagining.
Oh, not imagining, but something. Some
I'm
imaginary
not saying
things
you.
maybe-
I'm not saying you can't go and imagine whatever the fuck you want, but like, don't bring it as claim as fact that this is the shape of the Earth. Because what we're trying to tell you is, it's quite likely no human being knows
Okay, my
the
friend,
true
but
shape if the Earth
it's-
has one.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but it's literally in your profile picture that I see the Earth right now. Is it
Yeah,
the Earth? or-
that's a picture. It's a fucking picture.
Yeah, it's a picture of the Earth.
It's a cartoon. I mean, it's
It's
not
an
a
illustration,
photograph.
like I said. Well, I was
Conversation
looking for
starter.
something like that, you know. I was
Okay,
asking
well there you go. Take that. Run with that. If you want to imagine that's what the Earth looks like, go with that one.
Oh, I was just I was asking what's
There
your
you go.
imagination of it?
Be a lot of things. Maybe one day I feel like imagining it's potentially an infinite plane. Maybe other days it's terrarium. You know, it doesn't matter what I imagine. We're only interested in what we can verify.
Oh, you can verify. Well, you can imagine first, then verify. It's possible. Some imagination.
Yeah, we don't want to imagine. we don't want to. we don't want to
imagination
speculate.
doesn't come first.
Well, yeah. I mean, imagination boosts the way of thinking of the capacity of
Not
thinking.
regarding the objective. Not regarding the objective world. The objective world already is what it is, irrelevant of which side of the bed you wake up on.
Well, the bed I wake up on was created by a creative person who knew how to imagine things.
Yeah, a bed is not part of the natural world. It's got a creator. It was created by human beings, right?
Well,
Talking about
well,
the
it's
natural
part
world.
of how the brain actually works. If you want to explain natural things, so like that, you need to use the brain, the capacity of the brain.
All right. Invent a new color then.
like a
Imagine me a new color and post it in the side chat.
What do you say? Sorry?
Imagine a new color that nobody has ever seen. Post it in the side chat for us. Invent it.
Well, how can I imagine see a color without the lights? And the diffraction of the lights is actually the colors that exist.
Let's just cut to the chase, Jam. You believe you live on a sphere Earth?
I believe in the diffraction of the light. I cannot find another color after this diffraction. If yes, it's not a color anymore.
Okay.
Or you're bringing up another light.
Do you believe you live on a sphere Earth? Spherical Earth?
Well, I have some doubts, but I do not believe that it's flat, But I have doubts about if it's
Okay, so
flat
it's
or
not flat. What is it? What's the surface doing?
What?
If the surface is not flat, right, what's it doing? What is it then?
Oh, no, I'm talking about the shape right now. When you say sphere. Sphere is a shape.
Do you know what sphere is?
A sphere is a shape. 3D sphere. 3D sphere.
Yeah, what's the most defining aspect of a sphere?
What do you mean?
Or characteristic?
Characteristics. It's like it has what's it called? A mass. It's a circle.
No, that's the wrong answer. I'm starting to think you're just here to waste our time.
Oh, 3 dimensions. Sphere.
Okay, right. I'm going to put you on mute. You go away and figure out what the most defining characteristic of a spherical shape is, and you can come back and tell us.
You cannot explain it to me?
Got the
You
answer.
can-
I do not respect that.
What was that, G?
I said I don't respect that.
That's okay.
Don't respect going out and coming back in a few days?
No, I don't respect. He's having a calm conversation with you.
No, G,
but
clearly
just with a
what
bit
you
of a
respect
stronger
is
opinion.
people wasting your time and lying to your face, okay? Because I asked him a basic shape regarding basic geometric shape, a basic question regarding basic geometric shapes.
You
And he just
muted him
couldn't give me the
because you
answer
didn't
that
want to
a
answer.
5-year-old could give me. So, I mean, we can ask you what's the most defining characteristic of a sphere. Can you answer?
Yeah, but if I don't answer your question, you're going to mute me. Just like you did to him.
Why wouldn't you answer the question, though?
Because I don't think it's worth my time to try and hold that type of
Okay, so why is it
conversation or
worth
that
my
type of
time speaking
argument.
to you? Why is it worth my time speaking to you? Or
I'm not
anybody
asking you to speak to me. You don't have to speak to me.
Right, okay.
Wow, what'd you do to her? Why is she so angry with us?
Oh, she's just typical.
No, I just think it's
Trying
wrong
to
to mute
concern
someone
showing.
when he's
Oh
having
no,
a
somebody got muted.
conversation.
It's such an injustice. You should spend all day wasting your time speaking to these fools instead of just muting them.
I think we all have a choice to be here. No one's forcing you to speak to him. You could mute him if you wanted. Like, sound
Yeah,
mute.
gee, maybe the conversations you enjoy in your day-to-day life are just waffling nonsense that gets nowhere. But that's not what we're here for. So we're not
that's
here
a
to
quite a
listen
bold
to his
assumption.
philosophy and his ideas on complex systems and his inability to answer basic questions of geometry. That's not the point of this room. So he took a wrong turn somewhere. And it's not like I didn't give him a condition to come back. All he has to do is answer the question. He can do it in text. I'll unmute him. Pretty simple.
I mean, maybe his point of view is coming from a different
Instead
angle
of
to
doing that, he's
yours.
going to go into his feelings and be a whiny little bitch now in text.
Why do people get so whiny after they get muted?
Maybe you're not the one being muted.
Yeah, gee, we don't need your commentary, right? We've been running these channels and speaking to thousands upon thousands of Globers for years at this point. We know what they like to do. We know how they like to run around in circles, how they like to attempt to waste time or avoid having to make any claims of themselves, right? He's obviously a Glober, right? He obviously believes he lives on a sphere, but he couldn't even just make claim to that. Right.
I think I remember him saying that he has
Thank
his
you that you've
doubts.
just joined our channel in the last, hour, and suddenly you're an expert on how the decorum should work here. But, just keep it to yourself.
Yeah, he says he has a high master in mathematics. I mean, that question then should have just been a no-brainer for him then.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's
What I'm
two
trying to say
people
is
couldn't even answer it.
his
They want
argument
to
is
waffle
coming
about
from a
their
different
emotions
side.
and their feelings and how they think things should be instead of just answering the question.
But what I was saying is I think his argument is coming from a different side. Maybe from a different way that you're looking at it. So whenever we explain things, we might explain things from different points of views. So like when I was listening to DJ, he approached it from a completely different side to what I was thinking about. But I listened to it and try to understand it to the best of my ability because it's from a completely different side. But now, because this man didn't approach it from the same way that you wanted to approach it, it was seen as wrong in your eyes.
Well, we're attempting to approach this conversation from an empirical standpoint, right? What we can actually demonstrably prove about the objective world we live in. Talking about imagination and airy-fairy head in the cloud shit is not going to get us there. Again, there's plenty of other channels where they entertain all of that. You're welcome to go. You guys are welcome to go there. This is not one of them channels. If he did say at least it's not flat, and I asked him, then what is the surface? What is it doing? The nature of it. He didn't answer that.
I distinctly remember him saying that he does doubt some things, so maybe he doesn't have one point of view to look from.
There's only really two options in this conversation. Surface is curving, or it's not.
I didn't realize we could only have one opinion.
If I go and measure a table, right, and I measure it flat, is the table flat?
Yeah, but you could ask yourself different questions about that, not only that question.
So you obviously struggle with basic questions too, clearly.
It sounds like it, because I almost asked that same question. If something is not curving, what is it then?
It's like saying, is it a yes or no question? It's
If something is not curving, if something is not curving, what is it?
maybe it's rigid.
Rigid is not a property in regards to its surface.
Rigid is a property to a surface. That's exactly what it is.
Gee, it's not a hard question. They're just asking if it's not.
But I answered their question. I said it's rigid.
It's a
maybe.
hypothetical. It's a hypothetical. A line, for example, if a line is not curving, that would be the meeting of 2 points, right? It's not curved.
I mean, a straight line is not curving.
Right. So to be straight, be flat, right?
If it's a straight line.
So if it's not curving, what is it? Is it straight or is it not, or is it curving?
Like I said, it could be rigid.
If it's not curving, what is it? Is it straight? You can't even answer that.
I just did.
So,
You didn't
G,
hear
if
my
there's a
answer.
piece of paper and it's kind of like curving because you're holding it by one end and it's curving. But what if that piece of paper isn't curving at all? How could you describe that piece of paper? How about a yes or no? Would it be flat or not flat?
Yeah, sure, it'll be flat. I'm not going to try and argue that.
Oh, they're asking. Something's not curving, it's flat. Simple.
But I'm saying if you're defining something's properties, it could be more than just one or the other answer. It's like, if I'm going to compare it to something, if I say, is God real? Some people may say yes, some people may say no, some people may have in-between opinions.
Wow. Why are you bringing God into this conversation?
So just like
Jesus Christ.
whatever his name is, said, he doesn't have one opinion only to the one side. Like he said, he questions
Have you ever
things.
measured anything in your life, G?
I'm sorry, I fear you're changing the conversation. Like I said to you, he has different opinions.
Maybe. Oh,
Like
okay,
you're
right.
diverting the conversation.
Is there different opinions on the size of your foot?
All I'm saying is you don't have to look at something from one point of view.
Okay, what other point of view should we use to discern the size of your foot?
That's got nothing to do with it. He was speaking about his different points of views.
Like when you go in the shoe store, right, and they measure your foot for you, right? once they take the measurement and then they relay it back to you, you're so and so size, do you then go, oh, did you take other potential angles of interpretation into account? And can you tell me them? Like, really not sure what you're attempting here.
I mean, some things don't have, more than two options. It's called a true dichotomy, right? You're either hungry or you're not. There is no other in between. There's nothing else. There's no other option. So a surface is either flat or it's not, right?
I mean, if you wanted to use it as an argument, you could always ask how hungry. Like, I'm not that hungry, I'm just peckish. It's not a yes or no question. Or a yes I am or no I'm not.
So you're not hungry. So you're either hungry or you're not, just like I said.
Well, I'm peckish.
So you are hungry or you aren't.
I bet you couldn't tell me back.
No, I'm not really hungry. It's just I could eat something. I could eat something.
Right. So you're not hungry.
Oh, I could eat something.
Yeah, so you're not hungry. So you chose one of the two options.
I'm not very hungry.
I could eat until I throw up, but
yeah, but you would choose
still
not
doesn't
to.
mean I'm hungry.
No, but that would be like my body wants a little bit of food. I'm not really hungry. I could go without food.
So, does the size of your food change depending on how hungry you are?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
It does. Yeah, it does. Of course it does.
Okay. All right, you
The
can
amounts of food I eat.
Fucking idiot.
No, it's not a gotcha. I mean, like, a surface is either flat or it's not flat, right?
Oh my God, I walked away and she still can't answer it?
No, it was answered. Kind of. No, but look, so that's so, and all right. So when we say flat, we're not necessarily saying it's perfectly smooth, because like flat in its most idealistic form would be having no part higher or lower than another, or without indentation, or bumps. But of course, there's nothing in nature we can find that has that ideal property, right? But you'll find that for the most part, we can determine that the surface of liquid at rest is flat, level, and horizontal, so much so that it's used as a standard for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, right? It is a gauge by which you can use to determine changes in the elevation, right? That's how they treat sea level. Sea level is used as a zero elevation change, right? And that would be horizontal, right? So when using sea level as a reference point, right, you would extend out a horizontal plane, right? So it's an orientation as well. It's an orientation. Now, you would determine surface elevation change with regard to that horizontal. If the Earth's surface is curving, right, naturally, like the surface of liquid, the oceans, lakes, right, then as was described to you before by DJ, I think, did DJ describe that to you earlier? Did you talk with DJ about observations across lakes? I think you did. So where we see shoreline to shoreline, over 20 miles, for example,
Necessarily, if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,159 miles, it would have to be at the end point at 20 miles, a drop from horizontal of about 260 feet. And gone. So I was just windbagging for nothing. Thanks. Yeah.
Let's see. John Nam or whatever the fuck. Got that answer yet?
Don't your motherfuckers, man.
Defining characteristic of a sphere.
You are stupid as fuck, and I don't have time for people.
Yeah, okay. Back on you, you fucking retard.
Just maybe.
It's alright, so you can cope more in text.
Jahannam, instead of
he's gone, man.
Getting he's gone. Nah, never mind then.
I'm sorry, but was I too tough on them guys?
Massively. Nah, so good, man. The mental gymnastics was coming out, wasn't it?
I don't even fucking know why. They weren't really being challenged yet.
Yo, I have a question if you don't mind.
Go ahead, man.
Okay. So why do I have a nose?
Wow. He doesn't even know the name of the channel.
Yeah, I want to know why do I have a nose on my body?
Who knows?
Why do I have a nose?
What's the point of this question?
You don't know?
Why do you think you have a nose?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Because it was in your design to have one.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
Guess it'll help you navigate through reality safely, somewhat.
Oh, makes even more sense now. Okay, thank you. That was all.
Yeah, I got the sense that them two were like Jay and Ja were friends or something.
Oh, you think one called for the other? Come help me.
No, I didn't call for help, but both came in and white knight for each other, and both as stupid as each other, it seemed.
Right, yeah. Maybe. I think he might be onto something there.
Yeah, but I've seen it before. I've seen women like that come in, man, and they do that, just scatterbrained female nonsense, right? And it's just, I've seen flat earth channels just entertain that shit for fucking 6 hours just because it's a woman, And I just thought, fucking nip that in the bud,
And just to answer the question from earlier, right? So, the defining feature of a sphere is that all points on its surface will be equidistant from the center, meaning that its surface will have curvature.
Thanks for that, T-Dub. I won't have to mute you.
Today is the day.
This is the
So, T-Dub, I think before them guys came in, you were talking about the whole widget thing and TikTok and...
Yeah, man. I just saw the reaction to to the more firm arguments from people who are not used to that probably never even heard what things that we talk about, like surface curvature, drop over distance, that sort of thing, horizons, gas pressure, all that, right? Like, their mind hasn't been challenged on that level yet, right? And the reaction to it was positive. It was good, right? Like I just had this sense that there's a lot of people out there that that want it, like that don't realize they want it and need it, right? For when they're talking to people about flat Earth, right? They don't have anything beyond the bird brain TikTok videos stuff, right? That's all they have to talk about, and they'll get shot to pieces by a Glover. Like this is actually like that being on there, right? Is gonna it's inspired a lot. Like people are asking, like, where is this guy now? So I told them, and I gave them his YouTube link, right? And hopefully they can explore, more deeply these arguments and arm themselves with something better than, well, look at this AE map. There's a nice wall, holds the border in. You know what I mean? Like, maybe they'll even get led to here. Who knows? I don't know. It's just,
and hopefully it inspires Whitsit to get in touch with his roots, maybe,
Get in touch with me.
and come back, and come back. Because it was, it just made me think, oh yeah, keep it simple, stupid. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the fundamental problem for Whitsit is he's made a business out of this. He's on that content clock, Things have got to be new, fresh, novel, moving forward. Even if they're not really, it just has to look like it is. Going over the same arguments and the same technical details day in, day out, it's just not going to make him money.
Yeah, plus, he's probably got stuff going on in his life, like that's a distraction, or, like not even a distraction, just like a responsibility,
Yeah, there's that too. I hear what you're saying, though, yeah. I'm sure, definitely the majority of people that have come across Flat Earth, just from TikTok level stuff, yeah, they're probably crying out for some actual proper arguments. Because that's what these guys on TikTok never actually put content out about, right? How did you actually get to Flat Earth in the first place, right? How did you actually disprove the globe in your mind so that was no longer a possibility in the first place? But they don't show any of that. They don't explain any of that. I probably, don't think it's much of a limb to go out on to say that they're probably in Flat Earth for all the wrong reasons themselves and couldn't actually explain it even if you asked them to. Oh yeah, I meant to say to you, DJ, about that video from Whitsit that you like the post but hate the thumbnail. You should just re-upload it with a different thumbnail.
It really does need a different thumbnail.
Yeah. So
I usually delete the thumbnail when I post it, if I play it on the bot. It's a shocker.
Yeah, certainly not the most flattering. But that's taboo conspiracy, man. Or no, I guess he ripped it straight from Whitsit's channel. So I guess Whitsit chose that thumbnail. Yeah, I'll say that. Whitsit's definitely got a sharper look about him nowadays than when he was on that tour. But it was understandable, They were going day and night, man, all across America.
Yep. As good as that video is, it's still dated. There's still some really flawed arguments he makes in it.
Yeah, there was they were playing some music yesterday on the bot and played some older songs, and it was the same thing, It's like, I remember this sounding better, but it sounds kind of shit now because it's filled with just garbage arguments.
Yeah. Dude, even just like the black swan argument, I just like, I mean, I never really presented it as that particular black swan argument, anything more than just calling it the black swan, just so people would know what I'm talking about. But like, it's a terrible argument in itself. I mean, like, 'cause every single swan is black, right? It's not like a rare observation. Like the black swan things, like you just need to find one black swan, right, amongst all of these white swans to prove, like, you know, that the not all swans are white. Whereas it's not a rare observation. It's like every single observation is a black swan, like every single one, right? The Globers would be the ones that would want to try to find the black swan because all swans are white, right? All swans don't match up with the globe. All horizons don't match up with the globe. And then it contradicts itself as well. It contradicts itself in the sense that we say flat Earth, like the definition of horizons, the apparent, like it's an apparent location, right? It changes, it shifts, right? You go back on a different day, the horizon will be miles different, okay? And you know how the argument says that the horizon would have to be at a certain distance. Hold on, I screwed myself up. Then it's like freaking
the geometry.
Yeah, I had it in my brain a minute ago. I got a bit of a brain fuck going on. I'll remember in a second. Correct. Correct.
But I think like that the proposal is that every horizon should be a white swan, right? So it's like, because I don't think it's necessarily saying. I don't think the intention was to say that. Well, you have all the, you know, these white swans in reality, right? That it's a proposal that there should be all these white swans in reality, right? Like, so every horizon distance measurement should be a white swan. There shouldn't be any black swans, right? I think maybe that's along the gist of it. Like, it's just using that function, right? And it's saying, well, guess what? It's not. And even if you could show one, right, that you've got the black one to.
Yeah, but
even if there was only one white swan in existence, right?
Yeah.
You could say,
look, this is.
Yeah.
This is the problem. Like, even if it was a globe, right? Why would the horizon be at the exact distance that it should be anyway?
Jason is progressing rapidly. If you look at chat.
Right, yeah, because you get Globers saying that that's actually a straw man because it's like a single clause fallacy. We've got.
Yeah. It came from Quantum Eraser, who completely denies refraction. Right, the whole thing's cherry picked. Right, he cherry picked a blurry image. He told me he did this. Right, it's on live stream. Okay, he said he picked out the one that had distortion. He could have picked out really clear ones, but he picked out one that has distortion because he wants the Glober to say refraction, and then he can say this. It's not refraction because it's not Snell's law. Blah blah blah. Shut the conversation down. Mute the Glober and move on, or whatever happens after that, right? Just shut the conversation down there. But the actual argument itself, I mean, like, related to the black swan, you know, argument, it's like everyone once thought all swans were white because they only ever saw white swans, right? That was the actual, like, everyone thought that all swans are white. But no one ever sees a white swan in relation to the horizon, ever. Not one exists, right? It's not like we all of a sudden we found this black one, which would be the one observation that isn't matching with the globe. Just the whole thing's just, you know, it just needs to be like revised. I think that's all. I don't hear anyone really using the Modus Tollens or the actual black swan analogy when they present it these days anyway, which is good. It's just called the black swan, I guess.
Far too much time was spent on that one singular observation.
Yeah, you have to like adjust the contrast like crazy and stuff just to be able to see that horizon clearly. And then if you're not doing QE's Snell's law script, it's a terrible observation to pick because they're going to pick it apart because there's freaking like refracted cranes and shit happening in it. Like he's purposely picked one so they would say refraction. Well, it's not refraction because it's not Snell's law. That's ridiculous. Clearly, there's like a band of temperature at that height that's causing crazy distortion of the cranes. It happens all the time at that location.
But that isn't, congruent with the idea that it's bending the surface beyond a geometric point upwards so that you can see it extending out to like beyond 9.6 miles.
Yeah, every observation destroys the globe. It still does that. Like every observation, even Matthew, I don't know if Matthew's still here, but Matthew even did an observation that's much even better than that one with his telescope.
Yeah, we just measured the angle to the sun on the solstice.
Oh no, I was talking about when you took the your telescope to the oil platforms at
got it. Yeah,
Santa Barbara. I think I have it. Where is it? Matthew learns Black Swan. Yeah, I got a folder here named that.
Well, obviously not good enough to convince him yet.
No, because the light only has to arc at was 0. Was it 0.01 degrees? Is it, Matthew?
0.07 degrees per mile.
0.07 degrees per mile in order to achieve that observation.
And different in every single observation, just enough, right, to make the Earth look flat in all of the observations. Yeah, exactly. So, but it always looks flat, right? So it's always bending it just the right amount to make it look flat.
No, I'm saying that if you have light bending at that minimum amount, then we can't distinguish between the two. Like in the one that DJ just posted, where you can't see the entire bottom of the oil rigs.
Yeah, that's because there's waves when you went there.
It looks like there's a wave in front of it quite clearly.
Yeah, there's waves.
It was higher than the waves.
Yeah, but perspective.
How do you know that?
These are only like 1 or 2 feet.
Wait, Matthew doesn't understand perspective either. He's
None of them
a little
do,
bit.
man.
He's a little bit on the lower of the IQ scale for us.
Dude, no globers understand perspective, right? And how things.
If you're at an altitude of 6 feet, then no 2 feet wave will ever block your view.
That's a lie.
Really?
Well, it can. It can block your view of part of the surface, extending beyond it.
How tall should an island
can you
look
give
from
us
20
some
miles
numbers?
away?
I mean, exactly how much of the oil rig is not visible? Can you quantify it?
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like maybe 10 or 20 feet.
No, it's not that much.
What?
Looks like 10 or 20 feet.
Dreaming, bro.
Okay, and how much of it is because of the wave that's clearly in front of it?
I don't think any of it.
None of that 10 or 20 feet is because of the water.
There's a buoy in between the two oil platforms that you can see in Matthew's observation. It's a pretty small little buoy, but it's like 8 miles away or something.
Oh, the SEAL platform? I think that's in between them. So you got that Jason guy in the chat thinks that I said, you think lights in the sky prove globe? And he said, yes, I do. So he's done. I don't know what you guys did to him, but he's very confused about everything in here.
He's in denial at the moment. Yeah. He goes through stages of denial, this guy. We had good conversations.
Actually,
we had good conversations earlier in the day, but
yeah, I was just thinking, and this guy started trolling me.
Yeah, trolling you because I told you Mars is in a studio and you freaked out.
No, I just misspelled eyes with EGYS, and he started trolling me for no reason.
That's not what you're talking about.
Hey bro, bye. I'll come
You
tomorrow
came
and
in
talk.
with silly nonsense anyway, Jason.
Hmm? Do you know I have today agreed with DJ on his points, so I'm not sure why are you getting triggered by me. I've not even said to you.
You
This is
you
the problem.
started. Your first text was the world is going on Mars. Mars also a globe. The rover
So
is
why
on
are you
Mars,
getting
bro.
triggered on this?
The globe concept doesn't fail on Mars. Why does it fail on Earth? Right.
Yeah.
That's how you opened this conversation.
So was it
And then you
wrong?
got trolled because that's just
No,
nonsense.
was it wrong to open like this? Like I had a genuine question, and you started trolling. Come on,
No, I
bro.
didn't see any question marks. Maybe there was no question marks, just statements.
Hey, bro. Have any energy to debate with you, right?
What was your question?
It would seem to be the globe concept doesn't fail on Mars. Why does it fail on Earth?
What? You have to.
I want to
You
know
have to
why we
clarify
can
what that
only
means.
control rovers from on Mars from Earth, but we can't just set a rover down in NASA's parking lot and have it drive all over the United States.
Okay, bro. Do whatever you want. So I'm not engaging with any debate right now. I'll come tomorrow and engage with DJ. He's the only good person over here. Talks actually sense. Who makes sense.
DJ's here.
He's taken, man. He's married.
So what if DJ tells you there's no Mars and Mars is in a studio? Are you going to get mad at him too?
No, I'll not get mad at him because he'll give me logics. You not like you trolling me for this.
Well, you haven't. Can you tell us how you verified there's rovers on Mars, or there's even a place that's terra firma called Mars to begin with?
He probably thinks that in a couple of years he's going to be eligible to go to Mars. None of them thought about when they get on a spaceship and they have to be on there for 9 months or something. By the time they get there, they're going to be ripping each other's face off if they even still survive that far.
Oh, it's a one-way journey, by the way. You don't get to come back.
No, you don't come back. That's how you know they went there, because they didn't come back. That's what the story's going to be in the future. They're going to take 250 people at a time, say you can't talk to anybody back on Earth, so take everybody with you, and then you go bye-bye.
Right. Or there'll be some sort of accident and they all perish, and then nobody will want to go. Nobody will want to ever apply
They'll
for
go.
it.
We'll just everything will seem okay. The spacecraft will be reporting everything just fine. They just lose contact with them, like the radio won't work. So that's all. And then in a few years, AI will have their voices all figured out for them, and they'll make brief messages back, and people will be all excited.
Right. They'll have some really choppy, laggy video of them eating potatoes that they grew.
In their Mars bubbles.
fertilized by their own poop.
If any of this nonsense was actually possible, I reckon, yeah, we'd be in massive wars to control the moon itself. It'd already be done. You know?
There was something on, I don't know where I saw it. Might have been on the news that we're going to be running out of room on the moon soon.
Oh yeah, they've sold all the fake plots of land, haven't they?
Mate, there's a population crisis on the moon.
Well, the astronauts left 100 bags of shit on the moon, and then the Indians went to the moon. So I'm not going to go any further than that, but
not going to make a trash joke about the Indians.
Nope.
No, I mean, so Globers buy the excuse for why all the nations are friendly with each other regarding Antarctica, right? You have to protect that environment and poor penguins. Right? But why they
I
all
ruined
friendly
that.
with each other about the moon? You know what I mean?
I ruined that
There's no
Glober,
penguins there.
Jason. Did you read that? He was going to be a flat earther, but I ruined it for him by telling him Mars is in a studio. That ruined flat Earth for him.
What do you think about that, Matthew?
Well, the robot population of Mars is higher than the human population of Mars currently.
No, but I meant the kind of that the moon's just being overshadowed, and now everything's focused on Mars, which is objectively a massively more difficult task.
I think it's fine to focus on both. But you're right, Mars would be way harder.
More than just a bit.
Yeah, like 100 times harder.
I was fascinated with the Mars rover stuff. going back in the day, especially when people started sifting through all the imagery that was being posted by NASA, and they were finding anomalies, right? They started calling them UPARTs, right, which stands for out of place artifacts. There's out of place artifacts that they find on Earth which don't, really jive with the whole narrative of, a civilization being only like a few thousand years old, right? Metal pots and things being found in coal deposits and things like that, right? So, they're finding these anomalies and new parts in the photography that was claimed to have been taken on the surface of Mars. And I was fascinated by all that. There's one man called JP Skipper. I'm not exactly sure. I can't remember his exact credentials, but he was analysing aerial photography and ground photography claimed to be taken on or above Mars, right? And he was comparing it to things on Earth, right? Especially like the aerial photography, which very closely resembled aerial photography taken of Earth, right? Showing outlines of lakes, patterns of forests, things like that. He died thinking that he'd exposed NASA, right, or basically trying to misinform the people about the surface of Mars, right, that it does have these features, like lakes and forests, etc. But I think really what he did was just potentially expose them as having taken that photography above the Earth. And all the ground photography being taken on Earth as well. I mean, you can't explain rocks being their one sol and then not on another sol and then back again on another sol yet again, right? Like things like this, gerbils, or the Arctic lemmings as they call them. Yeah. And just like things like that, right? Professor Triangle showed me the one of the juice box, right? That's a classic. It's like, well, how did that get there? It's just pareidolia, right? It's a rock that just happens to resemble the shape of a juice box
with the minions on
right.
it.
Right. Yeah. I think they were serving that one at the canteen that week on Devon Island, right?
What that is that's just a normal juice box on Mars with pictures of the kids, and the kids on Mars look like minions.
Right. And what's funny though was when I was looking into it back in the day, not once did I ever see the argument by anybody in any comment section or any video content made that, hey guys, what if this isn't on Mars? What if this is just somewhere on Earth in a remote location, right? Like, not once. I mean, there is not one thing that the average person can do, right, to say with any definity that that footage is definitely taken on the surface of Mars. There is absolutely nothing that you can do except put your faith, complete faith and trust in the people that are presenting it to you and telling you the story that accompanies that imagery. And that is all you can do. It wouldn't even matter if the Earth is a globe, and it wouldn't even matter if it is a planet, and Mars is also a planet and terra firma, right? It has dirt and soil and rocks and ice caps. It wouldn't even matter if that was true. You still can't do that with that imagery. You can't verify it.
The same with all the pictures from the top of Mount Everest. Unless you've been there yourself, you just have to trust the people that say they went there.
Yeah, but that's not outside the scope of reasonable possibility. You know what I mean?
That's true. Yeah, that's true. I know what you mean.
I could at least attempt to do that. I couldn't even begin to attempt to try and, send something to Mars and take photos.
And yeah, now you understand why we think it's real, because it's not out of the realm of possibility in my mind that they sent rovers to Mars.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary claim. Yeah, that's right.
I wouldn't expect you to believe it. I'm just saying, I'm explaining why I believe it.
Yeah, it's a faith and trust that you have in these people. Like, really, I was deluded when I used to include myself in the, under the flag of humanity as, oh, look what we have achieved, right? I was deluded, absolutely delusional, to think that I could do that. Like, no. In reality, someone was presenting some imagery to me, giving it a story, making claims about it, and I was just simply accepting it as true and being in awe of it. Wow, we're amazing. Maybe Julian Lennon's song is actually a mockery. Maybe it's like it's sarcasm. You could take it as that. I mean, he's talking in that song about, well, these great achievements. We can take photographs from Mars. We're so ingenious. We can walk on the moon, right? Like, meanwhile, look at all these poor starving children. That's the essence of the song. If you're so great that you can, NASA, that you can put men on the moon and take photographs from Mars, what efforts are you making to end poverty, hunger, homelessness, abuse, child abuse? You think that 60 million a day or whatever it is couldn't be spent on more worthy, more noble efforts to improve humanity? No. We need to understand the soil composition of a planet we're never going to go to for, they tell us another 60 years, which will turn into another 120, which will turn into another 1,000.
Which John Lennon song you talking about? Imagine.
No, Julian Lennon, his son.
Oh, his son made a song. Okay.
Tears in My Eyes.
I haven't heard that one. Doesn't sound like something I'd want to listen to though.
Oh, we're on a rock revolving around a golden sun. You know that one?
I haven't heard that one.
It's the first line of the lyrics. Now, is he being sarcastic or is he expressing the beauty of his imagination of what he thinks the Earth is?
I know the other song that you're referring to with Imagine. I don't like that song at all.
Yeah, I don't either. It's kind of it's like supposed to be a hopeful song, but when you really look at the lyrics, it's more like just kind of like saying, well, I don't know, kind of like an atheistic point of view, or just like, there's no
It's
heaven.
straight up paganism.
Yeah, is that it?
Eastern paganism. Yep. Just look at the lyrics.
Well, I think he's saying we're capable of all these great feats. Meanwhile, there's suffering.
Yeah, I agree with you there, T-Dub. I think maybe if we have people just kind of like passed out on the street from drug use and all these, everybody's making a big deal about it, and then you got all the sex trafficking and all these people being abused. It's like, well, maybe we can put a hold on the whole, Mars missions or moon missions. Maybe we could fix things a little bit better here first.
Yeah. Ultimately, he's saying like, for as much as there is for us to be proud of, there is as much equal that we should be ashamed of. But like, you know, I don't think money is the issue. I don't think money's the problem. It is a problem. I don't think it's ultimately the only problem. And how it's spent. It's not it.
Yeah, money can't really be the problem because money's just a representation of resources, and there's definitely more than enough resources for everybody on Earth. It's the allocation of those resources. Like, why is that not? Why isn't it being allocated correctly? What's going on with that?
Right, and a societal structure where you have to realize that you have to put effort in for some of that to be allocated to you, because why should you just get it for nothing while others have to labor, right?
Yeah, that's a fair point. That's a good point.
I've said before too that, like, if nobody wanted more than they need, everybody would have more than they need. I mean, the cost of eating a piece of fruit should be just walking up to the tree, reaching your hand above your head, and picking it off. You know, they banned, like, so there used to be, like, you know, it used to be that they'd grow fruit trees just along streets, you know, on footpath, like, you know, on the grass, like in streets, on the side of the road. And if you wanted to, you could go pick a piece of fruit and eat it. They stopped that. It's like kind of against the law now because they don't want someone getting sick, right, and suing the council. The local municipality, right? You don't want to, they don't want to get into trouble for having supplied a citizen with something that made them sick, or even resulted in their death. You know.
Moo.
I'm assuming we don't have anybody here that thinks they live on a big spinning ball.
Well, I apologize for booting out the last two doofuses.
That's all good. I had a feeling that that conversation was actually going to lead down the path of, well, I am not even sure if I have hands. I might be a brain in a jar.
Yeah, I think it was going that way. Certainly with the guy. I think the girl was going to be more of a slow burn, but get there eventually. Remember, I eventually kicked her out because I asked her if her food size changes based on whether she's hungry or not. And she said yes.
How does that work? I don't know that. That's crazy.
I don't know. Maybe she was going to follow up with like water retention or something.
Right. Or like eventual weight gain or something. Or weight loss.
I was more pissed off her with their fucking concern trolling though. I really can't stand them folks that come in here. Like, they're brand new in here. And they think they have a say in how the moderation works. It's like the height of fucking arrogance on you, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like, I don't agree with that decision. We don't care.
She initially joined and asked, oh, do you guys mute people if they have a different opinion or belief? And I told her, nope. We only mute people if they're disrespectful and wasting our time and not attempting to progress the conversation.
Yeah, trying to reduce it to absurdity by, like introducing, irrelevant terms like rich. Well, it might be rigid. Oh my god.
I think she was a troll, honestly. It's a shame Dandelion wasn't about or something. She would have had an absolute field day with her. She probably would have muted her quicker than any of us.
Hello and welcome. Yes, we are alive. And live. Oh my goodness, what is with the joiners and leavers?
Don't like the spotlight.
Who we got now? Who just joined? The Shaggy. Welcome back, mate.
So, can you guys think of any test that could be performed that would even go like above and beyond like a laser transit test? Something that would essentially beat out FE core in, you know, just being okay. That's absolute. And of course, there's the force the line experiment, but it's massively infeasible. No, like,
I'm sure if
what's the
AI
next step how we could potentially go to? But we have to. But
AI Overlord
wouldn't hurt
has
if we
one.
did. No, I haven't heard him explain it.
Yeah, I'd have to. I'd butcher it. I can't even remember it properly. He's proposed something recently. What was it to do with? What was it to do with? Now I can't even. I've just drawn a blank on it. He's probably listening. And he's probably like, "You smart." I don't know. The ultimate, eh? Oh, that's right. Yeah, he had. He wants a series of gyroscopes. I couldn't tell you how he wants to like perform it though. But
I'll ask him when he comes in.
yeah, ask him because I'm pretty sure he says that it would result in either side having to concede to a point. Yeah.
No, it's that definitive, is it?
Yeah, you couldn't have any other.
There's just no recourse whatsoever. Yeah. Well, that's the type of thing I'm thinking of, trying to think of. I mean, it's just completely definitive, no recourse. Earth is this or it's that,
I had an idea of a light or a laser, right? That's angled in such a way that as it travels away from you, right? So it's like it's on a boat. You'd want to have a really calm, still body of water, though. So it's fixed on a boat, and the boat's traveling away from you. You're not going to be able to see it because it's what you've got above the laser is like a board or something, right? That's preventing any sort of like ambient sort of light reaching your eye. So that as it travels out over a distance, if the Earth's surface is curving, then it will naturally reorient itself with the curvature of the Earth, so that eventually it's pointing directly at you at a certain distance. So the angle, given the curvature rate and all that, I couldn't tell you. No, so like if it was on a boat and it was facing you, but it had an obstruction, right? It's angled down, angled towards the surface, but there's an obstruction in the way. Right, so you might see the. I guess if it was a light, just a light,
I
not a
understand what
laser.
you're saying,
Yeah.
So you begin with the laser angled downwards, and it should correct to your eye level based on some distance, yada yada yada. Eventually.
Well, because the obstruction, as well as the obstruction would be angled at this, the same, but preventing it being able to directly reach your eye. You might see it's shine on the water or whatever. Yeah, but eventually that both the laser and the obstruction would orient themselves in a way that would be pointing directly at you. And I guess you'd have to have it high enough too that but I guess if you never saw it, right? I see. This is the thing, right? If it didn't, and you never saw it directly reach the target, like a camera or your eyeballs, right? Could you conclude from that it never went over a curve? That's what I mean too. You want to have a nice still body of water, because it could rock, and the boat could rock and wave,
I'm just wondering how you could best minimize diffraction. There's always going to be some amount. Yeah, I mean, I get it in principle. I just, I think that would still be a field day for either side, claiming all sorts, with the light doing this or that. Definitely an interesting one, though, T-Dub.
Right, yeah, and so based on the light strength and whatever, and the angle and the obstruction's length and everything, then with the supposed curvature of the Earth, you could make a prediction at what distance away, like the light should be revealed to you, your eyes or a camera.
So we're saying, right, if we're on a flat Earth, you'll never see that laser.
Right. Or you could even just have an intense bright light. I mean, like that would, that you could say with certainty that is pointing straight at me. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Yeah, but that would be the flat Earth result, that you never detected it.
Right. Yep. Yeah, its angle that would remain constant. Yeah.
It is tricky, it being on a moving platform.
Yeah, maybe you could set up some sort of like gyroscopic thing, like to keep, have it remain. What's the term? What do I say? Inertial, I guess. Whatever. Like, yeah, just so that it, like a chicken's head, just would never move. So that rocking of the boat and all that is mitigated. You could even do it with a drone, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine your laser apparatus would be something akin to FECO, right? You'd be aiming for that. Strapping that to a drone might be a bit difficult.
Yeah. Want to be a pretty big drone. Yeah. You just have to program it to maintain an elevation, right? Make sure it doesn't change elevation. If it's following the contour of Earth as a sphere, then relative to your eye line or a camera's eye line.
Now wait a second.
Eye level. Yeah, eventually.
What's
it
the
would expose
supposed
the light.
tilt rate? Is it's like 1 degree to 60 miles? This
60 nautical miles, isn't it?
This test would have to be done over a massive distance.
But that's the thing, right? Because they say that, like, even after a short distance, we can zoom in with the camera and we can see that, like, 10 feet of a boat is missing, right? That, for an amount, for that amount of the boat to be missing, its angle, like, even though it doesn't appear to be to you, right? Angled down, it just still seems vertical, right? In the photography that we see, we don't see like an obvious tilt to these things, right? In these photographs that are supposedly show, the curvature of the Earth blocking the bottom of a ship, right? It would have to be significantly angled away from you, and it's definitely not 60 nautical miles away that they say it has to reach before you can't see a significant portion of the bottom of a ship. So how can I simultaneously say that? Oh, you're going to, and then say you're going to have this much of the bottom of a boat missing, but its tilt relative to you and your distance isn't going to be significant enough to notice, or be enough to like warrant using my idea. I mean, surely if there's that much drop over that short of a distance, then the tilt's going to be significant enough to perform my test too. You just have to have it angled enough. I don't know the math. I'm hopeless with it. Like, but surely you could set up some sort of system.
The cherry-picked observations of a boat looking like it's disappeared bottom up are just junk observations from the Globers. Like absolute trash. They don't have any of the details. Right? They never have any of the details. They're just cherry-picked. They're just like ocean swells, right, that haven't been accounted for. No idea what the observer height is. No idea what the location is. No idea what the distance to the boat is. No idea what's going on with the refraction. Just pure, just trash observations that can just be dismissed because they're so trash.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, and the key part never replicated.
I've never seen a single observation by any of the Globers that isn't just pure trash. It doesn't like compare to the stuff that we're presenting at all. Not even close. They want to nitpick our stuff, but then they don't hold themselves to the same standard. Not even close.
Yeah, I mean, it never has been, DJ.
Yeah,
There's always been this massive skew, you know, in that regard.
Yeah, like the Rainy Lake. That's like their golden goose, right? Their Rainy Lake test, and then you look into it, and they just like accounted for refraction using a computer model. They didn't even know what's going on with the refraction. Right? They just put it into a computer simulator and said, "Oh, the computer says there was this much refraction. Oh, it matches up with the globe." And then you look at the time-lapse footage, and it's just like Skunk Bay, even worse than Skunk Bay. It's just everything's warping all over the place.
You ever notice in your movies, right, like your sailing ship movies, your pirate movies, right? So you got a guy up in the crow's nest, and he's like, "Land ahoy!" right? And then the captain's down on the deck, and he'll go, "Huh?" And he'll whip out his telescope, his little, like retractable telescope. And he just, gets it out and he goes, "Oh, yes!" Right? Why is he doing that? If the guy in the crow's nest, right, is like up there, right, because he can see further over the curvature of the Earth, and people on the deck can't see it because they're not high enough to see past that curvature. Why is the captain even bothering to get out his telescope? If it's behind the curve for him, the telescope's not going to help him see it. I know, I was just thinking, I know, it's stupid. I know, I was just thinking that, but like, I wonder if that actually happened back in the day. Like, the guy in the crow's nest yelling, "Land ahoy!" Captain turns around and he's looking, he can't see it, but he gets out his telescope and then he can see it. What the guy in the crow's nest is talking about.
He's just zooming through the curve, bro.
Yeah. But it's funny how many people actually come in and try and put that forward as a possibility, right? Oh well, that camera can obviously they're not thinking about it at the time. I don't think they're not thinking about the geometric implications, right? clearly.
I'll always say the only way to be a Glober is you haven't thought about it.
What the heck kind of username is that? V minus 4 equals Hong in world. Quotation marks.
Has to be a Fiverr job.
What? A fiber job?
Fiverr, you know that site, you know. Give me $2, I'll come up with my username for you.
Right. I'm not aware of it. Wait, people are actually outsourcing username. Oh my god, for money.
I mean, fucking maybe. Nah, it's usually stuff like, I'll proofread your document for $5, you know. Oh, odd jobs and stuff that you can do on a computer.
Okay.
What I try to say though is it's usually, you know, unskilled people doing all these little jobs, so it's an unskilled username. Mobus, sorry. How's it going? Welcome to the channel. Can't hear you if you're trying to speak, but if you have any questions for us, just fire away.
Hi. Hello. Hi, my friend.
Hey friend, yeah, you're coming through a bit choppy.
So here's an observation in the side chat that was presented today out of a Mr. Sensible video. I think it was Mr. Sensible. And a bunch of anti-flat earthers used this footage. All right, so we got 3 boats, and we got the boat on the left, apparently at 7.7 nautical miles away. And then the boat on the far right is 9.9. Okay, so that would be a 2.2 mile difference. Okay, so over 2 miles there would be 3 foot of curve. So yeah, this doesn't work on a globe either. So obviously there's something else at play here.
Yeah, they always fucking do this. Oh, look, 2 boats. One looks more obscured than the other, but they never give details. How much more is obscured? How much more should be obscured?
Yep. 3.2 foot. One should be 3.2 foot more hidden than the other one.
Yeah, but by their logic, it looks like, 30 feet is lost?
Yeah. Yeah, like obviously they're massive ships, right? So obviously there's way more than 3.2 foot difference between the left and the right ship.
Yeah. They know who their audience is, man. Look, obscured. It's a globe.
Yeah.
That's as far as they gotta go. What an easy life, eh? Oh well, prepare to get bombarded with this bullshit for the next couple of weeks. Does it address that at all in the video?
No, it's a video trying to debunk the claim of atmospheric lensing or something like that.
I mean, have any of these people even been in the ocean? Like swimming? And your head's sticking up out of the water, and like it's like moving around, right? 1 minute you'll see everything, and next minute you can't even see the shore. You know what I mean? Like they think that stops happening with this like great distance, further distance.
Yeah, and it's always like these choppy conditions like this, right? And we don't know the observer height or anything like that. We don't even know if those ships are really that distance out.
That's something I've always noticed in every observation like this that's come from a glober. There's always these spatterings of white, you know, the foam from the waves. In all of their fucking observations. Always. And you never see that in what flat earthers present.
Yeah, and then they never give the observer height. Or show us what it looks like when you're fully zoomed out.
Yeah, so it's a 3.4 nautical mile difference, which is actually 3.9 miles. And that's another thing they do. Just a little thing, right? Using nautical miles instead of just miles, right? They don't attempt to simplify it in any way for their audience, right? Use miles which they're familiar with. And I mean, yeah, nautical miles are not anything complex, but it's like they like attempt to prop up their shitty observations as being more technical because they're using nautical miles and not just miles, you know.
It says here that 2.2 nautical miles is 2.5 regular miles.
Well, from the center and the right one, it's a 3.4.
Oh, okay.
difference.
Yeah, no, I was talking left to right.
Oh, okay, right, yeah.
Just
Did you
'cause we
calculate for the center and left, yeah?
Left and right. Far left and far right.
Okay, the back too. Okay.
Yeah, the back two. Just because I noticed like the most drastic difference between those two, and a pretty short distance. So 2.5 miles. All right, I'll change it from 2.2 to 2.5. 4 foot. 4 foot difference between the two ships. Or even the distance between the first ship and the second ship. What's that? 1.2 nautical miles different.
And they didn't give an observation height.
Nope. Or a location or anything. Or the ocean swells, right? That's the.
What have you put in for observation height?
Oh, nothing, because it's just the geometry. It's got just the distance between the two ships would, like, the observation height doesn't make a difference for that particular. You want to put in 0, like, observation height, because it's just the pure geometry in this particular. You know, if it's just the distance between the two ships. It's just like 0
Yeah, no, that's
observation
fine,
height. Yeah.
And they can have a 1 foot observation height, 6 foot. There's no horizon at 1.2 or 3.4 miles.
Well, I'm going to see if I can find the height of one of these ships. Because we got the names of the ships. We'll check.
Also, what's the horizon distance in that image? Because at 6 foot, it'd be 3 miles, and that boat is 7 miles, 7.5 miles away, and it would need. It doesn't look like there's anything obscured.
Yeah, good point. I'll see if I can find another picture of it.
It's the one I just posted in the chat, and it's huge.
All right, so we can basically see the whole thing based off the photos you just posted.
And not to mention that there's not an observer height for this image, so it's kind of like Globe is just wasting time.
Yep. Yep, absolute trash. The bottom 11 meters of the boat should be hidden behind the horizon there.
Well, at 6 foot observation height, I get 13 feet obscured it off the first boat, the closest boat.
Based off 6 foot height? Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Oh, well, I guess it's too hard to tell when we don't have any of the details.
And the furthest one is 46 feet obscured. But I mean, they just fucking black swan themselves again, as always, because the horizon only going off 6 foot observation height. It's only a 3-mile horizon.
The reason these observations they cherry pick are so junk is because when we go out and we actually stay in the location like this person did, we see how much things change as the weather conditions change, the temperatures change.
Yeah.
Like, look at this last picture that I just posted, and then this is the same ship, right? It's an anchored ship. This is just 3 hours later. We can see the whole ship.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and look at the conditions of the ocean in that observation. I would say that in what Sensible is posted, like, there's a huge fucking swell in front of the observer.
Yep. And if it was taken by an anti-flat earther, they probably got down as low as they could, within reason. And then they've zoomed in a lot. So we can't see any of the, the shoaling.
I can't even make an argument that they couldn't even make an argument that any of that closest boat is obscured at all, besides from the choppy waves, the choppy water. Wonders why these, the anti-flats seem to, conveniently never post anything like from Skyfree's channel, with all them little demonstrations on small scales. They're just little the anti-flats, they're just echo chambers, man.
If you have a look at this picture, for example, like, look how flat it looks out in the ocean. If this person was to zoom in and just show, like, beyond these waves, right? Clearly there's, like, giant, at least 6 to 8 foot waves or something like that rolling in. And if they were to just zoom out past those waves, it would just look like it's flat out there.
Yeah, well, you know how globers are.
This used to trick me when I would take my little boat out into the ocean. I would think it looks like nice and flat out there. I only did it a couple of times, right? And then you actually get out there, and there's freaking giant ocean swells out there. You're going up and down these giant, long mounds of freaking water.
That's what I said. It's just a telltale sign. They always have observations where the waters are choppy as hell. Why is that? It should be obvious to their viewers, They're just cherry picking. The whole fucking
and you
aim
shall
is
see.
to try and reduce as many.
You shall know.
Is to reduce as many variables as possible, but they go out on days where the variables are maximized and then present an observation from it. It's just retarded.
Yeah, windy days are usually the worst days to take photographs over water.
Exactly.
Yeah, but they, moths to a flame, and they want to call themselves scientifically minded.
Hold on, obvious. Can I send you a picture that completely annihilates
what you're saying.
Is it your drawing from last night?
I didn't manage to draw it.
Didn't manage to draw your flat Earth with no horizon.
It's because it would have required more than I can perform on Microsoft Paint.
I'm sure.
But, let me send you an image that should at least spark some interest.
All right, send it.
Let me find it.
Yeah, you would just have to draw like a line where the sky and the ground meet, right? But without the line. Doesn't make sense, does it?
Well, I mean, what I imagine it to be is that there shouldn't be a rigid horizon if the Earth's flat. It should sort of just fade into the distance.
What? Why do you imagine that?
Yeah.
It's not really that I'm imagining it. It's just like physics of a flat plane.
You know how, like what a vanishing point is, though, right? Just like due to perspective.
So,
you know, the ground ramps up.
Obviously, I tried to send you the picture. By the way, it said, "Yeah, I'm not friends with you." So, I get the whole perspective thing. The horizon is the apparent, where the sky meets the ground. I get that, but things shouldn't go over the horizon if it is purely just.
No, things don't go over the horizon, right? Things just aren't accounted for in the observations where it looks like things can go over a horizon. Like I can show you things appearing to go over a horizon on a flat floor.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I'll do it right now.
No, you can't.
1 second.
Well,
I'll do. I said I'll do it right now. So I'll just show you.
I look forward to it.
All right. Get excited.
Let me send you this picture because.
Pretty sure I don't have the French thing turned on. So
Yeah, no, that's his own problem. I think apparently that's their problem.
That's
That's their setting that needs to be changed. Yeah.
Oh, is this on my half? Is it? Says your message could not be delivered. Is anyone tech savvy?
Right, here we go. No, I don't know how. Okay, so this observation we can see. Over a flat floor, he lays blocks, and then he puts like a little red light also on the other side of the floor.
I can't see what he is. He's sharing something.
Can't see it. It's just in the side chat.
How long does it take to post an image, man?
Oh, this.
Yeah. So it's a flat floor, right? And you can see all of the top of the yellow blocks, right? And you can see the red light. And then all they do is adjust the temperature in the room, right? And it looks like all of a sudden the yellow blocks start to bend and hide behind the curvature of the flat floor. And also the red light becomes completely obstructed behind the curvature of the flat floor. The same thing happens with Lake Pontchartrain. The same thing happens over. Why? Because you can't. Because it completely it destroys your claim of things disappearing over a physical horizon.
Yeah. So it's basically that camera is eye level with the level of the table. Am I right?
Or you can see all of the blocks. You can see that. Okay, so it's not a table; it's a floor. Like I said, floor like 20 times. Then, by the way. Okay, also, the camera doesn't move, and we can see the red light, and we can see all of the blocks. Okay, then he just adjusts the temperature, and the red light appears to sink. Yeah, it appears to sink.
Here's the issue. Now, that would be the equivalent of me standing on a beach, digging a hole, and lining my eye level with sea level. If that makes any sense. So if
do you know how to lie on your belly?
Oh, hold on. Oh, well, yeah, but even then, it would still be a fraction above sea level. Now, this
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't, because the Earth is so big, and you're only. No, because you're a fucking idiot. You're 6 feet off the surface of the earth. So yes, your eyes are close to the surface. You're disingenuous.
This guy, shut the fuck up, bro.
Just because we
I don't know what-
disagree doesn't make me disingenuous.
This guy, he's he thinks you're arguing for flat Earth. He's just a retard. Don't worry about it.
Is he one of Johnny? Mate, we're supposed to be on the same side, brother.
It's one of your guys.
Yeah. So if for example, I've seen the video of the coin on the table, and the reason I said
But
table is 'cause
that's
it was,
not analogous. That's not analogous.
yeah,
to
no,
this.
but let me finish the sentence because
See how you no because hold on a second, you're trying to like be fallacious here, right? So what we see is a red light, okay, and then the red light disappears. The camera doesn't change, just the red light disappears.
Okay, right, got you. Now hear me out. Just give me 30 seconds. That's all it'll take. Now
Don't
instead
talk
of
about the coin though.
Okay, yeah, got you. Instead of lying on the floor, let's stand on the floor. Now let's have a light that moves across the floor. If you're standing on the floor 6 feet above, how far can you move that light before it appears to descend below your?
Depends on the conditions.
No, it's so I'll help you out. There's no law of perspective that dictates that something will descend below your eye level unless it's.
This isn't perspective.
Below
This
your eye
isn't
level.
perspective. This is to do with the refractive index gradient.
I'm asking you to envision.
You're strawmanning us. I'm not saying it's because of perspective.
Well, what's it because
This is demonstrating a principle of optics, so-called.
Yeah, so obviously
like how far
this
you
isn't
think
to
the
do-
camera's off the ground there, and how far you think your eyes would be off in a equivalent observation.
Can you not
at the
envision
beach
the? I mean,
is
I wish I could
irrelevant.
share the screen because I'd be able
Dude,
to
the
demonstrate this in Paint.
The only thing that is manipulated is the temperature in the room, and then then all of a sudden it looks like the line of blocks is curving down, and the light disappears behind the flat
Yeah,
floor. The only thing that's manipulated is the temperature. What's the temperature
hear me out,
control?
hear me out.
What's the temperature control?
Just riddle me this. Why is he lying on the floor?
He's put the camera on the floor, right, to show that when he changes the temperature, right, and makes it cooler above and warmer below, it causes the light to disappear behind a horizon over a flat
That's not answering my question. Why is he lying on the floor? Why can't he replicate this as we do on a beach in which we're standing 6 feet above?
Yeah, we can replicate this on a beach.
The reason he's not standing 6 feet above is because you wouldn't be able to get the same result. The reason he's put the camera on the floor.
Oh fucking shit, man.
Well, yeah. So that
Yeah,
sort
so
of
this is
annihilates your whole argument, does it not?
No, it doesn't. Okay, so why is the light visible and then the light disappears? Why does that happen?
So I'd say when you put the camera literally on the floor, of course, the focus of the camera is.
He doesn't change the focus. Okay, the camera's just sitting there. The focus. Okay, so the camera's sitting there. It doesn't move. He's not touching the camera. Okay, we can see a red light. Then he manipulates the temperature in the room.
But
and then all of a sudden, no, you need to listen, bro. Okay, so he sits the camera on the floor. None of the settings change on the camera. The only thing that gets changed in the room is the temperature. And then all of a sudden it looks like things start to disappear behind curvature. Why is that?
So I'm not denying that refraction exists. Of course, I think you've this example is not you, but whoever has put the camera so low in which it sort of exemplifies this phenomenon. Now, my question is: could you replicate this if the camera was 6 feet above?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we can go up to a demonstration at what, like 1,000 yards on a lake.
I'm going to show you one. I'm going to show you the same thing happening right now, right?
Sorry, DJ, did you check that picture I sent you, by the way?
No, I didn't get a message.
Oh shit! Yeah, it's doing that.
Don't worry about that. We're going to have a look at this, right? This picture
the
right
picture
now.
annihilates the whole.
Yeah, well, you got to learn how to send a picture.
No, I said it's saying your message could not be delivered. Seems because you don't share it. Yeah.
All right. Send it now. And I'm going to check it after I show you this.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, so this is the marine tracking radar app for the observation. Okay, so the boat is called the Mandarin Arrow, and it's anchored, and the distance is 12.4 nautical miles. All right, now this guy, he goes and sets his camera up. It's much higher than 6 foot, right? So you'll be able to see that in the video. Okay, but in the morning, right? So in the morning, this is what we see of the ship when he zooms in. Okay, so this is the ship, right? So this is just a random image of the ship.
Wait, where's the
show
bomb?
you what the yeah. Just listen to the entirety of the talking point here. The whole bottom looks like it's missing, right? Okay, so that's just a random picture of the ship. Yeah, so some glober could cherry pick this and say, look, it's behind the curvature of the Earth. Yeah? No, this is a known effect, right, called sinking. Okay, it usually happens during the night or early in the morning when the water temperature is still much warmer than the ambient air temperature above it. Okay, and it causes the light to bend upward because light will deviate towards the cooler air because it's more dense. And it can cause things in the distance to look like they're sinking. Okay, it's like a form of an inferior mirage. Now, what this guy does is he actually stays in the same location, and as the temperature warms up, okay, it exceeds the temperature of the water. Okay, so this sinking effect starts to go away as the day goes on. So over the next 3 hours, he keeps zooming in from the same location on the same boat, which is anchored. And then 3 hours later, we can see the entire boat again. So I'll post the...
Did you do this yourself? And if not, how do you not know that this is fake?
No, it's not faked, right? So, because now we're going to... Okay, so there's tons of examples of this, right? And it's a well-known effect that happens. And also there's a video that goes along with it. So how do you think this? Do you think Do you think the video is CGI? Is that
so the reason I am being facetious, but the reason I say this is because I can use your same logic against you. And if you show me a video or picture, I can say what the flat earthers say. Well, it's fake. It's CGI. Do you see how it's like a
no? When did someone present a long distance observation that we said was CGI? Name one.
Well, not in this current conversation, but I can send pictures that you have to admit is CGI, otherwise it debunks the flat Earth model.
Is it a long distance observation?
It is indeed.
Okay, go.
If you wouldn't mind,
hold on a sec. Hold on a second now, because I'm not finished my point yet. But I'm going to hold you to this because that's absolute nonsense, right? No flat earthers claim that any long distance observations done in analogous to the ones that we're talking about, like from the Earth, right, looking out over large bodies of water and whatnot. A CGI, no one's claiming that. That's ridiculous. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to post some citations from subject matter experts
from flatearth.com.
No, .edu, all .edu, Oxford, like physics books.
Jesus.
Yeah, so let's go over them, right? Because you don't have any idea when it comes to atmospheric refraction, right? Globers don't do any research. They just learn how to make the noise with their mouth, refraction, and they think that fixes the observation.
Yeah, right, got it. Can you do me the due diligence of putting that picture I sent you in the chat, please?
No, not yet, because I'm not finished, right? So, because you're going to have to throw the mainstream science under the bus right now. Okay, so do you agree? You know what sinking is? You know what inferior mirage is?
I'm aware of inferior mirage, yeah.
Yeah, so sinking's a form of inferior mirage when you don't have enough of a temperature gradient change to cause the full-blown inferior mirage with the total internal reflection.
Let me interject here, please, because it was a So
Yeah, you can just listen to this, bro. Like, I'm gonna read out the citations now. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
All right,
doesn't matter. Okay, so
You're
Andrew
quite
Thomas Young.
scatterbrained alcoholic. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah,
but just
Andrew Thomas.
Take a moment and listen to what DJ is trying to explain.
I've been doing that for the past 5 minutes.
Listen to Andrew.
A TikTok brain, man.
Yeah, listen to this. Is not me talking, right? This is Andrew Thomas Young's words. I'm just reading them out. Okay, so optics of the atmosphere, reports on progress in physics. Okay, so atmospheric refraction can bend light rays in such that.
Who's Andrew Thomas Young?
You can look him up. He's like a leading subject matter expert. He's got his own .edu website. Okay, He's like one of the experts that writes books on refraction and miraging and that kind of thing. He's known as like the leading expert on refraction and that kind of thing. You can look him up. Anyway, so basically, I'll just be quick, right? So atmospheric refraction can bend light rays such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. Okay, and then it goes on to explain how it happens. Right, there's another citation under it, and look, just the last one I'm going to read. Right, it's from Oxford. Okay, what is sinking? Okay, a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. Okay, so if you guys want to show an observation that perfectly matches sinking, the definition of sinking, the mainstream definition, and you haven't accounted for that, right, then that we can dismiss that observation as being the cause of it being Earth curvature, because you haven't accounted for the variables like and also ocean source. All right, now I'm going to check your.
Yeah, so this is why I asked you to put the picture that I sent you in the chat, because I think this is
twisting torso. Wow, never heard this one before.
Say what? Twisting what?
Twisting torso, turning torso.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
It's the name of the building in your observation.
Right. So I'll put it in the chat for everyone to observe. So
fucking
what makes
hell,
that?
really? This is what took you 20 minutes to fucking post.
Did it? Did it take me 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, the photo's taken from the north looking to the south, and so the sun reflecting off the water is distorting the image.
No, but why the further you get away from it, does the building appear to descend?
It's called diffraction.
That doesn't explain it. You just saying
it does explain it when you understand physics.
Can someone post him the windmills being stretched and distorted?
Yeah, I mean, windmills are an interesting one because the whole southern hemisphere doesn't actually make any sense on a flat Earth model. And I know you don't. You say you don't have a model.
Hold on, keep your fucking scatterbrain yourself, man. One thing at a time.
This guy, man.
You're jumping all over there. You're going to go southern hemispheres, blah blah blah. Let's just go through your shitty observation here. Explain to you how you're not understanding what you're looking
downloaded
at.
The David Weiss app doesn't mean that you know more than what physicists.
What are you talking about, man? We're the guys that invite David Weiss in so we could school him on fucking how to do his presentations better.
What do you think about the final experiment?
We're not talking about that.
Out an experiment. Debunked, Jared.
Do you think it was rigged?
Debunked. No, I don't think it was. What do you mean by rigged? What
do you think it was fake?
Was what fake?
The final experiment.
Like, oh no.
You do know we already established the Earth was flat like long before that came into existence, right?
No. See, so usually flat earthers.
No. They went away with their own like straw man model of what they think the flat Earth is.
Flat earthers say
to debunk that, so
that there shouldn't be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Lo and behold, there was. So you have to just say that it was CGI or
based on what?
Yeah, so the heliocentric model will predict that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. course there was, because the Earth's not a pancake.
But we've already established the surface doesn't curve. You get that?
No, but
Like that was an objective fact of reality when they were setting up to go and do the final experiment, thinking something in the sky may save the globe when it's already been empirically destroyed. So
just entertain me.
Whatever the sun is or isn't doing, whatever the validity of that experiment may or may not be.
Can you at least
it's
try
doing
and
it over a
justify
flat surface? Sorry to report that to you.
At least try.
Try what?
Try and explain why there wasn't a 24-hour sun.
I don't have to. This is not 24-hour sun server. Flat Earth. The ground measures flat.
No, yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. How there was a 24-hour sun. The Flat Earth model predicts that the 24-hour sun is impossible.
No, it doesn't, dude. Right, there was some dumbass flat earthers trying to claim that the AE map globe projection, right, was the map of the flat Earth.
So and what model do you go by?
We don't have a model, dude. We don't claim to know the shape of the Earth, right? But you've got a model that we debunked easily every single observation.
Here's the issue.
No, bro. Here's the issue, right? You try to strawman us with a model, okay, that we don't claim. And then you laugh because we don't claim it. We're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Now, you guys claim to have a model that falls apart, right, at stage 1, curvature. Right? You don't have a model that matches reality, right? And you think a model, you don't even know what a model is, most likely. You think a model is like a mini version of an object, most likely. Okay, we're not claiming an object. What do you think a model is then? You're talking about a scientific model? Define what you mean by model.
Yeah, I'm not talking about a fucking miniature globe, am I? I'm talking about something that has predictive power in determining what will happen, and it correlates with what we observe.
You guys always parrot that phrase, predictive power, but you never demonstrate any predictive power from your model.
Well,
what does it predict? What does it predict?
You'll go to eclipses, you'll claim, we've got the predictive power for eclipses, and then we'll show you. No, you actually don't.
If I'm right,
bro,
this will happen on this date. This lunar eclipse or solar eclipse or some shit.
Right. So if your model is accurate, the surface should be curving at a specific rate. We go out, we measure, we don't find that curvature.
Well, we do, because everything, the physics follows that the higher we rise,
you don't.
The more the horizon.
You don't even know how to begin to attempt to prove that you may have surface curvature or not. Look at the observations.
I'll put another picture. DJ, if you do me the honors of putting this picture in the chat.
Yeah, hold on. After you back up your claim, right? You can't just claim stack. That's what you keep doing. You keep shifting the goalpost and just changing the topic from one thing to another as you keep getting owned on the previous thing that you brought up. Okay, now you said that you have a model that makes predictions. Okay, what predictions does your model make?
Well, as I said, things like lunar eclipses.
No. Those would be post-dictions. Okay, and that would have been flat. That's based off the Saros cycle, which was invented by flat earthers. Okay, so what's next? What else have you got? That's a F, big L on that one. So what's next? What else can you predict? Predict, not post-dict, right? Not something that happens in cycles. That's been happening for all known history, right? And we know that it's going to happen on this particular time.
Yeah, so if you're depending on what hemisphere you're in, you can predict what these celestial bodies will appear to rotate as.
How are you predicting that? It's been recorded since before anyone thought the Earth were a globe. Hasn't changed since then.
It's like, so he just explained the Saros cycle to you. You think they paid enough attention to discover the cyclical nature of eclipses, but they just ignored all the stars and the constellations while they were at it. Didn't track any of that.
Eclipses.
Yo, hey, Talus of Miletus, who predicted an eclipse, was he a flat earther or a globe earther?
I don't know who that is.
He's the guy that first predicted the eclipse.
Well, it depends when it was. I mean, all people were flat earthers at one point.
Okay, well then, if he was a flat earther and he predicted the eclipse, how'd he do it?
Whimsical luck, I guess.
Whimsical luck. Wow, dude.
If I'm to give you the honest answer, fuck should I know? I don't study this shit. And
Yeah. You know what else you don't know? You don't know how they predict eclipses now.
That's
true. You don't know either.
That's true.
Exactly. So then how in the world are you trying to use it as evidence that you know anything?
I'm taking a scattergun approach, just saying why I believe that the Earth's probably a globe.
Well, let's do predictions. So if the Earth was a ball and the moon was a ball, and the one ball was casting a shadow on the other ball, that would result in a complex curve, which would be evidence with a sinusoid pattern, which is exactly how it looks if you take an actual ball and try to cast a shadow on an actual ball. So since you never see a sinusoid on the moon, it's not the Earth's shadow, and of anything being a globe. It doesn't matter.
Is it like raw or what's it like?
It doesn't matter, dude. You made the affirmative case that has predictive power, and that these things are the shadows of one object and the other. It doesn't match actual modeling, so it's false.
If you say it's not, then shouldn't you at least try and?
No. I don't care. Okay, you could think that I should or shouldn't. Appeal to my motives is irrelevant. Your claim. No, I don't need to make a system. This is the problem with you.
It's like consistent.
No, I don't need to be consistent, dude. What do you the heck? No, bro. See, in your interpretation, you think the name consistent means, or the word consistent means that if I debunk your claim, that I have to have some other claim. That's not true.
I'd say it would help to, for example, if you say that evolution isn't true, it would help for you to present a worldview in which what could replace evolution. For example, even if you say God did it, I can at least be sympathetic to that view because at least you're trying, as wrong as you may be. If you say that...
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, dude. If you have an idea about how something happened and somebody debunks your idea on its face, they don't need any counter story. Your idea is debunked. Okay, you may not. Yeah, listen. You can reject someone debunking your claim by simply saying, "Well, you don't have a different view about what's causing it, and that means you didn't debunk mine." That would be illogical and retarded.
Okay, so just to entertain the conversation, what would you speculate that it is?
What is
that is causing a lunar eclipse?
Who knows, dude? But describe a lunar eclipse to me.
Well, it's basically when the Earth gets in the way of the...
Oh, no.
Sun and the moon.
No.
They line up.
Not give me a story about what you don't see. Describe what you actually see when you see a lunar eclipse. Describe what you actually see.
Well, it just looks like a body is passing over the moon.
No, dude, you're doing more inferences. Try your hardest to actually reduce it to the actual observation, if you can, sir.
I can't deduce it.
Well, let me help you out. Let me help you out.
It's passing over the moon.
No, it doesn't, dude.
All right, what does it look like then? Please enlighten me.
Okay, it looks like the moon, right, is bright in some parts and dark in other parts. That's what it looks like. And then the darkness appears to move across the face, and there's more darkness and less brightness. That's what you actually see. All the rest of the stuff you said was pure inferences and imaginations. You never saw any of that.
It's empirical observation. No, I can guarantee you I did. Else, what was that?
Okay, so your claim then is you saw a body in between, and you saw it moving. No, you didn't, sir. And if you say you did, we all know you're lying.
So, I saw something pass over the moon. It seemed like a body.
No, you didn't, dude. No, you didn't.
You can keep saying that, but you're not actually saying anything of.
No, we all know you didn't. So here's the thing, brother. In the arts, we practice this thing with the children. It's called draw what you see, not what you know. Okay, if you're going to draw a moon, that looks like an eclipse. Okay, what you're going to draw is you're going to draw a circle, and then you're going to color a portion of the moon in white, or whatever color you think the moon is, gray, whatever. And then you're going to darken the other portion. That's how you represent what's occurring. Nowhere in there do you have to draw another body, because it's not in the information present.
Okay. So if it's not another body that's obstructed, then
what?
If it's not a body that is obstructing the moon, then what is it, in your humble opinion?
Okay, let me help you out, friend. I'm going to tell you this answer, and this is the answer. And it is the true and genuine answer. And it has no bearing on the fact that I previously debunked your answer. So here's the answer. It's 3 simple words. I know it's hard for you to comprehend these words. It's called I don't know.
I appreciate that answer. Now apply that.
Now, since I said I don't know, hold on, friend, be honest here. Since I said I don't know, does me not knowing have any bearing on the fact that when you actually model a sphere casting a shadow on another sphere, it gives you a sinusoid shadow, and you never see that type of shadow or form on the moon, and therefore it can't possibly be a sphere casting a shadow on another sphere?
Yes. So the answer you gave me it gave me a bit of hope. That was a stroke of sentience that I detected there, that you don't know. Now, could it be possible that maybe you just don't know as much as you think you did, and you're the physical embodiment?
Hey, how about you answer my question about the fact that a curve casting a shadow on another curve results in a complex curve. We don't see a complex curve on the moon, therefore it's not a shadow in that manner. Oh, like a sinusoid, an S, a wave, instead of just a singular continuous arc?
Can you give me some evidence for that, please?
Sure. I'll also give you a demonstration that you can do. You take a ball and you take a light and then you cast a shadow on another ball, and then you see what happens with your own 2 eyeballs in your head.
If I can share my screen, I'll do it live, and then if it works, I'll admit that I'm a flat earther. I've got a globe.
Well, wrong,
Allow
sir.
me to share my screen. And
you will not admit you're a flat earther, because we will not allow you to be retarded. We will tell you that what's occurring on the moon doesn't determine the shape of the Earth. So we will not accept your conclusion that you're a flat earther, because the shadow on the moon is not the shadow you thought it was.
Would you believe me if I said I was once a flat earther?
Not for those reasons.
No, but I genuinely not taking the piss. I once was as retarded as these people. I actually thought the Earth was flat.
What?
Listen,
dude. Stop. Listen, hey, dude. Stop gaslighting yourself, okay?
I do. I'm not lying. I'll prove it. I'll actually prove it.
Well, what you might present is that you accepted the Earth is flat as a proposition for stupid reasons. That might be what you present. And then because your stupid reasons were contradicted, then you said, oh, I might as well just, get on my knees and take NASA in the face.
Yours? All right, I'll give you my reasons. The biggest one for me was the gas pressure argument. They said that...
Okay, fair enough. That's irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. Move on. That's irrelevant to the shape of the Earth. Move on.
I'm giving you my reason as to why I thought it could be flat. Is because they said